And we're live. This is Julien Jean-Pierre from the Royal St. Lucian Seamoss Company, and tonight I share the stage with Nita and Roderick. And Roderick's probably going to go up first. Roderick represents a company where he does social media marketing and advertising on Facebook, or or do you do all the other platforms too?
I do all the other platforms, but primarily it's just Google.
Okay. So maybe let's start right away and maybe tell a little bit about who you are and your business.
Yeah, so my name is Roderick Frost. My business is called Frost Agency, and I started this agency about 2.5 years ago. My past experience before that, though, I've been doing digital marketing for 5 years. I used to run my own little brand. I used to like drop ship, so I get stuff from AliExpress like back in the day, and then sell it on my own Shopify store. But then I pivoted because I had suppliers issues, so that's why I kind of it wasn't really that profitable anyways. I was probably only making like $3,000 a month. It wasn't really too much, but yeah. Then I just start.
That's good. I was gonna say $3,000 a month. That's good. That's not bad.
Yeah. Then I was selling portable vacuum cleaners, but then I quickly pivoted and start helping other brands. So that's kind of where I've been at, and just I've been heavy on the supplement space. I worked with various brands from clothing, supplements, even like bamboo stuff, but mainly it's just supplement brands that I've been working with recently.
Cool.
And furniture brands too. Furniture brand, yeah.
Nice. And furniture brands, did you say?
Yeah, I just like one furniture client out here in Chicago for my
Yeah, I never would think a furniture brand would be up to wanting to market like online, like you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
especially when they selling third party furniture products. So yeah, that's kind of that. And then I recently posted in a group, like I think about a week ago, I believe so. So yeah, that was a case study with actually a Seamoss brand. So that's why I posted it.
Yeah, well, definitely. I want you to talk a little bit about that Seamoss brand. But is there anything else? Do you do TikTok, or I think I interrupted you. Were you still talking about your business?
Oh no, it's good. It's good. No, I was done. Yeah. So I mean, I'm wherever my client's customer is. So if they on TikTok, they on TikTok. If they on Facebook, they on Facebook. If they on Google, they on Google. Because I got a client, like he just came back, and we're gonna be actually starting today. Well, actually tonight, we're gonna ask tonight. They're gonna go live tomorrow. But we first started on Facebook. He's my client for 6 months, and he sells Seamoss gummies, right? And they was actually crushing it on TikTok. Like I was just on the Facebook side, but he actually had he had another person that was doing TikTok, and they was actually pretty good at it. I mean, TikTok is right now in the marketing space. It is cheap traffic. Like your cost per clicks is gonna be low. It's gonna be the least expensive. You just gotta have the right kind of content,
Yeah, it's hard to do that. I've been messing around with TikTok ads, and I find that you're right. I'm getting clicks to my website as low as 25 cents, and I mean, some of them convert, right? But then you got to really make sure you have a good ad to draw those people to click that are interested in your product. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
exactly. With that end is the content, and it also could be the website too. That's another thing. What I was going to touch base on this talk about, because you got to make sure your website is optimized, right? Because the thing is, you don't want to just send traffic to a website that's not optimized, because then you're just gonna be spending money. You're gonna be like, well, Roger, I spent $2,000. We only got 2 sales. Well, you only got a picture on your landing page. I mean, no words. So that all factors into that. But it's actually a good Seamoss brand out there. It's probably like the number one that's probably like pushing ads right now. And actually, I used to work with one of his original brands was called Nero's Lab. That was my first ever client. And the brand is called Infinite Age. I'm pretty sure you heard of them.
Infinite Age? Never heard of them.
Yeah, that's actually, I'm pretty sure they probably the number one as far as on the ad side, because that's what made me get into like wanting to help Seamoss brands, because he was my first ever client. And I helped his original brand, which was called Nero's Last, which they were selling Charms, right? So Charms is like steroids without the side effects. So that's the first brand, and I can speak on that because you can't even share Charms. You can't even sell Charms. So that brand is non-existent. I mean, the website's still up, but he's not selling it. And I remember he had another agency that was working with Infinite Age, because I've seen that brand go from nothing to what it is now, right? Because
how long have they been in business?
So as long as about I have, because it was like about 2 years. Because I remember like the first 6 months I was working on him, and then he eventually started getting that brand ready, and because that website looked completely different. Seamoss wasn't even a thing, and I remember he talked about it, and then he worked with his other agency, and he worked with his other agency, and then it started scaling though pretty quick. So yeah, that's kind of. So I remember because on my side, because he always had like special promotions like once a month, and I guess the other brand, I mean not the other brand, the other agency didn't want to work with him. I mean not work, but didn't want to do the promotion for some reason. So he had me just do it. And I remember I was looking at the account, I was like, wow, and that brand scaled up. I mean, it's a good brand. Like that's pretty much what I see as far as like on the Facebook side or anything advertising. They kind of like the number one, I would say, as far as like they probably spend a lot of money. So yeah.
Do you know where he was getting his Seamoss from?
Oh no, I don't know that. I don't even know. Yeah, I don't.
Do you know? But do you know how much his sales were, or just curious?
I mean, that was like 2 years ago. I mean, it was like around. It was hovering between a 1.8 ROAS and a 2.3, which I mean, it's all right. I don't really know what the profit margins was for his, but you also got to factor in subscription too as well, because with subscription, that helps with LTV, lifetime value, because you can like once you know your numbers, you can like lose, like let's say it's costing you $25 to acquire a customer, right? And your product is cost you $20. So really, I mean, you lost $5, but if your LTV is, let's say, 2 months, you made money, right? Because you just got to take that into consideration. So it all depends. I didn't know his numbers on that brand specifically like that, but yeah, he was doing it. But it was doing good, and he was scaling it.
How much ad spend do you think he was spending?
Oh, back then, and this one, Facebook was, Facebook back then was really really good. I mean, back then, I think I don't. It was probably he's probably spending like 30 grand a month.
Wow.
Maybe 20 grand. I don't know what he is. Something like 20, 30 grand, possibly.
No, that's good, because one of the things that I wanted to, and the reason why I was asking those questions, and it's one of the things that I want to talk about later on in the show, right after we sort of explore this angle, is just about like how we as Black people spend so much time hating on each other and just wasting time. Like this guy, Infinite Age, none of it. Like, how do I say it? No one cares that the product's off the rocks. No one cares where, they don't even know where he gets his Seamoss from.
Yeah, you just gotta market it.
$30 a month, and so to think that if you're saying you're getting 2 ROAS, right, or 3, what was it, 2?
It was like then it was like a 1.8 to 2.2, 2.3. That was yeah, that was like 2.
So I'm assuming he must have been making like anywhere from 60 to 80, maybe 100,000 a month in sales.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And it was probably growing, and he's probably tapered off on the advertising now because he doesn't need to, because he's got these subscriptions and he's got these, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
One of the things that people need to realize, and you touched on it, is the lifetime value of a client. Whereas, like for us, we lose money sometimes on the first 2 clients, when the client makes the first 2 orders or whatever, because of the money we spend to procure them and the advertising and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And the discount we give them. Sometimes we lose money on this. We give 25% off on the first time you place your order. Do you know what I mean? That's a huge discount to get. You know what I mean? And so it loses money. But what my attitude is, I'm going to sell them on the service. Do you know what I mean? And the reality is that if they're a cheap guy and they were only looking for the lowest price, then that's what they'll get. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They probably aren't going to stick around long anyways. They're going to find someone else. Like, I'm not focused on those guys. You know what I mean?
And there's also, you didn't even factor in email marketing, SMS marketing, those kind of things where like you can definitely make your money back from like just a text like within a week to that person. And there's also post-purchase upsells. Like there's a little gem here that it's an app on Shopify called Reconvert. And that's something I definitely recommend. it's called Reconvert, and you can use that, and it's a post-purchase upsell. So after the confirmation page, they say somebody where you can upsell them, downsell them, any kind of selling you want to do, and you can customize the thank you page. Like you can add, your recommended products. You can also add one-time offers. You can add a special text to it. I mean, a lot of different things you can add.
Yeah, I have to check that out. I'm gonna pull this up on the screen to share it.
Yeah,
Whatchamacallit, I use something I'm really happy with called Klaviyo. Do you?
Klaviyo. Oh yeah. The email marketing. Yeah.
Mhm.
That's actually the best one too. The best
Yeah.
email marketing program.
Oh, it's a game changer, and it really helps me stay in touch with the clients, create flows to organize the different segments of the buyers, um, put campaigns out. Like people don't realize you put a campaign out, and you know what I mean. I could pull in like several $1,000s worth of sales on one campaign. And sometimes, and I don't do it, and I should be launching a campaign like almost every other week to keep that kind of sales drive going, and then really focus on the marketing side. Like, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
because they're like usually email marketing agencies just like 3 times a week. Like that's a good way to do it. Like so, pretty much every other day you write an email.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Sorry, say that again.
Like every other day, you
You
send
should
an
be
email
writing an
out.
email.
Yeah.
Isn't that like wouldn't that like be too much? Like, wouldn't you be worried about you know what I mean?
Like spam.
Yeah, like sort of like, just annoying your customer.
No, I mean because especially with Klaviyo, I mean you want to make it obvious to have them unsubscribe. Yeah, that's the brand right there. Infinite
Yeah,
Age.
the Infinite Age. I wanted to
Yeah, like
pull
if
them
you,
up. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, there you go. Like if you their best sellers is this the Seamoss Advance. If you click on that,
Hmm. Well, I wanted to
yeah,
bring it up because I wanted to show them these products are pretty simple, and they're
yeah,
you mean? And what he's done is he's focused on trying to understand his market. Like, I wonder how many people are really focused on, you know what I mean, sort of spreading the word, testing their website. Like, how many times do people really change their website to see how whether they can make an improvement on it in a sense? Do you know what I mean? Although
yeah.
at the
Because
same time, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, he actually changed his website like twice. Like that's why and I'm glad you said that because that product page looked completely different before. But now, I mean, it's been looking like this for a minute, but before it was completely different.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Well, I was going to say too. Sometimes though, you want to avoid making too many changes, because I know some people that it's like all they do is spend their life making changes and they don't ever execute, and that's something you want to be careful of. But look, his site's simple. It's not overly done. It's crazy. It's like his marketing has really what's the word I'm looking for? Well, obviously he's hired professionals to do a good job, right?
yeah,
Marketing is in a sense like he's more in tune with that, and making sure that he understands who's converting on his site, you know. And
yeah, exactly. Yeah, then and here's another little gem. It's an app you guys want to download called Hotjar, and it's like $10 a month, but it allows you to see, you know, what people are doing, like what buttons they click. It shows you what source they came from. It's kind of like a better Google Analytics. No, that's another gem too. If you definitely want to download Google Analytics. Allows you to see, what source it came from. Allows you to see, the conversion time length as far as like it allows you to see a lot. I mean, I would suggest just go to it and just play around with it.
hmm yeah, I use the Google, and I'm trying to learn more about the Google Analytics because, like you said, knowing where your traffic's coming from, how your ads are converting, who's clicking on your ads, and stuff like that is a big thing.
Yeah,
What's your favorite platform?
Shopify for sure. Shopify
Yeah.
number one.
Hmm.
That's the only
Definitely.
platform that's the most commonly used one. It's super easy. There's a lot of different things you can do with it. It's very good to integrate with everything. I mean, Facebook, Google. It's just I recommend Shopify, and it's cheap too.
Yeah, I like it too. That's what I use, and I find that when you really go to scale and stuff, yeah, sure, there's an expense and a cost, but like if you're making money, it's just a cost of doing business. You absorb it in your prices, and you just kind of keep it moving, and
Yeah.
you focus more on just doing the sales and stuff.
Yeah, because also that app Reconvert, if you go on Shopify App Store, you can it's super easy to integrate. Is that just one button you click and it's on the back end.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So walk me through like how it works. Like if I was say a client, like using your service, and like I've always been
Mhm.
curious, like how is everybody sort of like how do you onboard me or whatever? Like what information do you need from me? Like what is I don't know. Take me through the
Yeah.
like, the initial stages of you bringing in a client.
Yeah. So I have this onboarding link where it's like a Google form where you fill everything out. I learned about your brand. I learned about your profit margins. I know your break even ROAS. So when you're losing money, when you're making money, it's like all goes to like this thing on my Google Excel where if you put in the product price, if you charge for shipping, put the shipping, and then it calculates me and tells me your break even ROAS. Yeah, just like that. And then I also do a little bit of like conversion rate optimization. So I also build like landing pages on really I like only do that on like key products. So because mainly with e-commerce brand, you're only gonna be really be promoting one product that's gonna make you your money. It's not even like if you got 10 products, only really one of them is gonna really pop off on the internet. Like as far as like social media, TikTok, Google, Facebook, whatever, you're not gonna be selling a whole bunch of them. So that's where I dial in and I see, and then I can like I also use an app called Pagefly. You can is that that's in the Shopify App Store as well, and you
Hmm.
can build like a landing page type style built product page because like as you see on the Infinite Age website on their product page, they use something called Zipify pages, but you can use something called Pagefly too. It works just as good. Actually, it's a little better. And then how you can customize it to your liking, because then you can just honestly do that and you customize it because you want to talk about the benefits. I mean, yeah, so that's kind of what I do with that, and then I just run ads.
So
All my clients have to do is just focus on getting me content, whether that's UGC photos or UGC videos.
So the page fly or the landing page that you would work would basically like act as sort of like a one page shop thing. So you would kind of
Mhm.
put the ad out, like buy this Seamoss gel or whatever, and then they would click the ad and it would just come to that page where it just has that information and you would buy. Is that my
Yeah,
understanding?
it's somewhat, but yeah, it makes it's still part of your Shopify theme, so they can like it's not like a one page landing page. It's more of like a landing page, but it's inside your Shopify product. So you can still scroll. They can still go into your about
And the
us.
birth to the page. Yeah.
Yeah, but
But
it's
sorry, go ahead.
good. I was about to say that. Yeah, it works really good for me because when I'm building landing pages, I can just drag and drop, and then and then I also hire a guy sometimes to put some custom code stuff in there because I don't really know how to code, so I
Mhm.
just hire somebody to do that. But yeah,
That's
and
cool.
then yeah. So that's because that would definitely help with your conversion rate optimization. Getting because like I said, that go back to earlier what I said. Like you don't want to be sending people to a website and you only got like a page, right? You only got a photo with no words. Yeah.
Mhm. Cool. Someone's asking me a question. Whose page is this? No, I know who it is. I don't understand what she means. Maybe she's asking what your page is. Do you have? Oh, I think you know what she's asking. She's asking the web page because we were probably showing the page.
Oh,
Um,
Infinite Age.
yeah. Are you talking about the website? Let me see. Yeah, the website. So it's Infinite Age, Alicia.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the other one we showed was reconvert for upselling on your site. And then
And
was there
and
another?
that yeah, and if you got Shopify, you can just look that up on the App Store to reconvert. You can just look
Mhm.
that up.
Cool. I'm
Yeah.
gonna check that reconvert out and see how I can use that to upsell. But I even think with the Klaviyo, you can set stuff up when they do certain actions on the site.
Yeah.
trigger an email to do stuff. So if they're looking at a certain product page, you can send them an email and say, hey, I noticed you were checking on the website, this product. Here, how about we give you X and X discount on it and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are not doing enough to cultivate the traffic that's not only coming to their website, but also the emails and the customer relationship. You know what I mean?
Yeah, SMS, doing
Yes.
texting. Yeah, because yeah, especially SMS. I seen SMS doing really, really good for people. Like that's really, and there's like you can actually just go on your Shopify app store and just type in SMS, and you're gonna see a whole bunch of apps. I was about to recommend one app, but I forgot what it's called. But I think you have to have like a bare minimum, like I think it's like 30,000 visitors per month on your website for like I think like 3 months to even qualify. But you can just go on, your Shopify app store and just look at that up.
Yeah, I don't know how many visits I have. Well, I do, but I don't know offhand. Like I check my traffic every day, every other day. I look to see who was on the site. You know what I mean? Like how many people bought, the conversion things. Like what's the conversion rate, and where are these people coming from? Mainly, that's it.
And you said you primarily, like, how do you drive traffic to your website?
It's right now it's mainly Google Ads.
Oh, so you're running Google Ads too?
Yeah, so I'm running Google Ads mainly. I'm getting into the video ads. I'm experimenting with that. I do run Facebook ads, but I found that like I just started again. I stopped when they had all that
iOS
bullshit. Yeah, I was like, okay, this stuff's too complicated for me to understand. I'm just gonna turn it off for a minute. But and what I found is I came back, and the mistake I made was I came back and I started roaring like, oh yeah, everything's the same, and I started throwing all this money at it. And yeah, it ate a lot of my money, but I did get a lot of traffic. And so what I'm doing now is I'm finding is the traffic that I've sent, a few people have signed up and to get the newsletter and stuff. And so now I'm putting them in that kind of like funnel, and there's a few abandoned carts and stuff like that. So it's cool.
Yeah, because with Facebook, man, it's tracking with Facebook right now is horrible, man. It's hard. You don't even know where the sales coming from, like as far as ad set going. So that's why Google is kind of, I mean, I don't want to, because Facebook, man, like before the iOS, Facebook was crazy. I mean, it was super simple. I mean, I barely, every client just popped off right away. Boom, like first day, really. I mean, so that's really it. Because I remember one of my top clients, he sold like a skincare supplement. It was basically like to help women get a slimmer waist. It's like a skincare cream they put around their stomach. Yeah. And that was popping off right away. I mean, first day of Facebook, we was getting like a 4 ROAS. I mean, it's just been, and that was my client for like over a year. We just been riding that way, like 4.6, and we're spending, between 300 to, I mean, the max we were spending a day was 2,000. But yeah, but we slowed down with the 2,000 because the ROAS kind of, because as you spend more money anyways, your ROAS gonna dip, but you're gonna be making money, because you gotta think about it like this. If you got a 2 ROAS right now at 10K a month, so that means you making 20K. Yeah, you making money. But if you got like let's just say, matter of fact, let me use another. So let's just say instead of that, so that 10K, you got a three times ROAS, so that means you made 30,000, right? You made money, right? But let's just say, for instance, if you put 500,000 and you got a 2 ROAS, you made, right, $1 million, well, $500,000, right? But you made more doing that than the 30K. If that makes sense, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because you scaled it.
Yeah, exactly. So that.
Even though it's a less ROAS, because it's a bigger investment, you're getting a larger return.
Yeah, and then also a little tip here. This is for people that's a little bit more advanced though, because it's an app called Triple Whale, and I heard from the digital marketing space that that's really good. It's a tracking attribution. I haven't been able to use that because most of my clients use Google, and Google tracking is pretty good. But as far as like Facebook, it tracks everything: TikTok, Facebook, Google. It's called Triple Whale, and it is pricey. I mean, it's $300 a month, but it's definitely worth it if you spending, let's say 10K, 5K. You can hear me because I see a sign. I'm good.
I can hear you. Okay. You know what it is? I'm just taking a second because there is, once in a while we get an undesirable popping in from YouTube, and some guy was making some comment about Nita, so I had to kind of like squash that.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah,
So
sorry,
yeah,
but
so
doing my
yeah, Triple Whale.
moderation job.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, so that app Triple Whale, I would definitely recommend you guys take a look into if you're, you better for tracking because, like I said, with Facebook, if you're just relying on just a regular tracking, even a API conversion, but it's still like out of nowhere, man. It's crazy. So you're running Google ads, like, so are you doing any performance max campaigns?
For what?
For performance max, is a campaign type.
No, I'm
Oh,
not doing that. No, I'm doing sort of more like with my audiences. I'm doing more of kind of like a funnel thing where I identify people that are interested in Seamoss, create an audience with that, then stream more ads to that audience, use that to create another audience, and then you know what I mean. Then I add another sale to them, and so I have like kind of like a 3-step thing. That's what I've been doing. I'm
okay.
doing a
I
lot
see
of
what you're
ad immersions where I'm sending them multiple different ads at different
saying.
frequencies so that it's almost like wherever they look, I have a different ad. They're just like, this guy's everywhere kind of thing.
Mm.
So I've been testing that strategy.
Okay, so you're using like the display remarketing, right? Kind of like I was talking about in the thing.
Yeah, it's all
Okay.
retargeting.
Oh,
Like,
retargeting. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
local with a lot of lookalike audiences and stuff like that.
Okay. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm sure your stuff is a little bit more advanced. And that's something I definitely want to touch on is like, you can do your ads and stuff like that. And like, you know what I mean? But unless you're willing to put in a lot of time to really sort of understand the complexities of it, it's sometimes better to just hire someone to do it who understands it. But you need to understand a little bit of it
Yeah.
enough
Exactly.
you can communicate with him effectively, because one thing that I've seen not only just in social media but in other industries like real estate and say construction, because I deal with investors that build properties and stuff like that,
Yeah.
and their vision and like them trying to communicate their vision to the contractor or whoever's doing the work is almost paramount. And if they mess up, it's like they get mad at the guy for not doing good work, but it's like, no, you didn't describe what you wanted exactly.
Exactly.
Like you said this and you were talking about that, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
And it's like,
I
you
told you
need
to build me a shed, and you built me something else. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And so you need to be able to make sure you communicate, be able to communicate with them. And so yeah, so
Yeah. That.
let's talk about the experience you had with doing this the Seamoss guy,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
the case
So
study.
yeah. So he sells Seamoss capsules, right? So we've been working together. He's actually my client. Like he's been my client for about 4 months now. We tried Facebook ads, but it didn't work. And then we tried Google, and it just took off because they. One thing is though, they do have a huge following on YouTube, like 200K. So I mean, but so that remarketing list was, I mean, it's pretty simple, right? I mean, it's easy to retarget because YouTube, you can link up to Google. So that was doing good. I mean, everything's pretty much doing good. Even the mainly the reason why I asked you about the performance max is because that's what took off too as well. So with that, like I said before, you kind of just want to start off, just with anything, whether you're selling CMOS, anything, you always want to start off with a standard shopping campaign. And a standard shopping campaign is basically like you go on Google right now, you type in baby toys, it's gonna be the ones with the picture and then the price right there. Because and then inside in that standard shopping, you want to look at the search your search terms to make sure that you're like I said before, make sure you're showing up for your keywords, right? So you want to do that, and then also while you're doing that, you want to be doing a branded keyword campaign, which is basically somebody type your brand name in on Google, you guys pop up first because a lot of times, sometimes with your brand, it can be other competitors popping up like Infinite Age, so forth, right? If you're selling CMOS, Infinite Age could be popping up, so when people would type in your name, and then the other campaign you want to have is a remarketing. So this is gonna be like I just said, talked about earlier about the display network. That's something that you want to be utilizing right there. And then honestly, you want to give Google, because Google is a database platform. So the more data you give Google, the better your campaign is going to be. Overall account is going to be yeah.
Mm.
Topic there.
I'm trying to, while you're talking, I'm trying to get it so that you are the sole talker, but I'm new at this, so bear with me. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I hope that wasn't bad.
So that's how as far as that goes. So that's just something that I definitely, and like I said, it can take some time. I always recommend, because you set up your performance, you at least want to give it at least 30 days, because I can go a little bit in depth. So you want to set your performance max to, like I said, a maximized conversion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you want to do that because you don't want to set a target ROAS, because if you're brand new to Google, you don't have any data, so you don't know what your return is anyways. So you want to let that go and let Google do its thing, because with the way the performance max is setting up, it gives you all Google properties. So using display, using discover, they're using YouTube, they're using shopping. So those are the platforms. So that's something that you want to do, and it takes some time. So that's why you want to let Google give you some time. And then within that, but like I said, because it just all depends. Every brand is different, but that's generally the foundation you want to do. Whether you're selling, like I said, Seamoss, weight loss pills. And one thing I like about Google is that they're not gonna ban you. As we all know, Facebook has bans. Even though it stopped since the iOS thing, because a lot of brands have been leaving Facebook. But like I remember before, you can just wake up one day and your ad account get banned. It's crazy. And there's no support, or there used to be no support, but now it is. So that's one thing. And then Google is very intent based, because with Facebook, TikTok, it's more interruption marketing. Google is more intent based. So like I said, if you're selling Seamoss gummies and somebody typing Seamoss gummies, you're right there kind of placement, right? So that's kind of the overall campaign you want to have. Yeah.
Yeah, I find that most of the ads that are coming from Google, they usually convert within 1 to 2 days or 3 days, whereas an ad from Facebook will convert over time. And that's something people don't realize, is that you can't just spend $50 a day and get $100 of advertising. You almost have to spend the $50 a day for like 2 weeks before you really start seeing a return.
Exactly. That's actually a good time frame, especially with like 2 weeks. Google 5 days, because of course you're gonna be getting sales. There's no way you're not gonna be in sales unless you're doing something completely wrong. But also you want to take us what I said earlier about the app reconvert, SMS, because once you incorporate all that, that's when you really can scale your brand. Because like we talked about earlier about people just banking on the first purchase, so that's why you want to incorporate. So you want to incorporate subscriptions, right? You want to do some subscriptions bundles. You want to do product. You want to do just bundles in general, because like on that brand right there, I use Pagefly to design overall a section where I call it the 3 bundles. They got, like, let's say 1 bottle for the normal price, then you got 2 bottles, and you can do like a 10% off, then you got like a 3% off or a 20% off. And then also the thing also is also at that same time.
Hey, Roderick, I don't want to mean to cut you off, but your internet is getting really bad, and it's almost like I feel bad because you're giving this great information and no one can make sense of it. So if you could just repeat that again.
Okay, what's your, like? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're better now.
Okay. Okay. So, like I said, you want to be increasing your average order value, right? So, like I said, with the app Pagefly, you can also customize it. So how like normal just Shopify product pages have, they like an add to cart, and some people might have the little quantity section, but it may be like a drop down. But with this, you can customize it to have it for like the 3 boxes, right? So kind of like how Infinite Age has theirs, but it's gonna be right below like the little product description, right? And then, like I said, you want to have the 3 boxes. So let's say if you're selling Seamoss gummies, you have 1 bottle for your normal price. Then the second box can be bundled up by 2 for this amount off. Then the third one can be by 3 for this amount off. and then you also want to incorporate some subscription, right? Because that definitely will help with your LTV, and you can do the same thing with the subscription with the bundle. And all these things helps increase AOV. That's the key thing y'all want to take away is increasing AOV. Because if you like, let's just say if you got a $10 product, I mean, any advertising platform is not going to work unless if your AOV only $10. But there's ways that you can make that revenue go up. As far as like I said, incorporating bundles, email marketing, SMS, post purchase upselling them the same product.
AOV stands for
average order value, right? Your average order value. Yeah.
That's huge, because you know what I mean. If you can increase your average order value, every conversion that comes increases your sales exponentially.
Exactly. Yeah. And then you don't have to really worry about your cost per acquisition too much, which is your cost per purchase, because if you know how much a customer is worth to you, so you can actually outspend some of your competitors, because like, hey, this customer isn't just worth $25. This customer is worth $60, because they stay on a subscription for 3 months, and my subscription is $20, right?
And then you spend more money to actually acquire those people, which allows you to acquire more people, which increases your return on your orders and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Huge. Awesome. Hey, Nita, did you have any questions to ask Roderick? I know you're furiously taking notes. It's like, you running out of paper yet, or what?
No, I got a whole big thick notebook.
Yes.
Look, well, let me this way. I got a notebook. No.
Yeah.
I'm just taking it all in, and I know my questions will probably come way after he's gone.
Yeah.
Cool. Hey, G. Allen, did you have any questions you wanted to ask him? Because I got some people on Instagram that are joining us. I know he's been chill. Is he still there? I know he was sitting there listening for a while. And... Are you there, G?
I'm here.
He's driving. Yeah. I think he whatchamacallit. I know he definitely. Yeah, he's there to talk about, because I put a subject on dealing with haters and the hate, and just how people are, need to kind of like focus on themselves and not on what other people are doing. It's
exactly, man. Crab in the barrel mentality, man. You have to get away from people, especially when you start your business. We already know how people not gonna believe in you, your family, right. Maybe your girlfriend or boyfriend might not believe in you, but you gotta believe in yourself. Because you're doing something that's out of the norm. Is everybody used to just, going to college, going to work, coming home, watching Netflix, going to sleep, and repeating that. And you trying to do something different. So you gotta be able to persevere.
Bro, the amount of people that thought I was crazy when I was doing this stuff, it is. Wow. Yeah, so many people are like, "What? You're buying all this stuff?" My mom would call me every day, like losing her mind. Like, "How did you sell it yet?" I'm like, "No, Mom. It takes time to sell this stuff. I got a lot.
It takes time.
Yeah. No, you need to sell it. You bought all this semen. How much did that cost? What are you doing? What about real estate?"
Yeah, real estate. Yeah.
He said he's having some he's on Instagram. He said he's coming back, but he's having some technical difficulties, but he's coming back.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
okay.
I know he wants to talk about that, and I want to give him a chance, because like he kind of I don't want to speak for him, but I know he expressed to me his displeasure to how things were going in the group, and I agree with him. And not only that, but I experienced it in other platforms, like in other areas where I'm just like, wow, like people are really saying this shit to me. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck? Like, some of them had to be nice because they're buying Seamoss from me. But in the back of my mind, I'm just like, whoa, like, how do I tell this person that, you don't need to have that scarcity mindset? You know what I mean?
You got to invest in yourself, yeah.
Yeah, the official food therapist asks, do you drop ship or white label? Yes, I do both. I'll drop ship and I'll white label. I also do co-packing. So what I'll do is... just want to see if I have a package nearby here. I don't. But I will package, like, you send me your packaging and we'll work out a deal where I'll package and put in Seamoss. And there's also Ricky that's on the conversation, and he's on Clubhouse. he does that too in the States. He also expands in the pills, like capsules, and what else does he do? Ricky, are you there? What else do you do besides that? You do the powders, and then he does raw powders, freeze dried powder, the capsules, and then I forget what else. There's other stuff, but I can't remember. I don't know. I think he's here, but he's probably like in the middle of grinding something or doing something to put it together.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. So that was to answer your question. The official food therapist. Yes, we do that, and just reach out to me for more information. And let me bring Mr. O here because he just joined us on Clubhouse. So yeah, where were we? We kind of got off track there for a bit, I think.
We were just talking about, haters. Yeah, haters.
Yeah. But let's get back to more of the marketing, because I feel like one of the things that I noticed is that everybody's kind of like, okay, Transformation Factory did this and that. Like, how do we do that? How do we get to where he is? You know what I mean? And one of the things he did was have marketing people, you know what I mean, help scale their business and sort of develop their client base. And so, he didn't do he did a lot of the work himself in the beginning, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Eventually he had to hand it over. And so this is where I say you need to know what you're doing in the beginning, but eventually you got to be able to give that up and pass it to someone that's ambitious enough to go and knows what they're doing to kind of seek that audience out. Because it really comes down to, I believe at least, knowing and understanding how to develop proper audiences online. And that takes a little bit of a technical skill and experience to do that efficiently. Anybody can do it, I think, but to do it effectively and efficiently, you need to have experience. You almost need to be focused on only that,
And YouTube is your best friend. Yeah.
Yes.
YouTube, yeah. Everything on YouTube.
That's true.
It's funny you bring that up because that's literally all I watch is YouTube. I don't watch cable. I remember when the transformation was on TV, I couldn't watch it live because I had no cable, nothing. I only have a large internet feed into my house, and then we watch everything streaming. And then I don't even watch TV. Like my wife watches it, but I don't. I hate watching TV. Disgusts me.
Really, I don't really like to watch TV either.
Yeah, it's because here's the thing. Once you understand it, and I know once I acknowledge it, it doesn't really have the effect on me. But the TV is really designed to entrap you and waste your productivity. They're there to sell you shit. That's
exactly. Infomercials.
It's one big giant advertising box, and they keep you glued to that for that purpose. And so for me, the only time I really watch TV is one, if I want to make myself laugh. Or two, I want. That's the only time I watch TV, like regular TV, is if I want to laugh at something, and that's usually because I'm stressed and I'm pissed or whatever, and I just want to be happy. You know what I mean? But other than that, I go, which I think is like the complete opposite of all the rest of the people in my family. So I usually am like stuck to like a corner where I'm just on my laptop watching YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm like such the outcast in my family.
Oh yeah, another thing though, just in general, like whatever you're selling, whether you're selling Seamoss, anything else, this all applies. What you want to do is look at your top competitors and just kind of like see what they're doing and kind of just like mimic them. Like, I mean, don't copy word for word, but like if they landing page is structured a certain way, make sure you structure your landing page like that, because they spent all this money, all this market research, and they know what gets people to buy. So, I think what's the saying called? Good artists copy, great artists steal, or something like that. I mean, that's the good saying. Yeah.
But I have to say this though. You have to be careful about how you go about doing it, because I've noticed something that's happened recently with Transformation Factory where he's kind of blown up and everybody's kind of jumping on the bandwagon. And so if you search Transformation Factory, you'll have all these ads where they're like, come to our factory and, feel the transformation of Seamoth. So they take the word, but they spin it around. I mean, that's okay. But there was a couple of them where it was like blatant outright, where they were kind of like, if you weren't aware of what you were clicking, you would click that thinking you were going to the Transformation Factory, and it's really taking, like, that's deceptive. And so there's one thing to steal ideas and mimic stuff, but I just want to make it clear you don't want to be like it's not only deceptive, but it's corny. You know what I mean? Because I feel like you don't have enough skills to create. Like it's one thing to have your own idea, but to be able to create and put your own spin on it, I feel is another. Do you know what I mean? Like you want to take that person's idea and don't bite it, but innovate it.
Right.
Yeah, like if you see their ad, just see the language that they're using, like see the kind of things that they mention. Like, are they saying organic Seamoss? Are they saying, wildcraft? Like stuff like little things like that you might want to implement in your ad to overall better help increase your click-through rate, right?
Yeah, those are what we call triggers.
Yeah, triggers that.
Yeah, so or at least I'm old school. When I was younger, my uncle gave me this book that gave me like the insight of how to sell, and so it's the basis of what and it's to the point where because I learned it when I was maybe 13 or so. Read this book 13, 14 was one of my first jobs, and it has such an impact on me that it's almost like everything I do follows that. And so one of the things they teach in the book is that you need to listen to understand what these people's pain points or trigger points, what are the points that make them say, okay, I need that. You know what I mean? And in the case of advertising, you need to show, okay, this reduces weight, or this does this, and this does that. And you need to find the people that are interested in knowing that stuff and target it to them. You don't want to target a weight loss pill to a guy that's already in fitness and he's working out and he doesn't need to.
Exactly. You want to know your target market and you want to know where they're at. Like you said, you don't want to be targeting people that's like selling, like you said, if somebody's in the gym and you got a weight loss product, you don't want to be selling it to them because they're already fit.
Yeah, and so knowing the pain points or the trigger points of your product, I feel is important because it helps the basis or base the whatchamacallit, the how you set up your target audiences and how you develop your marketing and ads towards them. And so that's another thing that I just came in my question. Do you do the ads too? Like, do you do the ad creation, or do you just manage the actual ad spend and the campaigns?
Yeah, I just kind of manage the ad spend and campaigns, but I do write like the ad copy. So like I said, my only job that I ask my clients is that they bring me content as far as like UGC content. Like, and also it's a little tip here. That's that's the kind of content you want to be mainly using because that's what converts on Facebook, TikTok, even with Google ain't so much about video. Even though you do got YouTube, but like I wouldn't recommend just running a strict YouTube ad for e-commerce because from my experience, it's just gonna cost way too much. It's gonna be crazy. But so that's more on like as far as on the social side, right? Social is like TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Those are like social channels, right? In the industry, we call it the social, and then it's direct, and direct is like more of Google, right? It's pretty much Google. PPC, Google is like Google, and then there's a Bing. Yeah, that's all. That's the only PPC I believe. I think it's out of my head, but yeah, I mainly use Google though.
Cool. The question you talked about you use an acronym to describe the content. What was that acronym?
UGC. Oh, user generated content. That's what it's called. User. So basically, if you selling water bottles, and there's another app. It's called because you can actually pay to have people do it. It's called Bilio, I believe. It's like BI, or is it BILO, or is it BLI? It's but if you Google it, you can see it. It's called like Bilio UGC. And you can get cheap content made. Like people actually create content for you. All you gotta do is send a product, and like it's just basically have somebody like say, "Hey, my name is Roderick. This water bottle helps me, with my immune system." Of course, it's gonna be a lot better than that, but just generally speaking, that's what you want to have.
I'm looking it up. What did you call it? Vilio or Villa?
Bilio is I think it's BILO. Like just type in Bilio user generated content.
Or it's BILO, right?
BILO, yeah.
Yeah. I think
it should pop up like because even if you just type in user generate like ads user generated content, they're gonna have an ad right there. You see it?
Yeah. Let's share this. Yeah. This is you can create videos starting at $50.
Yeah.
Like,
UGC content, yeah.
yeah, that to me, it's like, but I think one of the things that you've given me an idea, and one of the things I'm going to try and do is see, like, how can I offer free product to my clients, and in exchange for these sort of user generated videos. You know what I mean? And maybe I'll do like some funny contest or something on where, you know what I mean? I'll like, who can make the funniest testimonial or something.
Yeah. And that's another avenue you can do for your marketing, like with ads, whether it's Facebook or Google. Like you can create a separate audience list that people that purchase, and you can have like a way where like, hey, you can get 10% off your next order if you drop us a video explaining how this product helped you. Like you can do something. I remember it was a huge brand a couple years ago. I seen that was doing that as far as on that the ads library, and it makes sense though. You know, you just kind of that's how you get UGC content.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is a great app though. You can get UGC content made. All you got to do is just send them the product, and people can people make the content. And you can also tell them what you if you got a script in mind, you can tell them exactly what to say.
Nice.
He has a lot of great information. I like this.
Yeah.
This is one of the things I've been talking about as far as like us working together. This is what we do. Like in order for all of us to achieve and get to where we're going, we have to work together. And like I really like this young brother. You know, it's like that each one teach one. He's teaching you something to better yourself, and you can take what you're getting from him to better someone else.
Mm-hmm.
I really like this. I love it. As a matter of fact, I love it.
Yeah, and what I want to show or explain to people is that when you give this kind of information, when you do this, what I would call service, it returns to you in so many different ways, and it's always never in this, like, you're never really going to get something mind-blowing out of this event, right? You'll walk away from the event and go, whatever, but it's the culmination of all these deeds that you're doing, all this giving that you're giving, that will leave you open or allow you to generate this kind of vacuum that draws the stuff that you really want. Like, if you want to accelerate and manifest things quicker, you need to give. Look at every time they talk about like motivation or any kind of self-help, there's a component where they talk about giving, and part of that is because it's a law from God that you need to give in order to receive.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
you're right. You're totally right. You know, like, and I know I've been posting in the group about my recipes and whatnot. So what I've actually started now is I'm still offering my recipes and instructions and stuff, but I've also made a chat. So within this chat group, when you come inside the chat group, after you purchase like the instructions and recipes and whatnot, I start giving away, once you get in the chat group, that's when I start giving away free information. There is so much content that has been given away in this chat group, it is ridiculous. So me and a few other people, we have decided that we're going to actually think about making it a secret group. Like you go to get in there by invitation, like after you purchase the instructions, the recipes and stuff.
You should.
That's right.
And that's what we're gonna do. And one thing I wanted to ask you, could I advertise it on your platform? I don't want to step on your toes.
No. Yeah, of course. But even still, that's what I created the platform for, is for everybody to advertise and promote. And honestly, I don't care if people try to like siphon the people off to them. As long as they're doing it for a good purpose, then all the best for them. If they're doing it for a negative purpose, yeah, all the best for them too. I think they'll get their just desserts without. The one thing I've learned in life, right? Like, one thing God has taught me is just watch. People that fuck with me, I just watch them. I don't even do nothing. I laugh and then God will send me a messenger. Someone will come and say, "Oh, look, this is what this person's happened to this is," and I just kind of like, "Thank you, God."
Yeah.
I'm not the type of person. I don't call no names or nothing.
Yeah.
But there's certain people that's in that group that have been coming. It's gonna look like, okay, what they don't know is I'm trying to help you. I mean, I've been in their inbox trying to help them, whatnot. Then I get screenshots and they're showing me, okay, this is what this person's going through. I'm looking like, see, they should have took them out. You can't force anyone to do anything. I mean, they will eventually see
Yep.
what they're losing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like so many people, like in this chat group that I made, there was like, I love this chat that you made. There was like, I've learned so many things. Like, it's this one lady, she said, I have about 20 recipes now. I can go ahead and start making these drink stuff. It's like, I'm building a platform off of your platform, which was a blessing, to help everybody else. And the people are seeing this stuff now.
Yeah.
You know, haters gonna hate.
Yeah.
And that's what it is.
And I think you should keep that like rule where in order to get into the group, you need to pay this because it kicks all the shitheads out. Excuse my language, but all the guys that are coming to come and say this and this, because real talk, if you can't, so 20 recipes for $75, you're basically paying $4 a recipe. Like ridiculous. And I was talking to a guy who was coming to my warehouse tonight and earlier today, and he was like getting into these products, and I'm like, oh, you're gonna get into drinks, and I'm like, he's like, yeah, and I'm like, have you done the lemonades yet? He's like, well, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, well, do you have this thing? And so I showed him what you have, and I'm like, bro, look at all these lemonades. There's like 20 of them, like boom, boom, and there's some teas too, and there's pots and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I think you should even like do a video of you doing them and showing that and offer that free for maybe twice or three times the price, because it's like, okay, here's the recipe book. You can get the book if you want, but look, if you want to see me do it, then boom, bam, let's do it. Like, you know what I mean?
Right. I mean, it's like I get so excited. You know, I'm the type of person. I think I spoke about my spirituality.
Mm-hmm.
Ever since I was young, I knew that I was going to be. I knew I was put on this earth to help. And I tell people that I'm a prophet. And a prophet's job is to build. A prophet's job is to establish somebody's foundation. So that's what I'm helping these people do. I'm helping you establish your foundation. You could build your business on these drinks. You could take all the information that I'm giving you, and this is what I tell people. All the information that I give you, you put your own twist on it. You just don't have to use everything that I use. You can use sugar. You can use agave. You can use maple syrup, whatever you want to use in your stuff. Boil your herbs. I tell people how to render their herbs. A lot of people don't know how to render their herbs. When you're rendering your herbs, you have to boil. A lot of people don't know that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people that are in the Seamoss group, your Seamoss group, they don't know how to make gels. I'm telling these people, okay, you can put this in your gel. You can put that in your gel. You know, a lot of people, a lot of people are clueless. I learn from people every day. I love it. It has to be a togetherness. Like I said, the haters gonna hate. They can do whatever. But we don't like the comment on people's pages. Like, you can keep that stuff to yourself. If you don't have nothing nice to say, just keep on moving. I mean, why sit out here, put something out here? Because really, John, to tell the truth, when you putting this stuff out here on these people's pages, you're making yourself look crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people just don't know that. You're really making yourself look dumb. Like I said before, I came into the group. I looked at it for a little while. I was like, you know, I'm about to start posting this, that, and other. I noticed that when I started posting my drinks and stuff, it kind of changed the dynamic of the group. More people started posting this, that, and other, and I loved it. Post your stuff. It's your brand. It's your brand. Put it out there. Somebody gonna see it. Everybody ain't gonna like it, but who cares? So, I mean, do you. Get you out there. Get your business. Get your business up. Get all the help you can. I mean, just like this young man was saying, you paying for advertising. This lady, remember that lady said, oh, it's free. Nothing's free. Just like I said, you sitting here, you thinking that stuff is free. Why do you get these spam calls on your phone? You know that cookies button that you have to press? It ain't free. You press that cookies button, that's when stuff starts coming to your phone. Everything ain't free. It's not free. Even the ad that we breathe, you paying some kind of cost to breathe. Some kind of cost. Everything is for sale. I mean, you have to get out there. You have to know how to utilize the things that you buy. And take it from there. You have to make it your own. From what you bought, make it your own. Don't hate on the next man because they came out with it before you did. You had the opportunity to.
Yeah.
So this one lady, she told me, she was like, I should have started selling mine. I said, well, yeah, ma'am, you should have. I mean, that's what you should have done. Like, if you have an idea, go ahead and put your idea out there. And I tell people a lot of times, stop second guessing yourself. When you second guess yourself, you're going to be wrong. You second guess yourself. Just go with your main instinct. We have to step out on things. When I came into your group, I started posting my stuff, whatnot. I stepped out on things. That was faith. I stepped out on it. I love it. I love it. I love the platform that you have. I love what you're doing for the people.
Thank you.
Nita right there on the other end. Me and her, we've discussed some things. That's a sister right there. She's in Virginia. She got family down here in South Carolina. I plan on meeting her next month sometimes. I'm about to put her on to something.
Yeah.
Same shop. I'm about to put her on to some things. Yeah.
Well,
I love helping my people.
Yeah, she was looking out for you, making sure you got online when you were having trouble. She was messaging you in the back channel saying, "Hey, he can't get on. Help me. What can we do?" And that's what we got to do is support each other to, like, you know what I mean? Like, if one guy falls down, pick him up, man, and let's run. Let's all run, because we can create a huge movement with this and really take over. You know what I mean? But we spend a lot of wasted time fighting with each other and not leaning on each other. And you know what I mean? Like, even to some of the times, like, people will be like, "Oh, I'm not going to hire, Roderick to do my work. I'll do it myself." And then, but it's like, okay, now you're tying yourself up. This is actually a problem that I'm dealing with, because my brother keeps calling me every day, and he's like, "Bro, like, get out of that fucking warehouse. Why are you there every day? You should be cultivating your business. You should be calling people every day. You're boxing boxes and stuff like that. Like, are you crazy?"
Yeah,
I'm so cheap. And trust me, I've had a couple of people come in here and I'm watching them work, and it just drives me crazy, because they're not working like I would be working if someone was paying me to work. You know what I mean? And it's like, come on, guy. Like, what do I got to, like? And I don't like being that slave driver. Like, get to work, get to work, get to. You're not working fast. But it's like, come on, bro. Like, how many breaks do you need? Like, what the fuck? Do it. Now, maybe it's part my fault that I'm hiring my cousin. I gotta look her up, make sure she's not.
yeah.
My cousin's like a ninja. He loves popping out of shit and be like, "Oh, hey, what's up?" So he's the kind of guy. Seriously, he's the kind of guy that would be like, I'd start talking about him, and he'll walk out and be like, "Oh, what did you just say about me?"
Yeah, man. I don't know. I remember someone when I first got into business, they was like, they said every day it's not going to be golden. This is an old lady, and she said, "I'm gonna tell you this as well." She said, "Once you start getting into business, she told me, she said, a businessman never rests." She never lied to me. Like, my wheels are always turning. Like, sometimes I'm up for like 24 hours trying to see, okay, what can I do with this herb, or how can I mix this, or how can I mix that? You know, a lot of people. It's crazy because a lot of people that come to me like that know me in the area, they're like, "Well, what can I take for this?" And I'll say, "Well, hold on, let me do some research on this stuff." You know, the stuff that I give away and stuff that people pay me for, it's like stuff that I have actually done. I've dug and done research on this stuff. I went to Johnson & Wales University. I studied culinary arts. I also studied herbs when I was at college. It's like I've dug for this. I mean, it's not easy. It's not easy. And like Don Johnson tell you, it was $50 first. Now it's $75. It's like, it's still cheap.
Yeah, totally. It is. And you know what? It's really what you put. Like, when I talk to people about pricing is perception. It's value and perception. It's how you let people perceive that value. Do you know what I mean? And so, how do I say it? If people don't see the value, then that's their problem.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's their loss, not yours. I mean, ideally, as a person selling, you want to be as good as you can at showing that perceived value. But at the same time, you have to accept the fact that not everybody's going to speak your language. Do you know what I mean? And that's okay. You know what I mean? And that's why I even said, like, in some ways, making the requirement of getting into your group is that you have to buy the lemonades almost acts like a filter to ensure that you're filtering out those who aren't really serious about taking the step and making, because it's like, if you're trying to do a business and you're not willing to put in $50 or $100 to kind of increase your product line, or up your even just to see what other people are doing, then you're never going to make it. Do you know what I mean? Like, sometimes I've spent $500-$600 on ads in a day. If I tell some people that I spend that, they're just like what? But trust me, you're never going to get to, like, multiple $1,000 sales in a day without spending that kind of money.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. I mean, in order to get something, you have to put something out. I know, like I've spent so much money into doing what I'm doing, but it's because this is what I wanted. This is my dream. This is what I dreamed about. And I tell a lot of people all the time, it's like, first you dream, and then you bring your dream to reality. If it's your dream, don't let anyone tell you what you can't do and what you're not going to do, because it's your dream. You are the only person that's going to stop yourself. No one else can stop you. You're stopping yourself. That's what a lot of these people don't know. You're stopping yourself.
Yeah.
Like, then people sit there and be like, okay, I'm going to wait. You sit there and wait. Life ain't promised. The only thing that God promised us was actually death.
That's a good point.
You sit there and wait 24 hours. That 24 hours might be gone.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah.
For real.
Every second counts. And that's the difference between those. What? Sorry, Roderick? Oh,
I said for real. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. So I was saying that's the difference to those that are really successful and those that are trying to be successful, is that the ones that are really successful are managing their time more effectively, so they get more done with the 24 hours that's given them. You know what I mean? If you're sitting around watching Netflix or doing something else, you're not operating at your best and highest use. You know what I mean? And you can't expect God to give the blessings that you're entitled to, because you're not showing your worth. You know what I mean? You're not showing you deserve it. One thing I've learned in this life is that the universe will give you things when you're ready for them. You know what I mean? And they will test you before you're ready to get them. So I've always been mindful when I'm being tested and saying, okay, what do I got to do to, you know what I mean? Punch through this sort of test and sort of, and there's times where I failed the test. Do you know what I mean? I could tell when I failed it. You know what I mean? Because shit just changes drastically. You know what I mean? And then sometimes I have to scramble back to try and see if I could fix whatever stupid thing I did to put it on that track, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And then I got to remember that mistake that I made and try to learn from it. And then, within a certain amount I can't say it a certain time, but it does happen where I can feel that I'm being tested again for this thing. And then it's like, okay, I'm not failing this test again. You know what I mean?
Right.
So.
Right. I'm going to tell you what was a highlight for me. Your friend that was on Shark Tank.
Yes.
I put that post up in that group. And I know it was said in the group one time, you shouldn't mix acidic fruit with Seamoss. I'm looking like you can do whatever you want to do with it. Then comes this man on Shark Tank, lo and behold, he has fruit mixed in with his Seamoss. I congratulate that man, because what a lot of people don't know is that this man has actually paved the road for us.
Yes.
He has actually paved the road for a lot of us. And when he came up on that post, he said, y'all like, man, I'm seen. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I was really ecstatic about that. Like, I really felt good. I really felt good about that. Because, just how, like, you sit there, you applaud everyone else that is making it until you get to your chance. Clap for that next man while they're up there on that pedestal. You're going to have your time. Don't hate them. You're going to have your time. Your time is coming. It's just not your time right now. But congratulate that next. You congratulate that one, because while you congratulate that one, you bring more blessings onto yourself as well.
Yes. Sure. And this is one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about, this hater is going to hate and this and this and that, because one of the things that really fucking I don't know, angered me, pissed me off, whatever, was the amount of people that kind of came to me, and there was more than one, where they were kind of like, "Oh my God, did you see how much he's selling that Seamoth for? Oh, it's $8 for thing. Oh, I sold mine for this much." And I didn't say anything to them, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, "Well, where the fuck is your shit?"
For real.
I don't see your shit on Seamoss. I mean, on Shark's Tank. I don't see you doing 500,000 sales. What does that say about you? Do you know what I mean? Like, if this guy can make it and he's selling the Seamoss, what does that really say about you? What the fuck are you guys doing? How are you really running your business? Do you know what I mean? You have the audacity.
It's crazy. They don't raise their prices. They want to spend money for nothing. Like, if you don't raise your prices, spend money, you're not serious about this. You're not serious about it.
No.
Like, if you're not willing to spend no money, you're not willing to raise your prices, find you something else to do, because this ain't important.
And that's okay. Listen, you want to do this as a side business, you want to do it as a side hustle, then that's fine. That's your business. You want to make an extra $500 a week? I'm happy for you. Do that and mind your business. Let the guys that really want to make money go make money and be happy. Like, at the end of the day, we need to be focusing on what makes us happy. That's all that matters.
Right.
Really, at the end of the day, that's all fucking matters. None of all this fame and notoriety and shit. If you're not happy doing it, it doesn't matter. Some people are happy doing that shit. Some people aren't.
Everybody's doing this for their own reason. Their own reason. Some people are doing it kind of like sort of as a hobby, and of course, everybody in my mind, now I could be wrong, everybody in my mind that's doing this is trying to help people. They want people to get healthy. Bottom line. Some people give it away. I've done that. You know, but at the end of the day, I gotta spend money to give it away. You know, but everybody's not going to stay on the same path. Some people want to just go the straight alkaline way. That's fine, but it doesn't mean that a person is giving something, making something that's aid for other people to do it. It doesn't make it wrong. You chose your path. Look, this person's going to take their path, and that's it. That's the issue with values and everything, and they don't realize they actually are hating by belittling the person that's doing something different. Okay, I tie my shoes different than you, and so it's like, okay, but doesn't mean it's wrong. No, it's getting tied though. That's the whole point. And so that's that. I mean, I try to talk to some people like, listen, when the first person, other than God, but the first person who planted or created the lemon tree for lemons, did they know we was gonna be making lemonade? No. You know what I'm saying? So people are doing it their way to get to the people how they see fit for them. Do they make money doing it? Yeah, okay. You gotta spend money to do it anyway.
Yeah.
So you might as well get your money back. Everybody's on different paths with this. If you want to do it and you just want to, however you want to do it, that's just however you want to do it, you do it. If you want to give it out with a food, anything, that's everybody have their own path of how they do this. But at the end of the day, in the beginning of the day, everyone's intentions was to help people.
Agreed.
So there's no need to belittle someone who's doing it differently than you. I don't see the benefit of it.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good.
Yeah, and I feel like if there's something you really, that you don't like or whatever, go speak to them in private. Be sure about it. Go and say, hey, this is what I think or whatever, and have a discussion. You don't need to kind of put them on blast on Facebook. Like you said, now here, I say one cleave it on this, okay? I have to put one asterisk example. When it comes to the Seamoss on the rocks and all that, I reserve the right to troll everybody possible. That's the only thing I hate people on. That's the only thing I come out and shit people on. And to be honest, there's a reason why I do it. It's because I know there's so many people that talk to me and they know the truth and they're like, shit, Julien, what the fuck? Like, these guys are saying this stuff. And in some ways, my partner is always saying, why do you always have to play the hero? But I do feel like I'm trying to be the hero in the sense where I need to speak out and say what is true and kind of correct. Like, it's like I'm trying to influence the truth. And I feel like, I was thinking about this on the way over here, I think I've done a pretty good job in the last couple of years, whereas 2 years ago, I was like the only person saying that Seamoss can't get the nutrients off the rock. Now, people are doing their research and they're learning for themselves and they're seeing what the truth is. And I feel like we're getting to the point where it's going to be that tipping point where it's almost like no one can come out and talk about 92 minerals anymore because too many people know the truth and you're going to look like a liar when you're saying that stuff. So,
I've stopped saying 92 minerals. Like, when I advertised it, I said it has a lot of minerals. That's what I said. It has a lot of
loaded. Loaded and packed.
It's because what you thought, even when I first came to the group, me and you were going back and forth.
Yep.
I was like, me and this man going back and forth. It was like the very next day, y'all, I went back to him. I was like, man, let me tell you, I apologize. And, we've been cool since then, we had no problems. Like, whenever, as a matter of fact, y'all, when I have a problem, I'm not going to lie to you. I'll go to my man, look, can you check this out? Can you do this? And this man has backed me up man. I'm telling you, this man got your back. If he knows that you're doing something positive, he got your back.
Well, I always support the truth. Do you know what I mean? And when I see someone being truthful and honest, now if you're being shady and I think you are, I'm not going to support you. I'm going to call you out and say, well, this is what I think is the truth. Do you know what I mean? And I saw what you're doing. I've been in that shoes, so I know what it's like. You know what I mean? And yeah, like that's if I know what it's like. Because for instance, that customer thing, bro, right? What the fuck? Seriously, like. Who the hell opens a package and sees something damaged and looks questionable and says, I wonder what this tastes like?
First of all, you things are appealing to you with your eyes, first of all.
Yeah.
Then it's your palate. If it's not appealing to me with my eyes, I'll be damned if I put it in my mouth.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I've run enough businesses where I've dealt with people when they're writing reviews, so I can look at a review and I can tell if it's real or fake just by the way the language is and how the person's writing. Or I can tell if that person had a problem with the guy and they didn't resolve the problem, and so now they're trying to take it out on them. You know what I mean? There's certain things that they'll call out and point out that you're just like, oh, okay, that didn't really happen. That's an embellishment. You know what I mean? And so right away I saw the fact that she drunk the stuff and she knew it wasn't like you open it, it wasn't cold packed, it wasn't this or whatever you didn't like, but you still took it anyways.
And you know what? I'm gonna tell you this, like, I don't like to call people out, but since we started talking about this, like when I started putting my drinks and whatnot in the group, that was the first person that inboxed me. She was like, bam, this person sent me this, that, yada, yada, yada. I didn't know nobody in the group then. Yeah. As of then, I really didn't know. I really did not know the people in the group. So what happened was, I'm sitting there. Sorry, my cousin knocking on the door. I'm sitting there. I'm looking like, okay, who's she talking about? So then, like, as I started getting the group, I'm sitting there looking like, okay, this is a little shady. I don't want to be involved in any of this. But she's like, well, how should he put it in his pack? How should he have done this? Everybody does their stuff in a different way. Just like you said with the cost of stuff. People ask me, well, how much you charge? I can charge what I want to charge, and that's because of where I'm from. I sell mostly from where I'm from. Like, your prices are going to come from where you're from. Like, if you're in New York, like upstate, like up north, you're going to charge more than what I'm charging downtown. Yeah. Things are cheaper here than they are up top. That's what I would say. That's how you do your pricing. You base your pricing up to someone else's pricing. Okay?
That is true. Yeah.
Gas prices going up. Everything's going up. So yeah.
We're talking about that today too.
Seamoss is going up.
Seamoss is going up.
Yeah. Hey, Latora, you've been in the group for a while, and we've been all talking. So I don't know if I want to make sure if there's anything you want to say, we give you an option to speak. Is there anything you wanted to add to the conversation? Are you there, Latora?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm here. I just got in and was just listening, honestly, because I have a Seamoss business as well, so I was just listening in for pointers.
Okay, cool. Did you have any questions you wanted to ask Roderick at all about the Seamoss marketing and stuff like that?
I guess so. So pretty much, I guess my whole thing is what's the best way of going about doing marketing or whatever. So just a little background about me.
Okay.
I had my Seamoss business going on, 4 years now. And so I have launched so far I know of, the first Seamoss vending machine. And so far it's been doing fairly well, but I'm trying to see how I can go about, doing a little bit more marketing as far as business-wise, per se.
You said a Seamoss vending machine?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. So have you tried any marketing in the past? Like, only thing, like, as far as like online?
Really? Not really. Far as, well, I guess you could say I ran a couple of ads, but mostly my customers do a lot of that for me. They're pretty much like, I hate to say it, but my walkie-talkie billboards, because I get I got more customers from my previous customers than from social media. So
word of mouth.
I mean, honestly, because there's also different ways to market it, like besides, paid ads. There's there's Instagram influencers. You could also have because I know what you mentioned. So you said something about your customers kind of refer you. You can kind of have like an affiliate program, and you can give them a percentage type of deal if you get a lot of sales like that, and that can be incentivizing them to hey if you promote my product, if for every sale I give you 5%, 10%, anything like that.
That's a good thing that a lot of people I don't think are utilizing, because there are some people that are just like evangelists. Do you know what I mean? They just go out and spread the word of your business. And I always recommend people, you need to identify these people that are evangelists and you need to treat them well. In real estate.
Oh yeah, I make sure all my customers are treated fairly well.
Oh no, that's fine. But the ones that are the evangelists, the ones that are calling you and saying, "Hey, I got my sister calling you," or or someone that calls you and says, "Hey, so and so told me about your thing," because I get that a lot, right? And in real estate, it happens. And so I have a few of these clients where they don't even buy houses often, but every year they send me 2 or 3 leads of people that are buying houses, and hell yeah, I give them a gift every year. And they know that gift is in response to the fact that they're sending me this business. And for some of them, they're working for it. Some of them get, I'll send them a $500 check or whatever after they send me a deal. Fuck, some of these deals are like worth $30,000. Hell yeah, I'm giving you money.
Yeah, definitely.
That's it.
Yeah. So, what were we talking about? I got lost there.
It's about the way. So yeah, I would just mainly just do that, because on a marketing side, because you said an actual Seamoss vending machine, I never heard of that one before.
I have an actual Seamoss vending machine.
Yeah.
Are you, Latour? Are you in G. Allen's chat group?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Let me tell you, she is the one that said she has about 20 recipes from coming into my group. This lady right here, her wheels are turning. I'm telling you.
Well, if she's willing to go and take the risk and get a Seamoss vending machine, I think that's a great idea. And I think a lot of it will come down to your location. Do you know what I mean? And your ability to drive people to that location.
Yeah.
And you want to.
So
go ahead.
The crazy thing about it is when I first launched it, it actually did better than I expected it to. Because still, like you say, a lot of people still don't know about Seamoss. But in my town, once something new here, everybody flops to it. But I have been requested to put it in other different places as well. So I'm looking to expand it, but also it's just been trying to diverse it a little bit more. So I'm gonna end up taking out a roll of Seamoss and putting Seamoss juice in there, and I done networking with a couple of estheticians, and they then kind of got with and kind of made facial masks and all kind of different things. So pretty much trying to hit it all over.
Cool.
Okay,
yeah. So Motor City Mossman says, good idea. We were talking about that last year. He already has coolers in restaurants. So he puts the coolers in restaurants with drinks and stuff.
Wow.
I want to tell y'all something else too. If what I did, I had a friend that referred me to a black-owned business that's in a small city. She told me, she was like, I think your product will sell in the store. So what I did was, I met with the lady. I asked her, could I put my products in her store? So with me saying that is, y'all don't be afraid to stick your neck out there and ask for something. You're only going to get one or two answers. It's either going to be a yes or it's going to be a no. Don't be afraid. Because if you're afraid to do something, you'll never get anywhere. Yep. You'll never get anywhere. Get out there. You got to push this stuff.
Well,
you got to push it.
Yeah. The longer you wait for that no, the more you're paralyzed in that position. Because as soon as you hear no, it's like, you know what I mean? Okay, move on. Next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put put yourself out there. I mean, dig your feet in. If you're about this, if this is what you want to do, there's nothing that can stop you. There is nothing that can stop you but yourself. Nothing. I'll preach this until I'm blue in the face. You are the only one that can stop yourself. You're the only one.
You know, it's funny when I talked to Alexio, right? And like he was talking about like all this, like the people being competitive and stuff. He straight up said it. Listen, I don't even pay attention to all this stuff. I'm only in competition with myself. I'm looking at the numbers that I did yesterday and how do I improve those numbers? Do you know what I mean? How do I get to this next level? And that's the thing. When you turn out the noise and you stop focusing on everybody else and focus on yourself within yourself, you know what I mean? You see the power that you have with yourself that you can do these things. You know what I mean? It all comes down to the choices you're making. And if you're not getting what you want out of life, it's because you're not making the right choices. That's it. Full stop. And you got to look at the choices that you're making, and you got to think about what are the better choices. What are going to, most people don't even know what they want, and that's part of the problem.
True.
Do you know what I mean? Once they know what they want, then you can drive towards for it. Otherwise, you're just lost, and you're just, you know what I mean? You're. Oh, I think I want this. Oh, I think I want that. You don't know. You spend some time within yourself, like even if it's at night. Like the amount of times I sit at night on my back porch and I just think about what I want and what I like and what makes me happy, so that I'm constantly reminded of what it takes to get me to where I am. Because I know that when I'm happy and I'm at this certain sort of what I would call state of mind or frequency or whatever, that's when I'm the most productive. That's when I can literally move mountains and change shit. Do you know what I mean? That's when my thoughts really come to life. Do you know what I mean? And I've had that experience. Like at this point in my life, I'm extremely careful about what I think because I'm afraid that if I think anything bad shit's gonna happen to me.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's
You become what you think about. Yeah.
I'm scared, bro. I'm scared. Like it's hot. Yeah, Motor City Mossman says if you want it, you got to go in, don't play. Make a stamp and landmark for yourself. Yeah, there's a good book that I think everybody needs to read. It's called Think and Grow Rich.
Yes. Oh, that's a great book. Yeah, it's a great book.
That's when I first started 20 years ago in business. Yes.
Yeah. Think and Grow Rich is the blueprint for manifestation. And if you follow everything in that book, word for word, even writing the stuff down and everything like that, keeping the thing in your wallet or whatever, it will work. Last year, I set it to this intention that I was going to make this much money in commissions and real estate.
Yes.
And the whole year, I didn't think I was going to make it. And then all of a sudden, just before the deadline, boom, boom, all these sales coming in, and I made all the money that I wanted to make all year in the 3-month time. You know what I mean? And so you got to really believe in it and stuff. But hey, I got sorry, I forgot your name here. Chanel. Yeah. So I got Chanel on Instagram.
I wasn't prepared.
It's okay. You don't even have to show your camera if you don't want to. You can turn your camera off.
I have to send him that before I started. How did that happen?
As PJ said, head wrapped over here, and I had questions, and he's like, "Come on." I'm like,
So yeah, you had some questions about
I just had a quick question about, because I heard that you are in Toronto.
Yes. Scarborough.
And I was looking for a supplier, and I was looking for someone for herbs, and I'm having a really hard time finding suppliers in this city, like for Seamoss and for herbs. So when I heard that you're in Toronto, I was like, how do I get connected, and what do I need to do, and to kind of get the ball rolling?
Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
There is a.
In Toronto, yes.
Canada.
Okay. I'm not sure if it's how's the shipping from the United States to like.
It's
ridiculous. It's kind of shaky, or
it's not cheap. You know what I mean? But it's not great. It depends on what you're shipping and who you're shipping from, because depending on how they rate the invoice, you can pay a lot of duties and taxes. But sometimes some companies will write the invoices in a certain way that it kind of like gets cleared really quickly. So I guess it just depends. Like if you ship with UPS, it's going to be cheaper than if you ship with, say, FedEx. FedEx will charge you like a broker fee and stuff like that. And you'll have to add on all these, like, you know,
Okay.
So
I know this company that's here in South Carolina. I'm gonna have to look them up, but I usually go there. I go to the store myself because it's probably like 30 minutes from where I stay. But they have like all these herbs, like so many herbs. Like they have the bladder rag. They have all this dandelion, all this stuff in the store. And you can actually buy stuff off of their website, but I don't know how the shipping would be for you.
Okay.
You know, I can look that information up. I can actually leave out of the chat, look the information up and put it into the chat right now. Like,
oh, that'd be great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna look them up.
cool.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, you were saying that you had trouble looking for the herbs and a supplier, and then
Yeah, initially when I had started, because what I do is I specialize in doing like juices and stuff for like mental health and wellness, detox, that kind of thing.
oh cool.
And I had made a couple of connections. Like I'm new to the city to a degree, so I don't really know a lot of people. But I made a few connections in hopes of getting connected for like Seamoss and herbs. But then I feel like I was getting the runaround, and I haven't really found like a good supplier in terms of like, okay, someone that I can say, okay, this is going to be a steady amount of product, or like knowing that the quality of the product is good. Because I'll have one person on the other hand tell me, okay, well, purple Seamoss is the only Seamoss and it has to be this particular one instead of this one. And then somebody else is like, no, this one is not good. I'm like, okay, I just need one to start out with, and then I can build from there. I wanted to introduce teas into my line, but again, like the herbs, and it just became like a kerfuffle of like downward spiral, trying to figure out where I can get things from, because a lot of the stuff is either coming out of the States, and I'm not finding bulk places here where I can just go in and say, okay, like, can I buy like 10 pounds of bladderwrack or whatever it is. It's hard to find, right? Yeah. And then in order to find good quality Seamoss, I wasn't finding it. And then when I did find something, it was like an arm and a leg just to get going. So it was actually my mom that was like, you need to go follow this guy. I think he's in Toronto. I'm like, whenever I looked at him, I'm like, I don't think so. She's like, no, he is. You should go look. So she's like, he's on live right now. Go and ask. So I was like, okay. And then you're like, yeah, I am. So I'm like, oh, this is perfect, because I feel like I've been on a hamster wheel trying to figure out where I can get product from. And especially not being from here, it's been really hard to try to find that connection to get things done.
I'm probably the biggest importer of I'm probably definitely the biggest importer of St. Lucian Seamoss into Canada, and definitely in Toronto. I don't think anybody's bringing in as much Seamoss as I am that's selling it. Most people that are bringing in close to what I'm bringing in, they're usually keeping it for themselves. That's why you can't find it. Yeah,
that's what I've discovered. So if I wanted to, you said you do white label, right?
Yep. Yeah,
okay,
I do white label.
If I wanted to do that, do I just connect with you like off of here to figure out what the process looks like, or what's the best thing to do?
Yep. Call me afterwards. I can put my number in the chat right now so you can have it. But like, here's one of the companies that we package for. These are Elixir of the Sea, and they just send us the packaging, and we weigh it out and put it together, and then we ship it back to them. We also work with people that we ship to Amazon and stuff. So we'll do your fulfillment that way. Yeah. Okay. And we even have experience on how to get on Amazon and navigating with that, right? So I can help you in those areas. Yeah.
That would be great.
And we're getting into the herbs too. I have lots of herbs. Like I have, like, oh my gosh, the Soursop. Let me give me a second. I want to bring you guys the Soursop.
Okay.
Oh, like, I have not seen Soursop look this nice.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's a big bag of Soursop.
Wow.
So let me just find some gloves, because this stuff I have to resell. Some stuff, when you see me touching it with the gloves, I'm not selling.
You're cutting out a little bit.
Sorry. I was saying some stuff, when you see me touching it and I don't have gloves on, it's usually because I'm not planning on selling whatever that is. It's something for myself or something. So for this, I put on my surgical gloves.
Okay.
So let me find some nice leaves. Oh my gosh, the smell of this stuff. So the leaves are like really flat and like I don't know if you guys can see that.
Nice.
And then wrong camera angle. So this is like
Where is your Soursop coming from?
my backyard.
Oh, nice.
Well, I'm kidding. Some of it comes from my backyard, not all of it. But there's a guy we have in St. Lucia that hand picks this and then dries it. So we basically all our herbs that we sell are sourced by us. So no, it's not like we get it from some other company that we don't know what they're doing and stuff like that.
Right.
And so right now I have lemongrass, I have raspberry leaf, I have soursop, bay leaves, cinnamon, nutmeg.
You have damnia, you said?
Who?
Did you say you have damnia?
No, not damnia.
Oh, okay.
I wish.
I think maybe I was saying nutmeg. And amamu, right? I have that. Jelly root, or amamu is called jelly root. And then there's like lemongrass, Spanish needle.
Okay, yeah.
So do you sell West Indian bay leaf? So yes, if that's what you call sweet bay leaf, yes, and I'll get some of that. I have some really amazing sweet bay leaf.
Robert, I've seen you before. You sell Seamoss too?
For me?
Yes.
No, I don't sell.
No, but I've seen you. I was like, wait a minute, I'm familiar with his face. Okay.
Oh, you see me? Are you from? I'm from Michigan. Where you at?
No, I'm on the East Coast.
Oh, East Coast. Okay.
Now I'm thinking I seen you online somewhere. Maybe I was wrong.
Oh, you might have.
So
you might have seen me running the ad. You actually, because one of my clients, I ran an ad for them. Like it was me. I'm the one that did the review video for them. So you might have seen that, one of my clients.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
That's some of the.
Is that the one you're looking for?
What? This is the sweet bay leaf. If that. Yeah.
That's my mom that's asking the question.
Oh, so she's the official food therapist. Nice.
Yeah.
Smells so.
That's the one.
Yeah. So I actually have the male and the female. Apparently, there's some difference in it. I don't know. But that's it. Yeah. So also, Roderick ads on the group to tell people about the Facebook marketing and stuff like that. That's where maybe you've seen him post.
Yeah. Or you also could have seen that ad though that I ran, because that was, we scaled that up. So yeah, you could have seen me on Facebook or Instagram.
I did. I know. I said.
Hey.
I said, I paid close attention to certain things, and it had to be.
Yeah.
Okay. If it was an ad, I probably saw it. I guess.
For real, gotta save it. Where you at on the East Coast?
Virginia.
Oh, Virginia. Oh, yeah, Virginia.
Check this out. This is something very few people have. I don't know if you can see that or tell what it is.
Okay.
But it is bladderwrack from St. Lucia.
Oh, what is that?
Bladderwrack.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like.
Yeah, St. Lucian bladderwrack, which is very, very rare. Like this only grows in one small region on the island, and the guys that we get it from, it's only they won't even tell us where they find it. And so I think we got 100 pounds of it, and we had to wait 2 months to get it. That's how rare it is, because there's just not enough. Oh, I'm breaking up. Sorry, it's Wi-Fi. I think maybe it is, or just probably even the speaker. Sometimes these phones on these different devices, Is that better now?
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the microphone backs up. When I walk away, it doesn't pick it up well enough or something. Yeah, man. So what do you guys want to talk about now? Oh, Princess says here, do you all give lessons or classes on educating others? No, not really. But
Yeah.
what we do have is the Seamoss Buyers Club, and you can go on there, and lots of people are willing to help. G. Allen's on there, Ricky from Gold Seamoss, is there. Everybody, for the most part, the group is pretty helpful with each other. There's just a few of these sort of, I guess, I don't know, I don't want to call them undesirables, but just people that are just like, causing static. And so beyond that, everybody else is pretty cool, and we're all there to learn. That's for sure.
Oh, remember you mentioned the Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill.
Yes,
I read that book many years ago, and then and I was doing something really good, and of course I got sidetracked. Yes, life with that, but it's something that he has that I don't know if you have this, and it's this whole big workbook, The Law of Success.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh my gosh, you think the Think and Grow Rich? This here is like the encyclopedia.
Yeah.
Did you ever heard, Roderick? You ever heard of this?
I believe I read that like a couple years ago. Yeah. I like my favorite book is Rich Dad Poor Dad. That's my favorite book.
I love.
Yeah.
That was one of mine too. When he first wrote the book.
Yeah.
He came out with the game and all that other stuff.
But isn't Rich Dad Poor Dad really just a reversion of The Wealthy Barber?
Oh, I never heard of that book, but
same concept. It talks about compounding interest and how to save money and passive income and working for yourself. Letting money work for you instead of you working for the money. Because isn't that the essential about Rich Dad Poor Dad? Like one guy was doing this and he was rich, and the other guy was he wasn't like letting his money work for him. Yeah,
exactly.
But like all that stuff in the end doesn't totally mean anything if you're not applying those principles that you see in the Think and Grow Rich. Because in those principles, they're teaching you how to manifest desire or build desire for something. And I feel that desire is really sort of one of the key ingredients in making sure that you're successful, because you have to want it. You have to have a certain level of desire to force all your decisions, to get you out of bed all day, to make sure that you are completing certain tasks, to keep the consistency. Do you know what I mean? Like my desire and love for Seamoss and to get me where I'm going to go is what allows me, or what pushes me to make sure that I do these live streams every week. Do you know what I mean? Like there's times where I don't want to do them, but my desire to build my business tells me I have to do these things. Exactly. Do you know what I'm saying? And my desire to succeed at what I'm doing, and knowing that this is decided as a component of making that happen, then you know what I mean? And so, yeah.
You always got to think of the end goal. That's the key thing. Think of the end goal.
Exactly. The end goal
is every day, everything's not going to go as perfect every day. So that's why you got to always think of your end goal and see and know where you want to go in life, and just vision yourself of doing that. And then that can get you through through those bad days.
And sometimes you can't be afraid to put yourself in a position where there's no turning back.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a chapter in the book Think and Grow Rich where they talk about burning the ships behind you. And so in the story they talk about is these guys, they land on the beach and they're about to go and attack the people, and then the commander turns around and says, "Okay, burn all the ships." And he's like, "Hey, now you either sink, you know what I mean? We either win or we die.
Exactly.
What's more important to you? Do you want to die? Die. You want to win?" And so I did that in the ways where at a certain point I invested so much money into doing it, and I committed to saying I'm going to get to this level, and and that's where I'm putting the advertising money, and I'm putting these kind of things just because I'm committed to it. There's no turning back. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not afraid to put $20,000 into something because I know this is going, like, I'm looking at the long term. This is not like make money today to flip it.
Yeah.
Yeah. and the real money is made in the long game. Amazon lost money for over 10 years or something like that, 20 years before they made a profit. Now look what they're at.
Most companies do that, yeah. Like most big companies. I actually read. I mean, not read. I watched a YouTube about the Casper, the mattress company, and they've been losing money. They really haven't even made a profit, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because
Yeah, go ahead.
I was about to say because I said because most of those like big brands that that use venture capitalist money. I mean, they be feeling like. I think even Uber. I remember. I don't know if it's still to this day, but I think Uber ain't really haven't made a profit.
No.
Yeah.
No, they've just gained a lot of market share and they paid people and stuff like that. But in the end, I think they're taking a loss because they're spending so much money to acquire these new customers and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's important to do that, but you also got to be balanced because you can spend too much money and you can wipe yourself out. Do you know what I mean? And so you got to be mindful of you got to be committed, but you can't throw yourself over a cliff.
It's like spending like 10,000 to acquire one customer on any platform that you average. Like it's not gonna. You're definitely not. Your LTV is not a 10,000.
Yeah, it's got to be sustainable. Otherwise, you know what I mean? It's not going to work. But yeah.
Any questions in the chat?
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions for Roderick, especially? Because a lot of people have been saying, "Hey, you guys are giving out gold. Roger's giving out so many good, information and stuff like that." And so, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you guys have questions, come on and don't be afraid to unmute your mic and stuff like that. And you know what I mean? Otherwise, I can go back into my rant about the haters and how I don't, the haters. Because so G was on there, right? And he was gonna getting into it, and I know the whole time he was waiting to speak his mind because give you a little backstory about this guy. It's like, he comes in the group and, he was pretty mindful and respectful and stuff. And a lot of people kind of shit on him right away because they're all like, because he was pouring some Seamoss from a thing into the jar, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the stuff looked like it looked cloudy. It didn't look right, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was pouring water, right? Or what it would look like was water. And so people called him out on it. And I was kind of like, well, bro, it kind of looks like that. And it's like, well, no one asked me what it was. They just assumed, this is this and that. And he's like, I think it was like basically it was Seamoss water, Seamoss mixed with water and some lime juice or something. And that's why it came out that color. You know what I mean? And had you taken a few seconds to ask, who would have, you know what I mean? But the guy's been pretty cool and nice, and he takes the time to show his business, and then he's like, I want to sell this, like, hey, if you want to get on this, I'm doing well. Here's a way to buy into it. And right away, people are like, oh, you can get this shit on the internet for free. And I'm like, right in the comments, I'm like, right away, I was like, well, go there. Like, what are you doing?
Exactly.
Yeah, this isn't for you then. You know what I mean? But you don't why is it that in some ways we as Black people feel like we need to like warn people? Oh, don't go there. That's going to be bad. You're going to have a problem.
Yeah.
Don't buy his lemonades. It's a scam. You know what I mean? Like even one time, because I'm in a lot of different Black groups and organizations because I'm trying to lend my support. Because I'm committed. One of the things that I'm personally committed in my life is to do whatever I can to help Black people work together more. We are always sitting there saying, "Oh, why can't we work together? This and this and that." Because not enough are taking actual action to make that happen. And so I'm in these groups trying to form this kind of, let's all work together. This is why I created the Seamoss group. Let's all, you know what I mean? Well, honestly, in real talk, I created the Seamoss group because I got pissed because everybody was kicking me out of their groups because I kept going on about the Seamoss not getting the nutrients off the rock, and no one wanted to touch it, so they would kick me out. And I was like, well, you know what? If I have my own group and I'm the only admin, no one can kick me out.
Exactly.
And look how that God has blessed me in that. Look how big that group is. Do you know what I mean? And that's because, and I tell you, there's nothing I did extraordinary about that group. The only reason why the group is big is because I've created an open environment to let everybody do what they really are coming to these groups do. They're coming to the groups to network and share information and sell their products. And so when you create these groups like, this and this and that, and really only 5 people can sell in that product in that group, or only be like, I get for some of them where they're kind of like, they want to make sure that not anybody's spamming and stuff like that. But when you come to the group and you're like, hey, can I join the list? And they're like, no, we have enough people. It's like, fuck you.
For real. That's how I really need it.
I'm like, I'm gonna get my own group, you know what I mean? And so I don't know, I forgot where I was going with this, but I do that a lot at night. I ramble on and then I forget what I was talking about.
Yeah.
It's a long
But the key thing is just perseverance, man. Just ignore
the haters. Yeah,
ignore the haters. Everything's not a scam.
Oh, that was it. It was about showing people how to work with each other. Oh, and this was the story I wanted to tell, was that, so I'm in this one group where we're trying to organize Black people into real estate ventures. So we're trying to build like our own bank so that everybody can invest in money, and then we can go and invest in different products and stuff like that, right? And so I'm speaking to one. So there's this one guy that's sort of heading this up and organizing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so this one guy kind of comes to me and is like, "Oh, bro, he's creating a corporation and this and that, and who stands to gain? And I think he's going to profit from this and this and that." And I'm like, "Hell yeah, he should profit from it." And the guy's like, "What?" I'm like, "Well, are you putting the work in? Are you doing this stuff? Like, dude, you know how much time it takes for him to organize this thing, to put this group together, to put the time in, to nurture this stuff? Like, even with me on the Seamoss buyers group, you know what I mean? Like, I spend at least 2-3 hours a day reading comments, policing shit, you know what I mean? Deleting stuff and whatever, And so this guy's putting his time to create an organization so that we can all benefit from it. And you're worried about what he's gaining from it? Worry about what you're gaining from it.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? What he has to gain is not for you. Like, you're not putting in that work. And if you put in that work, then yes, you deserve to gain something of the same level. But you're not. And so remember that. And so, you know what I mean? And all you're doing is making it more difficult for us to work together. So why are you standing in our way? And that's what I said to him exactly. Like, get out of the way. Like, bro, if you're not going to come in and do the work and stuff, then don't be upset when this guy's making a benefit of it.
Exactly.
You can go create. There's nothing stopping you from creating your own work, with your own time. You know what I mean? So that was my rant there. That was.
Some people want to stay the expert, even though they're not being expert. they want to be the go-to for everything, but they're not giving you enough. And if you're not, you're saying, "Oh, don't go over there because they're doing such and such." But I need what such and such has. So I'm going. Yep. And if you're going to limit my relationship with you based on what I need for me, and it's over there, then that could be over. You can't allow people to make a decision. I mean, it's easy to say, for me anyway, and do, because you cannot decide for me how I'm going to do what's necessary for me. If I'm patronizing you, I'm not paying. I'm doing business with you because my business needs what you have. When I go over here, you can't tell me that, over there they're not doing the right thing. It's for me, they are. Want to be the expert only. Like Roderick, he specializes in all this marketing stuff. I get to a certain place, I'm not gonna try to do what he do. I'm gonna pay him to do that thing. And I don't care. Oh, you can find out on YouTube. Listen, that's too much. But this man already knows this stuff.
But you know what's even crazy? It's not like you ask these guys for their opinion.
Right.
Yeah. I tell you, is this guy safe to go to? Then I can understand why you're saying it. But the fact that you're coming out, whoa, don't go down there.
Yeah.
I'm just having to tell you what I'm doing. It's like, don't go there because that's great. Listen, go ahead. But some people will listen because some people are not in a bad way. They just don't know that really depend on what other people say. They
Right.
have to develop that within themselves to know that you can make your own decision.
Well,
And trust it and make the mistake. If it's the wrong thing, you thought about it, do it. And if it don't work, then fine. You can make the mistake. To fail is not a bad thing. That's how you know to succeed. You gotta fail enough times to get there. I feel, in my opinion. I'm not saying it has to be like, but I'm quite sure I'm in this room and everybody has failed at something more than once.
I agree with you 1,000% because in some ways, the people that I see that are not achieving what they want are the ones that are afraid to fail. They play it so safe and so secure that they really don't get outside their comfort zone. Do you know what I mean? And in some ways, you need to be in a state of uncomfortability in order to grow. If you're not like worried about what you're doing, then you're not doing enough. You know?
I just told Alan that too about this nervousness about something. I said you should be nervous.
Yeah.
That means you're doing the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
You should be absolutely nervous. And now you told me some more. Because you got caught up on yourself. You're nervous, and you should be.
Yeah. You shouldn't be afraid to fail, and you know what I mean. That's where a lot of the breakthroughs and a lot of the what I would say is you as long as you don't catastrophically fuck it up, then you'll be fine. You know what I mean? I focus more on fixing problems than worrying about making problems. Do you know what I mean? As long as I can fix the problem that I have, I'm okay. You know what I mean? Because the problems are going to come up. Things are going to happen. How do I fix them? If I have a problem and I don't know how to fix it, that's where I'm weak. That's where it's going to take me out. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's my view. My thoughts. You know what I mean? Oh, and another thing I want to say is that this is something that really came to a realization and helped me free up, and give me sort of the power to do what I want to do when I want to do it. Anybody that gives you advice is never giving you advice for you. They're giving advice for themselves. They're looking at themselves and judging. They're saying to you what they really should be saying to themselves. You know what I mean? Because that's their limitations. No one knows what you can do. Usually not even yourself knows what you can do until you've done it. You know what I mean? So this person who's giving you the opinion, they don't know you to know. You know what I mean? They think they know you, but even you don't know you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You tomorrow can decide, and you have this power. People, I don't care. Anybody can tell me you don't. You have the power to decide tomorrow. I'm going to do things differently, and I'm going to do it like this, and I'm going to put 20% more effort than I did last time, and so then you're going to have a different outcome. And that person doesn't know that you've made it this resolve in your mind to do this change. So how can they know? You know what I mean? How can they know enough about you to give you this advice? And so when people give me advice, I listen to the advice, I take it into consideration, but then I ask myself, how much does this really apply to me? Do you know what I mean? You need to know yourself and to know enough so that when people do give this information, because there's stuff like my mom gives me advice all the time, and I'm like, Mom, that to me, that applies in your world. But the way I do things and the way I know how to do things, it's like I could never be like you, and you could never be like me. And the way I do things gets my results the way I am. And you just got to know yourself, man. Know thyself. That's what my dad always says to me.
Know thyself. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and
have you guys heard of Seamoss body wash that's coming out? I heard somebody saying.
No, but
awesome.
G. Allen, I think it's G. Allen, or maybe it was Kobe who came out with a Seamoss.
Fat burning gel.
Huh?
Fat burning gel.
Yeah, the fat burning gel.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking of, fat burning gel. Okay, yeah, because I was like, I seen that in the group. I was thinking, but yeah, it must have been fat burning gel.
Yeah. So Sean says 100% every day, no days off. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm like, yeah. That's it. You get it. You get out what you put in. You know what I mean? And if you don't put it in, you can't expect to get anything out. You know what I mean? I can't speak for that guy Alexio from Transformation Factory, but I can only imagine the amount of work that he had to put in to build that business from someone who's, probably never ran a business before to having to manage a team of 45 people. You know what I mean? And to do all that work. And to me, it's like that guy deserves all the praise and all the accolades and everything that he does. And this, like I said, that's part of the reason that got me upset at this to have this discussion is because, you know what I mean, this guy earned it. You know what I mean? Like, yes, he's selling his Seamoss for a price that you probably would never sell it. But so what? Do you know what I mean? Like I was saying earlier, so then why is your Seamoss not number one?
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? Like, what is it that Alexio's doing that you're not doing that you should be doing to get there? Like, don't hate on the guy. If anything, learn from the guy. Do you know what I mean? And even like, bro, I give that guy all the praise because in some ways he's got the bolas to go out there and push that shit, to go on the show, to take that risk. Do you know what I mean? He could have bombed terribly.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? And what would have that meant for him? But no, he's like, no, I'm gonna not listen to what other people tell me. This is what I want. I'm gonna go for it, and he's leading the way. You know what happened? So Sean said, did he work for NASA or something like that? Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what he did at NASA, but he did have some job. He's like a NASA engineer, so he's a super like technical geek guy. So he was probably analyzing spreadsheets and analytics and all that kind of shit all the time. You know what I mean? And yeah, I mean, sure, it probably helped him in his business, but there's nothing to stop you from being a geek if you wanted to be a geek. You know what I mean? I'm a geek. I geek over shit because I like it and I choose it. You know what I mean? If you decide to like it and choose it, you'll be that geek too. But getting back to what I was saying is fuck, I forgot what I was saying.
I forgot too.
You was talking about mainly how, not giving taking people advice.
Yeah, no, but I was talking about Alexio and the work that he was doing, and I was making a point something I forget, and then he got me off track because asking me about NASA. But it will come back to me in a sense because I know. But yeah, he's working hard. He deserves the. Oh, this is the thing I think I was getting to is that like this guy is there's two things I want to bring up. One was that this guy is opening up the market so much for everyone. Right. Like the other day, I went on his Facebook and kind of went into low key, like what people were saying in his chat room and stuff like that, and on the wall. And the amount of people that were new to the market that have never tried Seamoss that were on there saying, "I love this," and da 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 da. You know what I mean? It's like, it was amazing. You know what I mean? I was really like fucking humbled or blessed. Like to me, it's like, thank you for bringing all these new people to the market. You know what I mean? Because these people will tell their friends, and they'll tell, and not everybody's going to choose. You know what I mean? Sure, the majority will pick it, and he will do very well. But the market is fucking huge, and all these people come in and do this. It was confirmation to what I've always been saying for the last 2 years, is that this market is bigger than what I'm actually even going to do another show where I'm going to start showing people how big this industry really is and how long it's been around, because there are so many people that are misled into believing that Dr. Sebi was the one that invented Seamoss. He did not. He's he made you aware of Seamoss. But many people were aware of Seamoss long before it happened. The Asians have been eating it all in their food and their diet. It's massive. I was talking to a friend from the Philippines, and when she was saying it, she's like, "Yeah, bro, we use that stuff in all our food. We cook with that."
Seaweed.
Yeah, exactly. And they use it to thicken stuff. They make it to make Jello. They make their Jello out of seaweed.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm saying? And so for you to sit there and say, "Oh, well, it's popular now because Dr. Sebi did," no, you guys made it popular to you. Like he made it popular to you, but the world was already taking it.
Right.
So, and another thing I want to point out is just in regards to the Transformation Factory, like that guy You know, the guy has a 24-hour customer service staff that will respond to your questions or your queries within 10 minutes.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
It's huge. But do
You
you
have to pay for that.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Do you understand the cost of that? Do you know what I mean? And so that's where the value comes in. Some people are willing to pay $40 for an 8-ounce container because they know that if I have a problem, I can call the transformation factory. They will listen to my problem immediately. They will offer a solution, and they'll probably reship the product, no questions asked. So you guys heard of Costco?
Right.
I spend thousands of dollars every year at Costco. And the reason why I do is because their return, I will pick them over any place first to buy, even if it's slightly more, because their return policy is ridiculous. Have you ever seen the Costco return policy?
Mm-mm.
You can return something, you can have something for 7 years and decide, I don't like this product, bring it back and get your money back.
7 years? I never knew that.
Or there's one time I used to have, when my kids were learning how to swim, they used to sell this floaty bathing suit that you would wear, and so the kids would wear it, and then after a month or well, the thing would get all stretched out of shape because of the chlorine or what, because we used to swim a lot. So I would return it every couple months. So I had returned this thing like about 7 times.
Dad.
7 times, and then it was like this time I knew something was up because they looked at the screen and they're like, okay, yeah, hold on. Anytime they go, hold on 1 second, I'll be right back. You know there's a problem. So they go back. I'm like, okay, what's going to happen now? So the guy comes back, and it's the manager. And he starts doing the thing. Oh, yeah. I see you returned this 7 times. And I'm like, yep. And he's like, okay, can you ask me why you didn't return it? Yeah, because I wasn't happy with the product. And he's like, well, can you ask me why you bought the product? And like, why you keep continuing? I'm like, well, I was happy with it at first, but then it got all damaged and out of shape, and so now I want to return it. And so he's like, kind of looking at me, well, you can't really do that. And I'm like, yes, I can. I don't need to have any other reason besides the fact that I'm not happy with the product. I said, look at your sign, and they have a clear sign that says you can return anything. You know what I mean? And so, that's the customer service. People will pay that. I pay $100 a year to be a member of Costco so that I have that ability to basically return what I want when I want. You know what I mean? And so to me, it's kind of like, if you're not doing that level of service and you're not working and taking that, you can't question that guy and what he's doing. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's so corny. Like, that's like, it's lame. Like, do your thing and be happy with your effort. Like, you got to really look at yourself. So Sean says here, I've been thinking about buying a jar of his fruit Seamoss just to study it. Yeah, I went to his customer service and asked how do they make the fruit Seamoss last for a month. Yeah, I'm not sure how they make it last for a month, but I know he is working on, and I think he's ordered it. Part of the reason why he went on that Seamoss on the Shark Tank was to get the shark so that they can get an investment, so they can invest in a pasteurization machine. And so he's gonna, open the door on the pasteurization. And when he discussed the technique of the pasteurization, he said it's like hitting the thing with a low temperature for like 2 seconds. And it's just enough to kill the microbe that causes the mold to form. And that's, like he said, these guys went in and identified that exact microbe, and they said, this is what we take. And sort of like they do that in a way so that it doesn't like render all the other stuff ineffective. And so he's definitely going to get tests done and sure, you know what I mean, to check it and make sure that, you know what I mean. But even like we were discussing, and it's kind of like, even if there is some mineral degradation, we're talking about like 1 or 2%, like super unnoticeable. You know what I mean? And so I'm excited for that, because here's the thing: if he can get it on store shelves, that just blows up the market for everybody. Because people will see it, and not everybody, like I said, is going to buy his product. They're going to want to try other products. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like now is more important than ever that we need to work together to build each other's businesses as fast as we can. Because if we don't create a strong enough front or sort of like a global kind of branding, it's going to be very easy for companies who are not going to be as how do you say it, respectful to the industry, like Alexio's been doing, right? Because I'm telling you, he's been, like, dude, that's all he cares about. It. Well, not all he cares about, but he craves very strongly about us all working together and not having this crab in a barrel mentality. You know what I mean? Us kind of supporting each other. Like he even said to me, anytime you want me to come on the live stream and talk, I'll do it. Just tell me when. And you know what I mean? And for a guy that's that busy to offer that to someone like me, that's huge. That's humbling. You know what I mean? And it shows me a lot of how he respects the industry, you know. And again, I forgot where I was going with this. You know what? Let me drink some coffee. Yeah. Yeah. Can't remember now. Oh shit.
Oh, here's a little tip though for somebody want like 24/7 VAs. You can actually get that pretty cheap at like sites like Upwork. You can hire somebody from like the Philippines to do your customer service for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is not a lot of people using these virtual assistants and stuff like that. And one of the guys that I was working with, I had a partnership at one point where I was doing co-packing for a guy that was he was starting his brand on Amazon, and he had a whole team. He ran them on this app called Slack.
Yeah, Slack. That's Slack. Yeah.
And so these guys were just there, and they sit on there like 24/7, and you can like, because a lot of them are in the Philippines and stuff. They're in a different time zone, and you could just shoot your message and be like, "Yeah, can you guys research this?" And they'll go look stuff up and do stuff, and you're paying them like $5 an hour or something ridiculous. It's not that expensive apparently.
Yeah.
And they'll do a whole bunch of tasks, or they'll go and like write up your. Say you want to write the ad copy, you can go and, you know, have this person that's on your team that's just there when you need them to write ad copy, you know, and you pay them per job or whatever. I don't know how it is. That's something I want to learn a little bit more. It's like, what is the payment? What is the sort of like, how do I create a system in my business so that I can leverage these assistants so I maximize the amount of work that they do? That's something that I'm trying to like think about in the next few weeks, is like, how do I, you know what I mean, create these strategies that will allow, because it's like, you know, if I can film something and send it to a guy and say, okay, here's the film, chop this up for me and send it back. And then they chop it up and I'm like, no, I don't like that. Chop it like this. And, you know, because sometimes I'm spending the time chopping it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're doing it at a cheaper rate, you know? Like someone, you know, some of the business classes I went to, one of the things they said is you got to really establish what your value is per hour. You know what I mean? Like how much you are entitled. And so if your value is set at like $100 an hour, you can't be doing something that value is you know, that someone you could pay $10 an hour for. Because if your time is worth this much and you're spending it doing a 10-hour, you know what I mean? So if your value is $100 an hour and you're doing something that's you're running at a $90 deficit. You know what I mean? And so it's cheaper to pay that person $10 an hour and go on and make your $100 and have $90. You know what I mean? And maybe even having that person do the $10, you have more free time, or you invest it and make more money with it. You know? So
gotta focus on the money making activities.
That's it. The things that make money and how much money they make and stuff. Definitely. You know what I mean? Yeah. Do you work with can you put together a team of virtual assistants and stuff like that for someone?
No, I don't particularly do that, but like I said, there's I just know Upwork, because some people use Upwork. That's just something that I've been hearing, you know, Upwork.
No, Upwork, yeah, I think it's good. There's also Fiverr is another one.
Fiverr.
The paid work and stuff like that. And yeah.
Yeah, Fiverr is good for like a one-time, like kind of what you mentioned about the video getting chopped. Mm-hmm. That's what Fiverr is good for.
Mm-hmm. Well, also to tell you, if there's one thing that I took away from this tonight, is this Billo or whatever.
Yeah.
Billo is, and I'm gonna look into this to see, you know, even if I can get people to, you know, pay $100 for a video, you know, it's really not that how do you say it, unreasonable.
Yes, for real, especially when you run a TikTok ads, because especially because what I heard about TikTok is that that content get, content get really used a lot. Like as far as like ad fatigue is really real on like TikTok. Like it's like I heard like in 2 weeks your ad can get fatigued. Facebook, your ad could get fatigued 6 months down the line, but you can still you already made 6 figures within that 6 months, so you can just switch the content up a little bit. Now I heard with TikTok it's like 2 weeks content get old.
It has to be fresh all the time, and then also one thing might hit while another might not. You know what I mean? And then
Yeah.
the market is so vast there. Like the amount of people there is so huge that it's like you have to be really good with your audiences, or else you're streaming to a lot of people that have zero interest in what product you have, and so that's just a wasted um, wasted ad revenue. What I mean?
Exactly.
But that's even another thing why I feel it's important to hire someone like you to manage the ads is that, by having someone that's dedicated to doing it, you're
De-risking it a little bit of de-risking, because like we was talking about earlier, you don't want to be on YouTube all day 24/7. Did something go wrong, and then also you're in a subnet space, so it's one thing you can do, and that can kind of mess your Google Merchant Center, because you got to use that to link to overall to Google, your Google Ads for your Google Shopping. I mean, so yeah, and then with Facebook, you don't want to be going against their policy and possibly getting banned, and same thing with TikTok. So that's why I just like, it's a lot of stuff.
Huge. I got a lot of things banned. Like TikTok is crazy. I got one video banned because they had two kids, right? And they were my partner's kids, right? And we were talking about family. But what it was is that they were eating food, and I mean they're in the fucking island. It's hot. So no one wears a shirt there, but the kids weren't wearing a shirt, and so like got a huge strike on that. And I'm kind of like, what is okay? Because they were like, oh, this is wrong, and I'm like, what? Okay, sexual minors? What are you talking about? And then I was like, okay, you know what I mean? But very strict guidelines. You have to be careful.
Yeah, TikTok is strict, but they got good customer support though. I would say that. Pretty much all these ad platforms, because like I said, like last year Facebook really didn't have good customer support, but now they do now, because it's super easy to get in contact with Facebook. TikTok actually a great platform for customer support as well. Google's good customer support.
Yeah. Here's another thought that I just had. Like, okay, say, like, how do I put it? It's like you have to be mindful of the amount of time that it takes you to do something, right? Like, say, for example, I want to create an ad campaign. If it's going to take you 6 hours to put that together, it probably makes more sense to get a guy who knows what he's doing and can get it done in an hour than you spending all night trying to do that when you can be focusing on your other stuff. I guess what I'm trying to word is like you have to be mindful of the amount of times it takes you to complete a task and whether or not someone can complete it for you faster.
Exactly. Because you want to be focused on working on the business, not in the business.
Yes, exactly.
Because you want to spend your time doing research and development. Maybe you developing a new, a different flavor of fruit Seamoss, maybe strawberry Seamoss, something of that nature, to bring to the market. So yeah.
Exactly. You go and you be open to meeting people, building businesses, going on meetings and stuff like that. Because if you're in the business and you're required to do stuff every day, then every time you're out of the office, you're losing money. Like that's something where I'm kind of struggling now, where it's like, okay, in the beginning I was doing a lot of the work, but now it's like when I want to get out and do something else, it's like, okay, the work suffers, and it's like, okay, I guess one of my things that I want to learn in the next little while is how do I transition from being a single operator to a manager.
Exactly.
So someone who manages people.
Exactly.
Because that's the only way I'm going to grow beyond where I am. I feel like I've grown almost to the limit that I could be growing out to. You know what I mean? And if I had a staff that was like, even today, I came in partly to do the orders, right? I have like probably about 300 or 400 pounds I need to box up and ship. right? And so had I had someone to do it, the stuff would be done and I could focus most of my attention on this. You know what I mean? Now, because I chose to focus this attention, that's going to suffer. You know what I mean? Well, I'm actually probably going to have to come in early tomorrow morning. And
for real.
Yeah, make it up. And see, that's another thing is the commitment. You know what I mean? Like, and that's where the desire comes from is that, I'm willing to come in at 6 in the morning. Like sometimes people tell me and they're like, oh, I was so tired. And I was, bro, tired. Like, let's just put this in context. I'm so tired right now that it's hard for me to keep maintaining conversations because after 5 minutes my mind kind of drifts off. There's even times if you look on the live streams where I've literally almost fell asleep on the live stream. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Never once did I say, oh, I'm not doing the live stream, I'm too tired. Fuck those guys. You know what I mean? I'm not making money off these guys anyways, who cares? No, I don't take that. You know what I mean? Because it's a commitment. You know what I mean? At the very least, all right, it shows people that I will follow through with what I say. That if I say I'm going to come here on Sundays and Wednesdays, I'm doing it. You know, I think that's part of the reason why I did it, because I saw so many people doing the show, their own sort of live stream, and they would drop off after a while, and they didn't make consistency. So the first thing I did was I looked at, okay, what is making them drop off? What is causing all that, right? And then I said, how can I, structure my show in a way so that I avoid those problems? So if you notice one thing about what I'm doing with these shows, I never set a time when I'm starting. It's roughly around 8:30, 9:30. But even but even if it starts at 10 o'clock, it starts at 10 o'clock. I did that for the simple reason that I have an issue of being on time. Whereas if I feel like I'm going to be late for something, it creates a massive anxiety for me. You know what I mean? When I was a kid, I used to not show up at places because if I couldn't deal with the feeling or the thought of showing up in that room and having everybody see me and I'm not on time, to the point where I couldn't go. Like, it's just like, they would be like, what happened to you? I'd be like, oh, something came up. You know what I mean? Fake an injury or whatever. But it was like, no way that I was dealing with the look on people's faces as I walked in. And it wasn't until I let it go and just said, okay, when I get there is when I get there. You know what I mean? I'm not going to put so much pressure on myself to be on time that it's really released a lot of that anxiety. So I do that, and then I create no topic. Like today, I have a general topic, and I'll bring in guests to talk stuff. But for the most part, I don't set an intention of this is what we're going to talk about on the show. Because if I have to do that, then every show needs a topic. And then if I run
freestyling.
Exactly. Now, anything's the topic. We can talk about everything.
Yeah.
And in some ways, that makes the topic and the conversations more interesting. You get these you get gems that you'll never get because you put a constraint on the way the conversation is.
Exactly.
Right? And what I've found is the conversation and this show works best when I'm talking with someone. If I'm on my own, the show sucks. It's boring. You know what I mean? You get tired of me ranting after a while about how I hate people who complain about Seamoss on the rocks.
Yeah,
usually when I'm by myself, that's all I talk about. You know what I mean? But when there's other people in the group and we're vibing off each other, it's like it creates like a cipher. And so, actually, you know what? Maybe I should call that. Do a new show called Seamoss Cipher, and just bring people on and about Seamoss.
Yeah. Everybody shoot out different ideas about Seamoss.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of the reasons why I love doing this show, because everybody gets to share their everybody has a voice and their opinion and their ideas, and no one is sort of like chastised for, even if we don't agree with the person, I'm not going to disrespect them on air and like, you know what I mean? We'll have a mature conversation about how we feel on the different views, you know? Yeah. So it is a good show, and it goes late, dude. Like sometimes we talk till 4 a.m.
I'm not gonna be here. I'm going. I'm gonna catch the. Woo! My dog started moving and everything going on. Okay. She needs to go out. It was a wonderful This was wonderful for many reasons. I'll be back. But I'm not going to come up here. I didn't expect to be seeing Julien. I didn't know what was going on.
Well,
But
yeah, you didn't realize you clicked the link to join in as a guest, as opposed to what should we call it, as a just being a viewer. But that's all good because you know what I mean. You added some value to the conversation.
Yeah.
Everybody that contributes adds value, guaranteed. You know what I mean? That's the whole point of the show, which I'm very extremely grateful for.
yeah, thank you for having this platform and give us the opportunity to all come together and learn, like, dislike, whatever. Just because we're all kind of in the same space, actually,
Mhm.
like minds. Even Roderick, he don't buy, he don't make Seamoss, but he knows
Yeah, exactly.
it's still business. It's
Do
business.
you, sorry, go ahead, Nita.
No, I'm finished.
I was gonna say, do you take Seamoss, Roderick?
Yeah, I take it. I have like one of my clients. They gummies. Actually, I need to restock on some, but yeah, it's really good.
Nice, the gummies. I actually had a company reach out to me recently. That is in this, like, and this is the thing, right? A lot of these companies now are major companies. They're starting to come on, like, kind of like, oh, Seamoss, or they've been thinking about Seamoss, and
Yeah.
now the show they come in because one guy, they want to do a quote of 1,000 kilograms of powder, Seamoss powder,
Mm.
and that's a test. You
Wow.
know what I'm saying? They're and these guys are willing to put some commitment into it. And so that's why I keep telling people, like, you guys, we need to step up. We need to, like, really kind of push each other and let each other, like, learn from each other. And you know, if you're in business, let's take it, because otherwise, you know, a bunch of I don't want to say a bunch of white scientists or whatever, but like whoever, white, Chinese, any culture, they're going to come in and they're going to do to us what they did to weed. That's what I don't want to see. Do you know what I mean? Like black people really, in my opinion, like really kind of got done dirty on us because most of them weren't building big corporations on this. Most of them were pushed out of it. You know what I mean? And these guys knew nothing about, like, I was going to say knew nothing about CMOS, knew nothing about weed and stuff. And now creating these big businesses and stuff like that. And it's like,
Exactly. A
mhm.
lot of people in jail for doing, like, that's crazy. Now it's legal.
Yeah, that's insane. It's like, psh. But you know what I mean? You can sit there and complain and say, and that's the thing. A lot of my black friends were like, "Oh, it's stacked against us," and "Oh, it's the white people," but none of them really went out and tried to push to get themselves into that space. None of them went in and said, got off their ass and said, "Okay, I'm going to try and make it work. I'm going to prove everybody wrong." You know what I mean? That this isn't about, because a lot of times the things I believe that the shit that black people think is really barring them back is, it's not a cultural thing. It's just a business thing. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You need to operate at a certain level of business. You need to understand how to write certain things, you, plans. Everybody else is doing it. Do you know what I mean? So what, you think they're against you because you're not willing to do what everybody else is willing to do to get to that spot? Do you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, a lot of times that's what they're like. You tell them you need to write a business plan. Ah, fuck your business plan. You know what I mean? I don't need no business plan, but no, you can't get along without a business plan. Ah, the white people are all against me. They want me to make a business plan, and then they should know we don't make, like, what? There's this to me, the life is a game. Do you know what I mean? There's rules to these games, and those who play the game better are going to win. Do you know what I mean? And
Exactly.
I feel that black people are not doing enough to study the game and try to win at the game. And then, like, there's nothing in the rules that says we can't all work together to beat the other side. So instead of you sitting there crying about what the situation is, how are we going to work together to change it? That's what I see, like, that angers me most, or frustrates me most, is that we spend more time complaining about the problem than we sit down and work together to solve the solutions. And I guarantee you, even us 4 people, if we put our minds together and we're dedicated and serious about finding a solution, we may not find a solution today or tomorrow or next week, but we'd fucking find a solution. I guarantee you.
Right.
And so how is it for the last 40 years we've been in this situation and we're not? This is why Kanye said that we are at our minds, we're enslaving ourselves. Or
yeah, I said.
It's because we're allowing these guys to win. We're allowing them to control us, and we're not changing the narrative.
And then when you see others breaking away, you say, "Oh, that's not going to work. I don't even know why you're doing it. It's not going to work." See, you still stuck.
Exactly.
You see 20 people out of a million doing something. So all those 20 people ain't going to make it. Well, why don't you come along and help us? How about that?
Yeah.
And then somebody else can follow you. What? No, that's not going to work, because if it was going to work, it would have worked already. See, and that's where we lie with the. I know you heard this before. And so
Yeah.
that's where we lie with the lack, but it's okay. And I tell people who argue about that part, I said, I understand. But it's some of us that are moving. It's still some of us that are moving. Find those and keep moving. I don't care how hard if you're serious about wanting to change this, no matter how hard it gets, you stick with it.
Yes.
You're going to have more against than with. But we weren't born in the same. Each ice cube is different than an ice tray. Come on now.
Yeah.
All right, say that again.
I said each ice cube is different than an ice tray. You can go and eat an ice out the ice tray, and one tastes different than the other. Everybody's not going to be the same, and not going to be in the very exact same page. But you see these people moving in a direction, and they're saying we want to make the change. We're fighting for the change. Oh, that's not going to work. And because look at everybody else. It doesn't matter what everybody else is doing. Do you want to move forward to make this change? If you do, come on. Put your 2 cents in. You're talking about how it's not going to work. How can we help it work?
Yeah.
That's
Do you know that we're not the only culture that was like slaves, but yet we're the only ones that complain about it?
True.
Indians were slaves. Irish were current.
I said that's a whole other topic. Yes, I know, baby. Whole other topic. Yes. But I still stick. I'm not one of the people who say I'm not gonna move in the better direction, because I know it is sad. It's a whole lot of breaking we gotta do, chains, and we got so many chains on us. And I'm not making it an excuse. I know it's the reason, but you gotta know what it is and then break.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just keep saying the same things. We gotta break. And some people talk on that positive note that's in somebody's group are the people who talk it, but then say how we crabs in the barrel, but then they see somebody else doing something and they smash them. Wait a minute, I thought you was for the uplifting of the people.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't like what your sister or brother is doing, hit them up on the side. Go in the back, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
Direct. If y'all have to have an argument, that's your personal argument. And y'all can tear each other down until you come back. But you don't put that all out there.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard people say, I'm not gonna make excuses for us no more. Listen, I'm not either. But I'm not gonna put all that business in the front. I'm gonna talk to my brother, whether he likes it or not, but it's gonna be between us. My sister, it's gonna be between us. Only you and I know what's going down. Now, if you put it on out, you're not really for the growth. To me, that's my opinion.
And sorry to interrupt you, but I just came to my own sort of epiphany realization. But I think in the future, I'm going to try and take a different approach when I see these people shitting on farm Seamoss and stuff, and just kind of talk to them in the back channels rather than just because usually what I come out and I'll just put this comment like you're wrong, Seamoss doesn't get minerals from the rock, blah blah blah. But I should kind of do it in private and say, hey, did you know about this, and make it aware, because I think sometimes, and I think I am to blame for this, is sometimes I go off on people and they didn't know. You know what I mean? Or they didn't know better.
Right.
Had they gotten the information, they probably would have a different opinion.
That's right. That's right. Put them in the back first.
But it's hard for me because But listen, this is why it's hard for me, because I've farmed Seamoss. I've worked on these farms. I've done the work. Right. And so I see how hard they work to make a good product. And it's a good product. I've tried the difference. If the Wildcraft Seamoss was truly different or better, I would shut my mouth and never say anything. But I know it's not. And what's happening is that these people are influencing the market in a way that is having a negative effect, and it's affecting these people's livelihood. And these people live off Seamoss. Some of them, that's the only source of income they have. And so when you start trashing their way of life, and I know how hard they work to do that life, you know what I mean? Like, they don't have to do this shit if they don't want to. They love this shit. And so for you to come and just shit on their work, like their Seamoss is not real. Are you fucking kidding me? How is it not real? Do you know? Oh, it doesn't have any nutrients. You have no proof of that. It'd be one thing if they had the proof. I'd keep my mouth shut, like I said, but they don't. And then they're just shitting all over this stuff. And why are they doing it? So that they can sell their product. And 90% of the time, that product that they have is farmed. Okay, majority of the Seamoss you see on the market, it's farmed, and it's okay. Because
they really don't. When you learn the difference of farming, which I had to learn, they really don't, because they're thinking in the level of farm Seamoss, farm fish. It's not the same.
It's not the same.
It's not the same.
It's not.
It's nowhere near the same. I told a friend of mine, I said, listen, let me tell you something. I said, do you know where originally, from what I understood about okra, right, where it originated, right, and how it was brought to this country, okay? And it's supposed to be, that's the natural land of where it comes from. And then we take those same seeds and we plant it in our dirt. And we still get okra. Are you saying there's something wrong with this? Is not real okra?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. I said, so the farming of vegetables and fruit and meat are different. And that herb, that seaweed, whatever, is different. It's not like fish. And when people talk about farming, that's different.
Mm-hmm.
That is something that I think you should be aware of and a little nervous about. It all depends on you. I want fish coming straight out the daggone water. I don't want it sitting somebody back, you know.
But here's the thing: there's a reason why farm fish is not good. It's because it's created in an environment where there's high like it's not normal for all this fish to be in this closed area, and
they're not free to move.
Yeah.
Right.
But in the Seamoss, it's normal for all that Seamoss to be together. And even still, when they farm it, they're intentionally putting lines farther apart so that there's enough nutrient flow between each of them, so the Seamoss gets, you know, the nutrients or can grow properly like it should. You know what I mean? And they don't do anything to it. All they do is it'd be one thing if they were pouring, like, you know, extra nutrients near the Seamoss, or, you know what I mean, they were adding some kind of input or something like that. It's like none of that happens. It shouldn't even be called farming. It's barely cultivating.
Sure.
Right.
Hey, Julien, I gotta go, man.
I know you've been on for a while, and I know we're getting off the topic.
It's good, but we gotta hop back on here again, man. Anytime, just let me know. Yeah,
maybe if you even can prepare some stuff where you can show us some of the, like, the ad spends, and, you know what I mean. I don't know, even a case study.
For sure. I definitely get that for you.
Yeah, but before you go, do you have a website, or how do people contact you?
Yeah, so if you want to contact me, you can hit me up on a Facebook group. I mean, Facebook is Roderick Frost. Or also,
wait, Roderick. Wait a minute.
Roderick Frost.
See, you young people be going too fast.
Sorry, man.
Roderick, like, is my first name, then my last name Frost, Frost. And then really when I'm on a lot is on Instagram. That's kind of where I post a lot, like case studies and whatnot. That's kind of where I'm at. And I also give a little bit of advice there. And on my Instagram, it's just my nickname is just Tutorman. So TOOTERMAN. That's my Instagram. And again, it's TOOTERMAN.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
I may have seen you there. I don't know, but anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, just hit me up then or in the group. I'm active. So yeah, just let me know if you guys have any questions, and we can hop back on here again anytime.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah. Enjoy the rest of y'all night.
Good
All right,
night.
thanks for joining with us and hanging out.
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
Yeah.
So, I think I'm about to leave you too. I'm gonna sit back and listen for a while and see, but I'm gonna try to be quiet. I don't think I'm saying nothing else tonight.
That's all good. I got lots of people hanging out. I haven't even talked to any of these guys in the clubhouse. I wonder if they've fallen asleep or not. Rio, Oscar, are you around? Ricky, you there? I don't think they're there. No, that's weird. Usually, oh, Oscar's gone. No, who left? Someone left. Oh,
I'm here, but I can't talk, so there we go.
Oh, were you out?
No, I jumped out because I couldn't talk, so I came back. I just jumped out.
Oh, you jumped out. Came back. Yeah. So, Oscar, are you there? Ricky, are you there? Ricky's probably fell asleep. He's working so hard all the time. Mm-hmm. So, what do you think about the conversation tonight, Rio?
Oh, it was real informative, man. You had friggin' tech support analysts going on. Yeah, man. Y'all talked about it. Y'all covered a lot, especially on just the setup and the business aspect of it. On the business, like the real number side of it.
Mm-hmm,
That's
mm-hmm.
what.
Oh yeah, and what was cool with him was fuck. I was just about to say something. I totally forgot. Well,
I'm late. That's why you running SpongeBob time.
I know it is getting late. I've been up early and was at church all day, and then I had to drive here, there, and I was at the warehouse earlier selling Seamoss, and then I went home. I actually I had a nap, but it wasn't for long enough. I wish I'd slept a little longer. My wife tried to sabotage this whole night, though. I'm not really happy about that. She's just
not tonight.
Yeah, because I was sleeping, right, and I'm napping, and she comes in and is like, "Oh, why don't you just call it a night and just hang out and watch movies and cuddle with me?" I'm like, "Hell no." Seamoss. See, this is where you need to have the desire, right? Because it's so easy to get called off on your people will just distract you and be like, "Oh, let's go party, let's go have some drinks, let's go do this," and then next thing you know, you're not doing any of your job. You know what I mean? So you have to have that high level of desire and commitment. You know what I mean? To be like, yeah, no, I'm not. I'm gonna stay consistent, and I don't know. It is what it is.
You challenged your wife. That's a big testimony.
I put Seamoss before cuddling in movies.
That could go on a shirt right there. Seamoss before my wife.
Yeah. Or Seamoss is my wife.
Ooh,
I'm married to the Seamoss. Yeah.
I'm married to the Seamoss though.
I'm surprised. You know what I mean? Well, actually, Ricky had it for a while, but I'm surprised more people aren't doing merch for their Seamoss products. And I mean, that's something that we've talked about. And I see this is another reason why I need to kind of get out of the I've been really sort of struggling with this myself. I need to get out. As much as I love being in the warehouse, I need to get out of the warehouse. And maybe after this trip to St. Lucia, I'll do that kind of transition because I'm not focusing on enough stuff that I could be doing to grow my business. Some of these ideas that I have, like putting out merch. You know what I mean? Even getting labels for our products. We're not in a lot of places because I haven't sat down and designed a label that would be good enough to put into stores.
So you said, but you said it's not even that, but you said that your next step is to basically, level up when you get someone, when you're gonna probably either train somebody or get somebody where you're sitting at right now. So I mean, when you find your apprentice, let's say.
Yeah, so I am going to probably do that. I think because I don't know if you knew this, but I'm going to St. Lucia in like 2 weeks. And so
Go
I'll,
ahead.
I'll be there for a month. And during that time, you know what I mean, someone's got to kind of manage it. So I'm going to get my brother to come in because when I was in St. Lucia before, he was the one who set up the shipping for me and handled it all from Toronto. And so I'll get him back in here again, get him going with the stuff. And I think if it's good enough, I'll kind of come in and work like, I'll get him to kind of manage all the tasks. And then when he needs help, I'll come in and help him, as opposed to me trying to manage all the tasks and getting him to come and help me, you know, and then that will free me up to do some other stuff. But I'm actually even looking at buying a health food store.
For real?
Yeah, for real.
In Toronto?
Yeah, this is how the universe works, man. And sometimes you just got to go with the flow, right?
Yeah, for sure. Don't fight the tide, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, and I think this is something that I'm hoping, I believe, is sort of like God's putting it in front of me to take advantage of it. And one of the reasons why I think it is because I've been asking and praying for a way to help me sort of organize my business so that it runs more like a corporation than like a single person. Like right now, it's like almost like a 2-person business. Whereas I want to run it in such a way that if I were to die tomorrow, this thing could keep going. And so the question is, how do you structure that business? And so this business, this health food store, it's been running for 30 years. Do you know what I mean? The thing operates itself. The guy doesn't even have to be in there in the store. He's got staff that's knowledgeable, that knows how to do the sales, the inventory, you know what I mean, the closing and all that kind of shit. He has a store manager. You know what I mean? And so one of the hopes that I have is that I will use this business to kind of copy and apply the things that I learned from that business into this current business. You know what I mean?
Understood.
Yeah.
Take the diaphragm of it. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. And no, I was just wanting to add that one of the reasons why I feel that God, you know, is putting this in front of me is that, and this is what's crazy, the business requires me to put no money to invest in it. So the guys that are selling it, they've secured and set up the financing already. So they were just basically like, you just have to qualify on paper, which is not that difficult to do, right? And so to get a business basically and get the financing for it, it's huge. It's not something that no one does this. You know what I mean? Like, I sell businesses in real estate. No one has the financing and everything in place where they're just kind of like, yeah, just fill up this application. And if you get approved, then you can have the business. And the business is set up in such a way or the financing is such a way where there's an extra $100,000 just for capital improvements. Do you know what I mean? So in some ways, the universe has handed me this business on a platter and made it incredibly easy for me to obtain, to the point where it's kind of like you'd be dumb not to take it. Do you know what I mean? That's why I feel like it's there for me to take, like it's meant for me to take. And then when I met the owners and everything, it was like, fuck, the meeting was like, bro, it was like we're all high-fiving each other at the end. And then what's even more crazy is that the dude that was helping to broker the deal, right? He's like this like marketing guru guy, and he does developments like real estate developments in Costa Rica. And so one of the things that I'm looking at in future plans is doing real estate developments in St. Lucia. And this guy knows all the key components of what it takes to make, because I was asking him certain questions like, okay, how do you do this? Oh yeah, we got a solution for that. And I'm looking at him, I'm like, oh my God, this guy, you know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? Even if I don't buy this business, just me meeting this guy and the relationship I just developed right now is going to unlock doors for things in the future that I want to do. So, you know, what are the opportunities or the chance? And that's something you got to be sort of aware of or mindful of, is when things happen in your life where there is no explanation as to how this could have happened. Do you know what I mean? That's how you know it's.
I don't second guess it. Like when things happen like that, I don't question it.
Yeah.
I'm grateful for it for sure. But go ahead.
No, but what I mean is like you have to recognize the fact that that is like only God could have done that. Like, see my partner? Only God could have put that guy in front of me. Do you know how many people I was asking around for help and this and that? And I could have gotten any. There's hundreds of people trying to sell Seamoss.
It's not even that. It's the fact that the first time, how it happened the second time.
Yeah.
I always say, like, if it happens, when it happens the first time, that if you stumble across it or you mess it up, but if you mess up the second time when it comes around, that's just ignoring it in some ways, and it's right in your face. But how it happened the second time is crazy. Like how because.
Exactly. And it was almost like, and earlier when I was talking in the show about how God will test you, and if you fail that test, you can, you have to work to try and fix the, like where he was testing you, and there's a chance you might get tested again. And so I believe God tested us at that time. You know what I mean? And at the time, either he or me, one of us wasn't ready, right? Or maybe we both weren't ready for it. But then when the time came around for it to happen again, it changed. You know what I mean? And we both recognized and we see it. That I truly believe that me and him are going to go on and be evangelists. And we're going to go on and do like, we're going to use the money that we make from not only Seamoss, but other business that we start. And we're going to go out and do like humanitarian work with it. Like especially starting with St. Lucia, I want to create a program where we help homeless people by building them homes, or create developments where they can buy a lot with a sort of like semi-built house on it that allows them to build a bigger structure on it. And one of the things,
Go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say,
okay.
Go ahead, you say
go
it.
ahead.
No, I can wait.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so one of the things I was thinking about, like in terms of St. Lucia and the growth of it, like how Yusuf talks about the factories and they grow it, and you already established that it's just the water, and you have the water right there. And you remember that pond idea that we were talking about, just building the dome and having the Seamoss and the water. But instead of that, if you just have a factory instead of a pond running fresh water, and it's recycling through ocean going like how we explained, and it still will be under St. Lucia and Seamoss, but you have a whole very clean facility, so you're going to get way better quality and just the cleanliness, and you're not going to lose any in that stance. And just the fact that y'all talking about the space being taken up for the ocean, so it'll be healthier too. But yeah, that's how I promise I was seeing all it, because when y'all was talking about the water company, I was like, yeah, water is good for y'all to bottle and sell it. But if y'all factory and build your own factory for the same, eventually when y'all come to it, because you are in real estate, so it's buying the land first is the most important.
Well, first of all, I don't think it would make sense for us to build ponds or any sort of like feature to put the Seamoss in and then grow the Seamoss. Just the amount of work that it required to build that stuff when the ocean is free and it's all there. And I mean, if it's concerned about capturing the Seamoss, there's some farmers and there's guys who have found ways to like put out nets and stuff like that that capture Seamoss that is broken off. I think there's even one guy in one of the villages where the way his net is set up, he captures all the Seamoss that breaks off from all the farms above him. And so they flow down and he uses that net to catch it. But the ocean is free, and setting up the farms in the ocean makes way more sense, because even with these ponds and stuff, you're going to have to use some kind of like test or system to make sure that the water's circulating properly enough, and make sure that there's enough fresh water, and that stagnant water is being moved and replaced, and just a lot of things to mimic what is already happening naturally.
And okay, so I thought about that. I thought about all that, but the only problems what I was thinking about when I was thinking about this was Seamoss breaking off storms, and just having just always having backup, just in case of anything. If you scale it to where you want to get it, and you have it in your head, that's just a problem for like in the future. And that's if in the future I can see like like everybody who here in the distant future, but it could be near for many, but everybody will have like be established when they will have money to do like big moves on the board of this game. Feel me? So that's all.
Yeah. No, but I definitely think there should be some methods on ways to capture the Seamoss or keep the Seamoss sort of intact. One of the things that, although I've abandoned it a long time ago, but when we first started like getting into this, I was researching like how can we put socks on it, like a mesh sock around the rope to kind of hold the Seamoss bush. Because if you can hold the bigger mass of it, then less will break off. Part of the reason why it's breaking off is because the Seamoss will get so heavy and grow so big that when the wave action happens, it's usually hanging on by one or two branches that can quickly snap and break off. In fact, the Seamoss, as it grows big in a bush, it kind of splits off in these like kind of like triangular branches. Right, and then each one has its own little bush, so those things can break off and thing. But if you have a sock around it, then or some kind of mesh formation, then it will hold the Seamoss there and keep it from breaking off and float away. But then I abandoned that because in some ways it's like, okay, the cost to hold that, you know what I mean? It's like it might be counterproductive to the amount of Seamoss that it saves. I think one way that we can reduce these farm actions is to create better facilities that allow these guys to process the Seamoss better and faster. Currently, everybody does it in their own space and backyard, and sometimes these farmers lose their farms because they just don't have the space to harvest. You know what I mean? And so they're waiting for the right time when they have more Seamoss. Like sometimes they have a stockpile of Seamoss, and it's almost like I'm not going to harvest my farm when I have 1,000 pounds I'm sitting on right now. I'm going to sell this 1,000 pounds, and then then I'll harvest my farm. And in between that time, the Seamoss is lost. You know what I mean? Because a storm will come around, and then I think there's not enough awareness of when these storms are forming. You know what I mean? If the guys know a day or two out that a tropical depression is forming off the coast or something, and this is going to result in different swell actions, then they would probably harvest their Seamoss earlier. They could even take the Seamoss off the lines, store it somewhere, and then put it back on if they wanted to. Like, because that would be like an essentially replanting, right?
Oh no, you on point. I'm down with that. I was thinking like, what do you? Okay, remember we had a conversation about you traveling and teaching, fellow islanders.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
One of the things, the guy from the Seamoss Transformation Factory, we're talking about how to bring Seamoss to his country. This is what I'm saying. Like, this guy is like, you know what I mean? Like, you want to be rooting for this guy because, he could turn around and say, I'm just going to go where the cheapest Seamoss is. Do you know what I mean? And fuck everybody else. It's all about my profits and my gain. And you know what I mean? Like, my action, He could have went and did this. He didn't have to go on Shark Tank to do those deals. He could have like sourced out a couple of venture capitalist guys or whatever, and did the deal on the back end or like on the low end where no one knew what was going on, and then bam, all of a sudden his products are on shelves, and like you should almost be giving this like thanking this guy for giving you the heads up that this is happening. By going like you know what I mean by putting it on Shark Tank, because he could have easily done the same deal behind closed doors and no one would have known, and he would have had a huge advance on the market by being the first and only company that can make a shelf stable Seamoss product. Think about that.
It was for everybody. No,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He wasn't thinking about himself. You know what I mean? And to be going to his country and saying, "Hey, I want to build a Seamoss farm here, so that we have an employment and opportunities for Black people and stuff." And then there's even that, like doing that in itself, changes the dynamics of how we see each other. You know what I mean? Because this Black man is not just thinking about himself; he's thinking about his country. He's a proud Bohemian that wants to share, in the work that he did, with others, and help build an industry, or help bring an industry to a country that never thought about having that industry in the first place. You know what I mean? And I don't know if this is like, I don't know. I could see how some people might not want to see him do that. Do you know what I mean? For whatever reasons, because it doesn't align with their interests, right? Like I said, like
It's fair.
this is what I'm saying, but this is like I'm saying, he's not like that guy. Like, it would have been in his interest, business wise, not to go on Shark Tank, not to tell everybody what he's doing.
But you can. The thing about it is, since he's showing his heart, you can see it. You can see his soul in some way.
Yeah.
And since he's doing that, it's like we're rooting for him too. Like, so if you have way more positive than them few haters, and you showing that love, so you show love, and just if anybody, like everybody in this chat, we gonna show love. I mean, if you're gonna hate, or if we disagree, cool, but we still gonna show respect where it's due. Like, we have that gentleman kind of deal going on. I think so. But anyways, but with that love being shown, and appreciation you could give, I mean, on hard days, I think that stuff be counting because sometimes it counts on me when I just get that little bit. It just has to be a little bit for me. But on large scale stuff, when you have a lot more people working for you, probably way more on your plate stress wise, and people trying to come after your head more often, you need just a little more, a little bit.
Facts. It's tough. What?
You going to the so when you going to drop to okay, so I was okay, cause so I was thinking about it too, like your whole setup, like, okay, you said you might do a course, or it's kind of like, so, but man, I already know you're gonna be accommodated by him and all that. If you need anything else though, you feel me, like. Yeah, let me know. I got you on that end. But if he accommodations and all that, putting up in the rooms. I know he's gonna do that. I could already tell you if you're doing that for him, like, and showing him how to do farms and all that. For sure, man. Like,
you're in Bahamas, Rio?
I have roots, deep roots over there. I'm not there right now, no.
Okay, because I remember you're in the Caribbean, though, right?
I'm in Florida, but I'm from.
For some reason.
No, I'm from there.
Yeah, for some reason I thought you were in the Caribbean. I don't know, but when you decide to do that venture, like right there, I think that's gonna be a big deal. I'm telling you, huge.
That's gonna be huge. Yes.
No, I'm
like. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I'm excited to do it. You know what I mean? Because. And I'm going to be incredibly honest and selfish about this, is that my reasons for doing this is because I believe that I am going to feel so good from doing this that it's going to change how I do things in my life. And you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to be like, I don't know. It's like a drug to me. Helping and changing people's lives gives me this kind of energy that I can't even explain. You know what I mean? And I feel that energy, when I take it and use it for myself to, manifest shit and stuff, it's like there's a power in it. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's difficult to explain, but it's almost like I believe that by doing this, I'm going to become so happy that energy is going to resonate. And it's going to inflect in the improvement of my life. And so I told him I'd do it for free. Like, just cover the cost, and I will go there and spend whatever time it takes, and Because even when we were in St. Lucia, one of the things we were doing there was helping people set up a farm. And I remember I set up a farm. We helped this guy who was a security guard at a hotel set up a farm. And so the hotels were all shut down because of COVID. And so he had no job, no way of making a living. You know what I'm saying? And all this stuff. And imagine Seamoss is all big, right? Everybody's going crazy about Seamoss. And so we come in and we help him build this farm. You know what I mean? And his kids, he brings all his kids there. And you know what I mean? They're learning. And I'm watching his son watch with such like intensity about what we're doing and how we're doing it. And it was like, to me, it's like, this is it right here. Like we need to be doing more of this. Because the violence that is happening in St. Lucia is, I don't want to say it's a lot, but it's not necessary. You know what I mean? And a lot of it is because these kids don't have options. You know what I mean? Or they don't realize that there are options there. No one's showing them these options. Do you know what I mean? And so we, with just our time and energy, created an option for this guy. Do you know what I mean? And not only an option for this guy, but for his family and for his future kids. Whereas if he's successful with this business, it's something that his kids can go down to. Like one of the things I keep telling my partner is that we're building this thing not for us, but for our kids, his kids mainly. You know what I mean? Because I told him, and I truly believe this, that his sons are going to take over this company and run it. You know what I mean?
And another thing, like building these farms, like you know how you have like apple farm, you have peach farm, farms, whatever. Even in such like when you make your farm, if you decide if it's in, it could be in Jamaica or it could be in the Bahamas or it could be in Trinidad, right? Wherever you decide to set your base up, you can have like you feel me? You can have your own farm. You can have a Royal St. Lucian, which you already do probably, but what I'm trying to say is you can have more, especially like, okay, you were talking about, just having it closer, especially like to the States, having a base, even though I know it's like you, but having a base by just in the Bahamas, you can have your clientele, like everything will move so much smoother, especially when you build your company and it gets bigger, you're gonna be set. You're gonna be friggin' set. Okay.
But see,
you like I already get.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't know if I would go around and build a bunch of Royal Seamoss factories all over in different Caribbean countries. But what I would do is I would partner with someone who wanted to build their own Royal Seamoss factory or something similar and say, okay, well, give me like 10% and I'll show you how, and I'll work with,
Okay, cool.
I'll probably show it to them for free. I'll always show people things for free. But if you want me to do the work, then you got to give me a piece of it. That's the thing. I'll give information for free because you can find it, relatively easy if you wanted to. But when it comes to spending my time and doing the work, I expect something in return. You know what I mean? Otherwise, what's the motivation for me to do this? So that I can watch you enjoy it? You know what I mean? Like, sorry, but you know what I mean? I don't know. So I definitely would go around the world and teach people how to develop their own farming communities and teach them. And maybe that's part of our evangelism is to go around and show people how to change their lives by taking this action. How like Jesus taught a man to fish instead of giving him a fish. That same sort of concept. Maybe that's what our plan is, and that we're learning how to do all this stuff so that we can take it to other countries. You know what I mean? Take it to say St. Vincent and stuff, and really sort of help scale up the business. Because the reality is that we're not meeting the demand anywhere near it. Like I spoke to a government official, and he told me, he said, even if we took every single available land in St. Lucia and put it to farming, we would still not grasp even 1% of the industry. It's huge, the industry. It's massive. Do you know what I mean? And out of 100 people, maybe 5 people have tried Seamoss. Let that sink in. Like I'm guessing, like doing numbers, but just even the fact I challenge anybody that's in the CMOS industry to tomorrow go ask 100 people or even 20 people. Do they know about CMOS? Have you heard about CMOS? And ask yourself how many people say yes and how many people say no. And I guarantee you, it's going to be 90% on average. I believe will say no.
Yeah. When I go on Sprouts, I usually do it to like at the cash registers and stuff like that. When I'm just chilling now, I would be like, "Oh, you know what Seamoss is?" And they're like, "What?" No. And I'm like, "Oh, okay." But if I go to like a smoothie joint or whatever, something like if I go in a health food store, like Sprouts is like, but not like that. I'm talking like dedicated like smoothies and or like just straight veggies and stuff like that. Some people in those stores might be but in a market like Walmart, Publix, Sprouts, and stuff like that, a lot of people just don't know. So it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, man. I hear you. Hey, Hanson, welcome to the group. You know what I mean? We're talking about Seamoss tonight. It's really like an open discussion about anything Seamoss. But I think right now what we're kind of discussing or, sharing is about like building Seamoss farms around the world and how we can like utilize this opportunity to change people's lives and stuff like that. But if you have any questions, like it's an open discussion. We can take the topic anywhere.
Cool. Thanks, Al. I'm just gonna listen for a while. Thanks.
Okay, no problem. No problem at all. Hey, Ricky, are you still around or did you fall asleep? Seamoss boss. Or Oscar. Sometimes, yeah, I guess they either are away from their phone or they're not there. But yeah, so we're talking about the Seamoss doing the work in the Bahamas. And yeah, and other worlds. So I think that's maybe even like my calling. That was the calling, is to go around and teach people about how to, utilize their villages to scale this up and to, like I said, produce the market. Yeah, he probably left because he didn't like. You know what I find is funny is that anytime I start talking about farming sea moss, it turns so many people off. But yet, so many people don't know what it is about farming sea moss. It's just what they've heard, and yeah, just interesting to see that.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't want that to be like because if someone knows that's how they can get to you, don't let them get to you like that. But
yeah, it doesn't get to me at all, bro. I could care less. You know what I mean? I don't validate. How do we say it? I'm not doing this to, what I mean, make sure everybody's listening. I'm doing this really to give everybody an opportunity to talk about CMOS because there's not enough people doing it to talk about it. Do you know what I mean? And not enough people are creating an open platform or a safe space where people can feel safe to ask questions. There's a lot of people that are scared to because they feel like, if I ask this question, people will laugh at me or they'll ridicule me or this and this and this and that. And so, I think it's important to just let everybody talk and share ideas. You know what I mean? Or just share thoughts and because it is a great product, and I feel like it works in your body it's not just about giving good nutrients and stuff like that. You vibrate at literally at a different frequency. Like my life is different now than it was before I took CMOS. You mean on more than just a health level.
And the thing about it, even though this is more like metaphysical way, but how Seamoss branches off and like break it off and keeps on growing, like kind of connected and all that. It's really symbolic in some way. And that's like when y'all like do like shirts and stuff like that. Like if whoever y'all decide to make the logo, have a message in it. Not like it don't have to be no message, but like how Nike's friggin' symbol is so simple and it says so little words, but it's so powerful. about stuff like that, just like the simplicity of certain things, it doesn't have to be complicated. It could be so simple, but just have like a, exactly like how you have so much passion for it. If you can put your passion in like 2 words or 2 or 3 words, and the least amount of words, and have something just to.
St. Lucian Seamoss. That's my passion. That's the words I put it in. I don't know. Maybe I'm just guessing. But
I was thinking about doing an acronym for it, but yeah, you could do an acronym. It could be acronym. I don't know. I'd be just thinking. Yeah, that's your passion. I know it. That's your passion, right? That's what's driving you right now. Hey, do you find it that every time you love not like in sense like leveling up is when you find something new to your life and you just start to just do it because not saying your ventures you're still on a lot of your journeys right now paths.
Mm-hmm.
You find that path and you start doing really good at it. You feel like you just leveling up in all on each one of those levels, even in your other ventures, you feel like you're doing better.
Yeah, all the time. I'm always leveling up and I'm always doing better. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, exactly. When you start to thrive in one passion or one venture, it translates across the board. If you're doing something just say it might be suppose when you start your honey company, it's when you start doing that and you start thriving in there,
Mm-hmm.
it's just everything else starts to thrive, in other Seamoss and all that stuff.
Yeah, it spreads. It's like a virus. It spreads one to another and helps build. And in some ways, you need to do that. You need to use one thing to build out in another. One of the ways I try to accomplish different goals is by taking the big goal and breaking it into manageable, smaller chunks. And by doing that, it allows me to approach it it doesn't seem as overwhelming. It doesn't seem as huge. You know what I mean? It's more digestible because it's not like I'm trying to bite a big steak. I'm cutting a piece of that steak and eating it. And then once I eat that, then I level it up. And sometimes you need to do that stuff so that you can create confidence within yourself. Do you know what I mean? Confidence is like a muscle. You have to exercise it. You have to build it up. Do you know what I mean? You can't just expect to just show up one day and be fucking confident. You have to push yourself into areas where you would normally feel unconfident to be comfortable in those things that the confidence is built. Do you know what I mean? Confidence is built through experience. And if you don't experience anything, then you're not going to be able to build your confidence. You know what I mean? In fact, confidence is built based on the overcoming your fear of failing. Right? Because when you're afraid to do something and you do it and you actually make it, you get confidence. You're like, yeah, you see that you had something in you that you didn't realize that you had in you. And so many people are having power within themselves, but don't know about that power because they've never tested it, because they're too afraid that to find out if they don't believe enough in themselves to have that test, or they don't even just believe, they don't have the faith. You know what I mean? This is where it's coming back to Think and Grow Rich, is to understand how faith is built and how desire is created. You know what I mean? And if you understand these concepts and you put them into practice, it fuels all your decisions, and that brings in the result that you want. And so, like I said, I think everybody needs to read that book, Think and Grow Rich, and as many times as you can. It's not a book that you read once. It's a book you read for a lifetime. In fact, I'm looking at it now and I'm realizing it's been a year or so from reading that book, and I wonder if I read that book, will it help me get back on track and build the business more? Because all through when I started St. Lucian Seamoss Company, I was reading that book and practicing the strategies and the techniques in the book to build all this stuff. That's where like I used it to totally overcome my fear to do what we were doing. Like, bro, 2 years ago, I never shipped Seamoss. You know what I mean? I never shipped anything. Imported stuff into the country, I had no idea. Do you know what I mean? Like how to weigh and box stuff and all this stuff, and even how to look like, you know, I pushed myself to learn all that. Do you know what I mean? Because I built the desire because of what I wanted to achieve with it. And what's crazy is that I wish I had a recording to record all the stuff that I was telling my partner what we were going to do and what we were going to happen. And I know at the time when I was saying it, he was kind of like, all right, well, we'll see if it happens. Pretty much everything has happened and more, to the point where he doesn't even question me. He's like, bro, if you say it, I'm there. You know what I mean? Like, is like whatever you say, I follow. That's
Hey, what's the sign? What's your partner's sign? Just out of curiosity.
huh?
Do you know his sign?
Shit, that's a good question. I don't.
Tell him.
I think it's like sad. I'm trying to remember when his birthday
It's
was.
a Sagittarius. I would not be so freaking surprised, bro.
When is Sagittarius? His birthday is before Christmas. Yeah.
That's November, December. Yup.
That's him. November, December.
Okay, so yeah, he's weird. Okay, go on there. That's so weird. I could have guessed that, but go ahead. But
Yeah.
you telling your partner, if he asks you, what if you say anything, you just go.
Yeah, he's totally on board for everything. Like, he doesn't question, like, is that possible, or how are you going to do that, or, you know what I mean? He's just more like, okay, sure. The only time he ever questioned me one time was when we first started, and I started getting and doing all the live streams and started taking notice. And he's like, "Are you sure you're ready for this?" And I'm like, "Hell yeah, I'm asking for this." You know what I mean? Like, I'm taking control to do this, so of course I am, right? And I said, "Trust me, I know what I'm doing." And he says, "Okay," and I knew what I was doing. You know.
That's what it is. Exactly what you said. It's trust, and when you build a trust, you wouldn't question your partner in any type of relationship. In business, if it's a marriage, if it's your children, when you build that trust, that bond, that's how you just keep on growing. It's really trust. If you break the trust, so you jump. But I know it's mutual too. I know you trust them as much as you trust them.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's what y'all need to be expressing and letting people know too. Just how how much bond y'all have and what y'all have build. Because when I'm talking to people about just build it's when you're having a partnership, that trust and communication, that trust is so powerful, strong, especially at the beginning, because you're not hesitant. Because you're not second guessing.
But that's the thing too. Sometimes you need to have blind trust. Do you know what I mean? Like, me and my partner, I feel like we have blind trust. Like, there's things that he does not check. Like, he doesn't check to see how much sales there is and how much money he gets and stuff like that. And I never check to see how much money I sent him and versus how much Seamoss he bought. You know what I mean? There's a mutual trust and understanding that we're here to build each other and move forward. And so it's almost like him stealing from the business. Like, he's really just stealing from himself. Like, that was the one thing I kind of showed him and made it like painfully obvious. And that's why I gave him the control that I gave him under the business. Like, that's why when we negotiated the deal, like, most people would come to St. Lucia and just pay you to sell them the Seamoss and let them go do what they do. You know what I mean? But I was like, you know what? If I want this to work and I want this to work the best that I can, I got to make sure that he stands to gain more from this than me. Do you know what I mean? And so in a lot of ways, the work that he does it's invaluable. But for most people, they would never give him what I've given him to do that work. Do you know what I mean? But that's why those people will always have problems here and there. We never have problems. He makes sure that these problems don't happen, because those problems are his problems as much as my problems. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's what do they call it? Mutual destruction or mutual whatever. Like if he sabotages the business, he's hurting himself more than he's hurting me. Yeah. And so, you know what I mean? That's important, to have that trust for each other. You know what I mean? And I don't think we would be able to grow as fast as we did and have what we have. You know what I mean? If we didn't trust each other. Like, if I had to go and say, oh, you know, I sent you this much, but I've only received this much. Where's the rest of it?
You just heard his voice?
Yeah, you suck your mama. Where is the rest of it? Do you know what I mean? Especially if he needed stuff like gas or whatever to do. And here I am nitpicking about what he spent on this and that. Like, no. Yeah, I know if I was in that shoes and I'm working hard to do it, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, fuck you, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm doing a job. I'm not your bitch. You know what I mean? And so I'm like, yeah. Like, that's the cost it costs. That's the cost. Okay, let's sell it and make some money, and then we can split it. You know. So.
Hey man, I was earlier when you were talking to homie, and he started about he was talking about VIP. I was like, dang man, he's trying to steal Julien from him. I was like,
what? What do you mean?
Dude, when he was doing it, he gonna start like you.
A private course or something like that?
Like, yeah, basically, you know, it's like, because he's like, y'all giving away too much free game.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I'll always continue to give away free game, but I am going to probably do some kind of like private, like a sort of like paid for money course, right? And
like a mastermind.
Yeah, like a mastermind course and stuff. And there's two reasons why I want to make it so that it's paid. One, I want to control who really sees the information and make sure that those that see it are really serious about what they're going to do with it. I might even do an interview process where you almost have to apply to be, you know what I mean? Because that also changes the respect aspect. Like, I'm a member of this B collective, and I had to interview before they accepted me in the club. And they were like, we just want to make sure you have the right culture for our group, or you're going to fit into our culture, you know, and not disturb what we've you know, cultivated through this. And so yeah, so I want to do it like that to control those people, but also I want to use, like, almost like the sole purpose of me doing it would be to raise funds so that I can reinvest it into the community. And so for the most part, the money that I charge would go back into buying stuff for the farmers, like water shoes or goggles or rope. Like, can you believe that the average farmer who spends the majority of their time in the water doing this farm does not own even like a regular simple pair of goggles?
Really? Like goggles are scarce over there?
Just like, well, they're not cheap, right? And when you only have so much money from selling your Seamoss, it's just an added expense that it's not like a requirement, like you need this to farm, right? But if they had it, they would farm more or farm better, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like an added tool. Like, even just not having water shoes, where some of these guys are going into the water in their bare feet, and they're sea urchins and stuff like that there. You know what I mean? They could be stepping on an urchin and you know, that's a problem. Right? So they just like, these things are needed, you know what I mean? And so if they could get it for free, or, you know, if I can do something like this to help them out, then, you know, make their job easier, it would be a blessing. You know what I mean? And I feel that God will bless me for that work by helping them, and I don't know. I don't know what he would do. I don't really care. Whatever he does, I accept and appreciate.
Whatever you get, you happy.
Yeah, I'm happy with. Well, listen, I haven't had any problems yet. You know what I mean? Or like everything that I've been blessed with, it's been more than what I've expected or wanted or needed. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm more than willing to do that and stuff. So yeah, that would be my reasons. And because if I did do the group like that, I would be going in and like I'll open up the back end of my shop and show you guys like how many customers I got that day and how much sales it was and how much money, you know what I mean? Like, and really dive deep into the actual numbers.
Oh, well, that's different. If you're actually going in that deep, yeah, of course, that's a stuff like that. But I doubt, when saying like that exclusive information, he's just basically saying that what he said. I thought he was saying like he's gonna do exactly what you're doing right here, but you're gonna have to be invited to like a chat like this.
So you know what he's doing? He is doing something like that, but it's slightly different. And so he sells Seamoss juices, right? And so the he's selling it for a recipe, and so the people he's creating that group is almost like a support group. And so what's happened in the support group is it's taken a life of its own, and the people that are in there, because he's cultured the right relationships, or he's kind of like let the right people in. The culture is developed on its own, and now people are sharing freely. Now let's say this: I haven't been on the group to know, but based on what he's saying, that's the understanding I got. Is that now people are sharing information so freely and of such value that it's benefiting the group. You know what I mean? And I could see that happening because even with my group, if we cut off half the members or cut out all the members that weren't really out there and supporting, the information that would be there would be of way higher quality. Do you know what I mean? Like there is a lot of people that are just there for their own benefit, whether it is to steal ideas and information from other companies or to, just push their product without giving any help or support. You know what I mean? And so those people cultivate a different culture than those that were there that would, their main purpose is to network and share information and to grow with each other. Do you know what I mean? Like one comes from a mindset of abundance and that, and the other one comes from a mindset of scarcity. Do you know what I mean? Like one of the reasons why I'm not afraid to share information or share my ideas and stuff is because I truly believe that I'm an idea factory. And I've cultivated this belief in my mind for years to the point where I am an idea factory, where you can come and talk to me and I can spit out 20, 30 ideas that you've never even thought about. Like I should tape conversations that I have with people because their mind is blown afterwards. Because I've created this environment this belief in myself that I have this ability. You know what I mean? Whether I really truly have that ability, no one would really know. It's my belief that creates it, that tells me that I have it. If you believe that you're a creative person and you work to develop the creative in you, you will be a creative person. But if you don't believe you're a creative person and you tell them, I'm not creative, then you're not creative because you're not working that muscle of the creation. Do you know what I mean? And so because I'm an idea factory, I never run out of ideas. And so I could give you all my ideas today, and tomorrow I'll come up with a whole bunch new set of ideas that you never even thought about, that I never even thought about.
That's that just okay. First, the book you were talking about,
Think and Grow Rich.
Right?
Think and Grow Rich.
My mom was this weekend. She was like, "Yeah, you need to watch this DVD." I got the DVD on it. They all watch. You need to watch Stinky Girl Rich. I'm like, and so now, but I was like,
That's the universe telling you that you do need to watch it. That's why you heard it from me. You heard it from someone else. You'll probably hear from another person.
Yes, I was like, you sound like Julien. She's like, who? It's like,
so
like, who are you talking about?
You know,
I said one day go ahead.
No, go ahead. You finish what you were saying.
And I said one day I'm gonna link y'all up because she studied under Miles. She was one of
Miles Monroe.
Yeah, she studied under him. Like,
love him.
That's her. Yeah,
In fact, I'm gonna start watching him more again. I haven't been watching him, But what I was going to tell you is that there is a video on YouTube that I recommend everybody watch, and that's called "The Game of Life and How to Win It," or "How to Play It." The Game of Life and How to Play It, and it's a book that came out in like 1920 or 1929, and it goes into a lot of these scriptures in the Bible that explain to you about how the world works, and there's a bunch of laws that the God has made. These are similar to like the law of gravity and all this stuff. So there's stuff like the law of reciprocation, the law of sacrifice. Like in everything that you do, in order to make it, you have to sacrifice something to get that. Do you know what I mean? And so there's actually a YouTube video online called the 11. It's by Bob Proctor, and it's called "The 11 Forgotten Laws of the Universe." And it goes into these different laws of the universe. And this is, I have no proof of this, but this is what my belief is that God, well, he is everywhere and anywhere and everywhere, and he's omnipresent and stuff like that, right? In order,
keep on going. I'm gonna chime in. Go.
Okay, I was gonna say, but in order for him to do all the things that he does in our lives, he doesn't actually physically do them himself. He's created these rules for the universe to follow that mandate and make his actions possible. And so it's kind of like, yes, you can ask God to do all this stuff, and you can pray to God, and you can have these things happen. But if you were to learn the keys of the universe and these laws that he set out and follow them, then your life will change, and your life will become you'll be. It's almost like you become the master of your destiny. You'll be able to control the outcomes of the things that you want, because God gave us dominion over this planet. Right. But the problem is many of us don't understand how to use the abilities that we have within ourselves to affect the planet and to basically bend things at your will. You know what I mean? But as you develop these tools, and I'm still learning it and trying to understand it, but as you develop these laws and these rules and you follow them, then you know what I mean? You start gaining access. Like one trick that I do now is whenever I go to meet someone, I bring them a gift. Because when I give you something, you now owe me something. It's called the law of reciprocation. Do you know what I mean? And when I set out to do something, I make sure I sacrifice something. You know what I mean? To get something. So, for example, in this business, I'm sacrificing my time right now to share with you whatever, to be in this space, and that's, you know what I mean? That's changing things in my business. Do you know what I mean? Like my business is a lot different than other people's. You know what I mean? Because of these sacrifices that I'm making. It's hard for you to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I had did some mushrooms. I had trip. So during this trip, I had a conversation with some friend. When I retrospect on it, the common theme of it was really the universal laws and how man-made laws, any man-made law, well, one of them corrected me and said that's not a law, that's a rule.
Mm-hmm.
Anything a man says is just basically a rule that could be broken, but you cannot break a universal law. Like so, and main one, what was coming out of me was the cause and effect one, and because it's you see that in everything, and which is and the other universal laws that you were saying too, you do see that in everything too. But that was what was that repeatedly kept on cause and effect, and what got me was I was thinking like even if someone was to find out a way to break or to not get ramifications from that law, it probably would be something. It could be like catastrophic in a way because it's a universal law. Or I don't even know. I can't even fathom. I don't know what would happen. Or something incredible would happen. I don't know. But it's really couldn't tell me in no way how you can stop the cause and effect law. So that would be something like you say, like universal, governed by the universe and by, or whatever you want to call them.
I'm gonna read this video again. So I quickly looked it up because I couldn't remember off the top of my head what the different laws were. And so there's the law of thinking, there's the law of supply, there's the law of attraction, the law of receiving, the law of increase, the law of compensation, the law of non-resistance, the law of forgiveness, and the law of sacrifice, the law of obedience, and the law of success. So I'm going to go back and reread these ones. And yeah, because if there's one thing I kind of want to get in the habit of is understanding these different laws of the universe and really sort of doing what I can to keep them mindful and to keep them to follow these laws, to understand them and utilize them so that I can do, more work and with less effort.
Another one, like I don't know if they mentioned, but in sense, because I just think about it in the actual the metaphysical way and the physics aspect of it, but the rule of whatever goes up must come down. But in a sense, if you think about that in this term of metaphysics, like it's basically saying, if you start something and you reach a certain height, and then when you do come down, but you can still go back up. But it's just that when you reach a certain height, like everybody could hit your peak, and then when you come down, it says you have to come down from it. So a lot of people don't know that or can't take it because you don't know what height you can go with it, and you don't know how far, but you got to go. When you go down, you have to try to go back up. And a lot of people, like even in a sense, that might even mean failure to some because they didn't reach a certain height that they was expecting to go. But if you try to go back up, you might reach new heights. And that's what, like, stuff like that, like, just, like, dwell on and just think about it, but you have to look at it in so many different ways, not just by the actual physics and the way of, even though, yes, that is shown on paper and everything, but if you look at it in the different points of your life and how you use it and actually apply it to different points, it's so strong. And that's where, like, when even reading these talk about it, I dive into it and I do watch. I be watching with my mom and stuff. She don't know I watch some of it with her and all that. Like I do. Because I always been like that with her. This messing with her and kind of like keeping her, like that stuff. But I always pay attention to everything that she's doing. But on YouTube, like I be peeping game, man, because y'all do good. Y'all give good feedback in different realms, and like it might disturb some, like not even disturb. They be, oh, you do it with your burn him kind, like like they might be like, he talking all this mumbo jumbo kind of deal, but it's like that's another thing. Like you'll be talking about like business, but you will still give your thanks and you will let them know like, yo, God gave me this kind of deal, and you don't hesitate about it. That's the thing. Like I don't care if anybody
was truth.
Just that's powerful.
Yeah.
That's why, like, That's why you're in certain positions.
But I would be lying. Sorry to interrupt you, but I would be lying to myself. Do you know what I mean? Like I was saying this to someone the other day. There are certain things that have happened in such a way that to me, only God could have. I think I was saying this earlier today in the show. Only God could have made that possible. Like it wasn't me. I know myself. I know what my ability is. I do not have the ability to pull someone out of thin air. Like how is it that I met Ashen, who has these connections and knows these people and is and what's crazy is he was waiting for a guy like me. Like there was a point where he was so upset at the world, at everybody around him, because he was like, look, I fucking been begging people to put me on and give me a chance. And this guy from out of nowhere comes in and does this. Think about that. Think about it in his shoes, right? He's never met me. I come out of nowhere, land down, let's do this. You know what I mean? And I put all, you know what I mean? Like we put the money in, whatever you need, this and this and that. You know what I mean? I give you half of everything that we're making, and I don't ask, I don't check what you're doing, I don't question your business. I say anything that happens on the island, that's your area. You know what I mean? What you say is go. You know, this is what's funny, and I'm going to say this because a lot of these guys think that these St. Lucians think that they're smart, and they come and they think that they're speaking directly to me. You know what I mean? And they're all like, oh, I'll just reach Julien. Julien's online. I'll talk to him. None of these deals, any deal that we do, it has to be signed off by him. Do you know what I mean? Like I will not do anything unless if he turns and says, oh, well, you're on your own. I'll be like, you know what? Forget it then. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you have this control. And I mean, I'll be honest, there's a couple times where I've kind of overrided him or whatever, but I've regretted it. I'll be straight up. I did it because I was hungry. Like sometimes I'm very stubborn, headstrong, you know what I mean? But in the end, I look back and go, fuck, I shouldn't have done that. And I regret it. And I'm grateful to God that he is so understanding that he allows me to do these stuff, you know what I mean, once in a while, and not be upset about it. Because in the end, I'm thinking for both of us, not just myself, right? But sometimes your actions can reflect, like it's, you know what I mean, but reflect differently.
But in instances like that, though, like even though you made in your venture of making I'll just call it an executive decision, and he was forgiveful. I'm telling you, chemistry like that, you know, because he could have just been, do you ever do that? You know, it could have turned nasty when you careful and putting fair in a business, trying to take making because suppose one of them actually took something off over the roof or idea did. It's just being open to ideas and being open. Okay, we made a mistake at being under, right? Being dead. Okay, cool. We can keep on going. I'm telling you, like stuff like that is what people don't understand. Like how you just said, law of friggin' forgiveness, man. Like just say, okay, cool. Okay, let's just keep on going. Like and keeping that trust is so you just
huge.
Show the law and how huge it is to have that implemented inside a relationship, a business relationship.
Yeah. I'm not always the easiest guy to work with, that's for sure. And you know what I want to do just before because I mean,
did you save your junk?
This is what it is, bro. I was gonna say is that at the 4-hour mark, I told myself I was gonna end the shows and not do it longer than 4 hours. But you know what? We're in a little bit of a good conversation, so I will allow this to slide and we'll do some bonus time. But I'm gonna stop the Instagram feed and restart it, so then that way, like I hate we're in the middle of a conversation and it just cuts off. You know what I mean? But I think what we'll do is we'll restart it and we'll go to just around 2 o'clock because I also have to get up tomorrow morning. I was supposed to pack while I was doing this show and I haven't packed shit. And so that means I have to get up in the morning and pack stuff. I mean,
So what you gonna do? You gonna do the live streams when you over St. Lucia? Doing us that dirty?
oh yeah, no, I'm
You
gonna.
gonna be teasing us like that, huh? You just gonna you can't wait, huh?
So I'm gonna be doing something slightly different. Okay, here's it. Let me stop the live stream. I'm gonna stop the Instagram and I'm gonna restart it so then we can do part 2. Okay, guys. So watch out for me when I come back. Okay, I'm gonna come right back. This gives me a chance to
Playing with an iPhone.
save the video. Let's talk about Seamoss with Julien.
I was gonna type in the chat when you was talking about, yeah, you know, you have those people who come in and just go, you know, mess around. Just that I was gonna like, yeah, me and Yusuf, but
The trolls.
Yo.
Oh shit. Okay, let me start this live stream. I think my mic on the thing was muted, but no, not. Okay. Yes. So we're back live. So what was we were talking about? Oh, so for St. Lucia, yeah. So for St. Lucia, what I plan to do is I'm going to go back to my sunrises with Julien, and so for the most part, every morning I'm going to try and come in and live stream at like about 5:30 in the morning when the sun rises up, and so we'll have a topic and discussion during that time. I usually talk about life stuff, manifestation shit and things like that, and then I don't know if I'll be able to do the Sunday like this, and the Wednesday. Maybe for the first 2 weeks I won't be able to, because I'll have my family with me, and I kind of agreed not to be on the phone constantly when I'm on the trip.
Yo, you're not gonna do that Seamoss stuff when you go with us, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I hope you don't plan on giving those live streams. Plus, I won't have time for it because we'll have dinner and all that kind of shit, and then
Yeah.
But I remember one year we went to St. Lucia, and it was like at the height of when Bitcoin was going crazy. I think it was like 2017 or 2018 or something like that, and like the fluctuation of Bitcoin was so crazy. Like in the morning, it would be up $1,000, and then by the afternoon it would be down $2,000, and then by the next day it goes up $3,000. And so if you understand how to day trade, like how to buy and sell quickly, you can make a lot of money. And there were times where I was making about $600-700 US every day, just trading, buying and selling, buying at this hour, waiting, like, but what it required was that I had to have, like, I literally had the phone all the time, and I'd be talking to you and be looking down, talking to you, looking down. And so, like, after a while, my wife started freaking out and was like, "What are you doing? And then sometimes, like, that kind of thing bothers me, because it's like, okay, I get it. I'm not involved in none of this, but you know what? I just made $6,000. You know what I mean? Like, I'm about to pay our trip right now, and you're crying to me about like my attention span. Like, it'd be different if I wasn't accomplishing anything, and you're mad because I'm just, out of space. But I'm working. You know what I mean? And I'm working for us so that you can have more. So just enjoy your time and don't worry about my time. I'm fine with utilizing my time. Like, whether I'm there or not, it shouldn't affect your happiness. Like, no one's responsible for your happiness but yourself. If you're looking to other people to make you happy, you're going down a slippery slope. You know what I mean? And you'll never really be happy. You'll just be trying to satisfy yourself. So, and I think that's a lot of time the mistake a lot of women make with men, is that they expect the men to satisfy them in a certain way, and they It's not easy for men to do that stuff. And so you're always going to be disappointed because you're trying to get, something, I don't know. I try not to talk about things I don't know too much about before I put my foot in the mouth.
Now I know your foot in your mouth. You know you got like. Are you a mind reader?
Yeah, no, I could hear like the women all collectively screaming, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." Yeah, shut your mouth, bitch. Oh, but no, I mean, I speak to a lot of men, and a lot of men, they feel like what women are expected out of them, it's like, that's not really them. And I think a lot of it comes from TV. You know what I mean? A lot of people like watch television and they see these stories in these shows and they think that that's what life is like. You know what I mean? But like life is not really like that. Like we don't go through these problems. These problems are fabricated in order to make the show interesting. This is why I'm saying television is dangerous because it creates false sense of reality. Everything on that show is fake. It was written by someone. They're not real conversations. They're not real um, actual situations. Like most of the time, you would find a solution that would solve the problem before there was this problem. You know what I mean? Like the only reason why they have that problem is because they have to, create this story and create this like tension and stuff so that you become interested in it. You know what I mean? But really, life is not that interesting. It's boring.
And you know what? Exactly. And life is so fun boring. Like people don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
When you could when life is just boring, you can make it fun. It's so much. It's just like you see life as an ocean. Fun is you. I mean, well, you are the fun. You can make as much waves as you want. If you want waves, you can make those waves. But people just want to be like, I want to go to the beach and I want to get hit by the ocean. Like, no, man, like go and enjoy it. Kind of like in situations, something to be fun. People be like, like they will do something. It's so boring. It's not that. It's just might be boring. You know, like any situation. Yeah, that drama stuff. That's what I'm saying. I'm not with the drama.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm not a big fan of the drama. Although some drama can be a little good. Like even, it shows that you're real, but it's just, it's got to be realistic drama, not this some of these fake dramas where it's like you can see that the problem could be solved. It's like half the time when I watch TV, it's like literally me yelling at the TV, like, "What are you doing? It's right there." You know what I mean? And then my wife's just like, "Shut up! I need to enjoy the show." I'm like, "This is so stupid. Like, why are they doing this?" Like, why doesn't this guy ask this guy a question? That's the answer right there. They would have solved it. They're like, why are they even fighting?
Do you ever watch a little ghetto hood story?
What?
You ever watch like on Tubi or
no
on like Amazon? Okay, they have like these ghetto hood stories, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like chicks be into it. It's just like certain chicks like they like dudes be into it too. Not unnecessarily me, but if I'm walking on a show and it will capture me off of some dumb joke. It will be off of some dumb thing, but it'll capture me and I'll sit down and watch it and it'll be good, right? But I'm like but in all actuality, I like it. I'm entertained by it because if that was to happen, if I was to see that in real life, I wouldn't even try to be around that stuff. Kind of deal. I would entertain it when I know it's controlled in a controlled environment, which is TV, and I can entertain it in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
But if that was to step out in actuality, reality, and I'm around that, I'm going to try to figure out how to get out of it, or kind of deal, or not be around something like it because I'll be with it. I could only do stuff like that if like anything that I know could potentially become dramatic if I'm doing it with the right people because where they wouldn't entertain me. That's what I mean by like because drama comes naturally in everybody's life. Everybody has problems. Like you have people who come and they try to create it. They be like, they like the friggin' they try to stir the pot too much. Mm-hmm. I get people who they want to come and spice it up and come stir the pot. But you have those exactly the people you were talking about earlier who just want to come freaking stir the pot just because that's what they want to disrupt it. Like how you said that interview that you have to go to, they want to make sure you fit in the culture. Like no, they don't want that drama. So I get it. I get all that stuff.
Yeah. No, because especially in this B group, it's very easy for one person to send the whole group off track and cause a cancer. And because it's a group of all volunteers, like none of us are getting paid for the work that they're doing. And so if you have to deal with fucking an annoying person, then you're just like, it's not worth it to me. You know what I mean? But what happens is when you're with a bunch of people that are likable and have the same attitude and culture, it's like, you know what I mean? Like the group grows, like, and they push you into areas like you would never think. Like this year, I got invited to be on the board of directors, which I've never had that kind of experience before. And you know what I mean? Because this is a group of people that believe in nurturing people's skills and abilities. It's like they've structured the membership in such a way so that new members are like almost like pushed into this administration position, right? And so, it does a lot for people, I feel, you know what I mean? And in the right culture, it helps us grow, and be better people, which is important, you know what I mean? But if you had the wrong person in there, either in the administration part or as a volunteer or whatever, like even some of the people in our group, like there are some people that I guess would be borderline problem people, and you could see it in the meetings when they raise up certain topics or questions, or they start freaking out over like something that is minute. Like the other day, people were going nuts over the fact that there was no plan to deal with the pollen traps. And it was like I wanted to go online and just be like, just shut up, man. Like, fuck, you just make it a problem. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? But at the same time, because we have the right attitudes towards each other and the right cultures, we deal with it with respect. You know what I mean? And so even if that person's a problem or is making an issue, we don't make it worse. Do you know what I mean? We handle it in a mature way because there's the right culture that has a high level of respect for each other. That makes sense.
Oh no, you showed your respect today when homegirl was talking. She's like, yeah, I'm calling to get it. And so she was like, yeah, and homie came in there and he like slid in there real smooth and like, you know what? But I know it wasn't out of no disrespect from his end. Mm-hmm. But what I'm trying to say is you didn't take it in a disrespectful manner. Whereas in some instances, you'd be like, yo, you need like kind of back off. Like, you could have been cutting it on my meal kind of deal. Kind of do you respect it. And then you just, after he said everything, let him talk. And then he went in there and he was like, drop your balls real quick.
Yeah. True, but like that's because
it was beautiful.
There's no need to there's no need to fight over the market. There's no need to you know what I mean, try to get every sale and stuff like that. There's so much for us to eat. Bro, I'm doing so well, and I'll be honest, like I am not trying my hardest. I know that. You know what I mean? In some ways I take a backseat. I'm not being as aggressive as I could be to try and get as much business as I could. You know what I mean? It's because I don't need to. It's not like there's you know what I mean? There's enough for everybody. But I will say this, that I feel like there's not enough people that are stepping up to really take advantage of this market. And I've been kind of chilling for a bit, but I'm about to get off my chair and start hustling, like really hustling. And so my advice to people is really kind of like if you're serious about this, get serious, because there's a lot of money that I see being left on the table, and you know what I mean. If no one's going to take it, I'm coming to take it. I'll be straight. I don't want to take business. don't want to take business from people, right? I'm not about that, but it's kind of like, if you're not taking advantage of this, then I'm going to take, and in some ways I'm going to do it, and I'm going to show so you guys can see how, like, not to say how it's done, but do you know what I mean? Like,
you could easily be like, you could have got this. What's the, you could have, this right here was there, and you're just showing you could have got this. If you, as you keep on growing, and be like, you know how you could have been like, listen, you could have got this. You could have, you know what, a year from you, and if I'd be like, oh man, Julien, listen, you could have been like, yo, you could have been getting this, man, like, kind of deal. Trust me. Shit.
The money's there, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, like, I feel not enough people are doing enough to get their products in stores. Not enough people are doing enough to, foster repeat referral relationships. None of these people are working enough to empower those that are buying from them so that they can be sellers of themselves and buy on their own. Do you know what I mean? Like, none of them are doing that stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? I can't, fuck. Like, it really.
Take your vacation. Take your vacation. Give the people some time.
Well, this is what
don't just drop your nuts on it.
No, and like, even in Toronto, I've been very like, the market is so huge in Toronto. You know what I mean? There's so much opportunity, and I feel like some of these guys are not really like. Like, if it was me and I was like really wanted to market, I'll tell you right now, I would get up every day and I would have a list of stores, and I would be calling those stores or going in and I would visit every single health related store or whatever, and just come in and say, hey, what's up? How you doing? Here, I got my product. Here, you guys want to try a couple of these out? Here, boom, bam. And then come back and then follow up in a week. Oh yeah, have you tried this out? Like, you know what I mean? And work the business. You know what I mean? And then I could do that. I could fucking figure out all the different Caribbean farmer markets and all the pop-up shops and show up there and have a sign and have music playing and stuff like that. One of the cool things that I saw the Transformation Factory do is when they did their pop-ups or they did their events, they got someone to provide entertainment to their section. So I think one of them I saw, they had a person doing face painting. Do you know how big that is? And you could probably get someone and pay them $50 to come and paint faces for free in front of your booth. And every kid is going to come there and get their face painted. And while the kid's getting their face painted, who are you talking to?
Good job.
The parents who have the money, who want the health. And when you start talking about how it can change their kid's life and add, knowledge and, this and this and that, it's a no-brainer. Here, have your kid try the sample. See what he likes. Do you like it? Oh, it's good. Oh, yeah, it's just like applesauce. Yes, this is an alternative food, which is natural and healthy. And, there's no additive preservatives and stuff like that. And, we make it just by adding water and Seamoss and a few flavors. Do you see what I'm doing?
That's fine. Listen, this is a late night game. They don't even know about.
But bro, see that? That's because I'm an idea machine. Like, I just came up with that idea. I didn't think about that before.
Listen, okay. That's game. Nah, for real.
But hey, I seen Miss here, and I'm not sure if there's more to the Miss. Miss everything. You came in, you had your hands up in Clubhouse. Let me, what did you want to ask? Just curious.
I just wanted to listen to the conversation because I do take Seamoss capsules.
Cool.
How long? I'm sorry.
I was going to ask you how long you've been taking the capsules for.
For about 2 months.
Oh, nice.
Not regularly. Like, I'll probably take them twice, 2 to 3 times a week.
Yeah, that's okay.
Chlorophyll.
What I find interesting, or what I've found in my own experience, is that like, okay, everybody pushes you to say, oh, take it every day, so, but it's almost like the body knows when it's had enough Seamoss, and you just naturally you're not interested in taking it. But for the first while, well, it's, I mean, you start, like, your body's like, take the Seamoss, and every once in a while I'll have this feeling, oh, go back to the Seamoss, and I take it for a few days, and then, I mean, because like I don't take it every day religiously. Although when I do take it, I eat a lot of it. So I think that makes up for the days that I skip,
So like, I had a family member tell me that she feels different. Like she can tell the difference when she hasn't taken the Seamoss. Like it's I don't know, like the effects are like major in her life. When I take it, I don't feel anything. I don't notice the difference. So could that be because I don't take it every day, or?
Yeah, or maybe you don't take it enough. Take enough of it. Is she taking the pills, or is she taking the gel?
I don't know.
Maybe find that out. Because one of the things that I've been curious about, although I have no sort of test or study to prove it, it's just like from speaking with other people and stuff, is that does the water add to the bioavailability of the product? Meaning that if you had more water in the product, would that make it so that it's absorbed quicker into your bloodstream? Do you know what I mean?
If she's taking the capsules, you should drink a lot of water.
With
too.
I drink a lot of water.
Okay.
I drink a lot of water. I just don't really feel any different.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is it supposed to make me feel like?
That's a good question. Like, most times it's acting like a multivitamin, so it's replenishing nutrients that you might not have had available to you, or you were deficient. And so a lot of people are mineral deficient, and so when they take the Seamoss, they instantly feel a change because they're being fulfilled in those minerals. Like for me, when I first took it, I felt like I was really, like, back then, healthy wise, not eating right, this and that, and I felt like I was like on this mineral rush where all this shit came to me. Like it was like it was just filling up. But some of the experiences that I feel long term, I've always felt, is one, I'm more relaxed, I'm less anxious, like it's hard to get my anxiety going. Um, I think clearer. I sleep better, like I fall asleep. One of the biggest things I've noticed too is, like, before I started taking Seamoss, whenever I'd wake up in the morning, it was like I felt like shit every morning. It was like, oh, fuck the day. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like I didn't want to get up. And now it's just like I'm up here, eyes open, and I'm alert. You know what I mean? So the level of alertness is increased for sure. Energy, and then also my diet. Like I don't eat as much. I think that taking Seamoss is great for those that want to fast, But I've also taken the gel, and I've never taken the pills. And it might even be the pills that you're taking.
Maybe so.
Yeah, because sorry, go ahead.
I ordered them off of Amazon.
What's the company's name?
Hold on. American Standard Supplement.
And then how much? Did they say how much Seamoss is in there?
2,625 milligrams.
I wish Ricky was in the conversation, because Ricky knows a lot about whatchamacallit, about the Seamoss and the supplements. But I would try changing using a different person, because it could be the Seamoss that they're using. It could be the way that they've processed the Seamoss. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll try.
So what's it called? American Nutrition?
American Standard Supplement.
Okay.
When you take the capsule too, just to help with your body to absorb the vitamins and minerals, take a little bit of vitamin C. Take a little bit of vitamin C that actually helps. You look it up if you want to. Vitamin C helps your body absorb, especially if you're vegan or vegetarian, something like that. It'll help you absorb the minerals and vitamins and Seamoss. That's why in the Immersion, they have that little bit of orange juice on the breakfast counter, like back in the day. That was the whole idea. So you don't have to drink a whole bunch of orange juice. Just like, a little bit. Just like so.
I'll do that.
Mm-hmm. They actually have a pretty good star rating on their products. You know what I mean? Now, as for their Seamoss, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't consistently take info. I think that could be the reason.
That could be another thing, definitely, is that if you're not consistently taking it, then, and especially in the pill form, there's Ricky here. If you want to follow him, the guy Seamoss Boss at the top, he makes his own powdered capsules. And he makes them two different ways. One, he uses a freeze-dried method. And so that keeps the a lot of the nutrients intact, and then he uses a dehydrated method. And then Bull City Seamoss here says that sounds like a lot like they're a giant. And he's like saying that the pills are giant, and he's like, that's like 3 capsules per serving. How many capsules
They
do you?
are pretty big.
Yeah.
I just take one.
Just take one. Yeah. Have you tried taking 2? Or did they tell you just to take 1?
No, they didn't tell me.
What's the recommended dosage?
It says take 3.
What? She wasn't taking them. Huh?
I just ripped like there was something covering that where it tells you how many you take.
Dang, she ripped it off. She don't even know now.
Oh, so you can't see?
It says serving size, 3 vegan capsules, serving per container, 40.
So you're taking 1.
Suggested use: take 3 capsules once or twice a day, preferably with a meal or as directed by your healthcare professional. But see, I had that part covered.
So there you go. So that's why you're not feeling anything, because you're not taking enough.
Okay.
Now you good to go. We happy. See, you solved your problem. Good job.
Yeah, problem solver right here. Now, aren't you glad you came in the clubhouse?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, man. See, it's all good.
Maybe I need to let me see my chlorophyll. Are you guys familiar with chlorophyll?
Do I have anything with chlorophyll? No. Or actually, the green Seamoss we have is high in chlorophyll.
Yeah.
But it looks okay. It looks like we've
But
developed.
I also eat a lot of spinach, so I know that has a lot of chlorophyll in it.
Mm-hmm.
Spirulina too. If you ever mess with spirulina, it's an algae too. It tastes good if you get a really good one and you mix it in with Seamoss. It's funny, but it has almost like a fruity flavor. If you put in some lemonade, the color is what bothers a lot of people, and I find that the smell of it raw bothers females for some reason. I don't know why, but if you smell it, it might smell funky, but it tastes, if you get a good one, it tastes real good.
I take chlorophyll.
Let's see.
But I have I have unscrewed the capsules and put it in like my tea.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really, 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 really dark green. But that doesn't bother me. The smell, That doesn't really bother me either.
Spirulina and Corlina blend is fire. That's what Bull City said. Yeah, well, this one is actually going to be different than some of the other sea moss because it looks like they're using Condorus crispus, or the Irish moss from Ireland. And that usually, excuse me, has a little bit more of a fishier smell and taste. But a lot of people believe that that is sort of like the Rolls, or what they call the Cadillac of sea moss. I always laugh when you make these like assumptions and like sort of like connect, like, you know what I mean, these metaphors and stuff like that.
Okay, I will remember you saying that because you'd be like, yeah, you know, the Royal Seamoss Company is the Rolexes of all the companies out there. I'm gonna be like, what you just said? Like, I'm gonna call you out on that
Yeah,
one.
yeah. Well, that's what they kind of like. They're like, oh, it's the Rolls Royce of Seamoss. This is the best one, and it's like, what makes it best? You have no test to prove that. You have nothing. What, you know, it's an opinion. You know what I mean? Because here's the thing that I've found in my experience: people, just as many people that swear by Condorus crispus, there's people that will swear by the Garcilaria. And who's right? When you've tried both and you've made an opinion, that's your opinion. You know what I mean? And that's okay. You can have.
I don't know if I missed it. Here I go, coming back in here again. It's Nita.
What?
It's Nita. It's Nita coming back in here. I wanted to know if you had an opinion about the spinosum. That's spinosum is part of it's from Vietnamese. It's a family to the cotton sea moss.
The species of the Echinima spinosum. That's the one where it's got a lot of the spikes and stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So what was the question?
I was like, if you had a thought about it, opinion, or any experience with it.
So I've never personally tried that exact species, although I've seen some evidence of that species in St. Lucia. Like, you know, depending on the water conditions and the temperatures and the currents and stuff like that, the species will sort of mutate or look differently. You know what I mean? And so certain pieces are going to look like not consistent with the other pieces. It's a natural product. But what I do find is that particular species is one that a lot of people try to identify as pool-grown sea moss. But in reality, it's a species that is grown predominantly in the Asian community. You know what I mean? In like Philippines, in like Indonesia and stuff like that. And you know, I've been doing a lot of research lately on these different countries and how they are able to produce all this sea moss, right? Because the reality is that their sea moss is the cheapest sea moss in the world. So the question is, how is their sea moss the cheapest? You know, one would say, oh, well, it's their standard, like there's their currency, and I don't want to say standard of living, it's their currency that causes that. And it's like, yes, to a certain point, that's true. But whether it's my currency or your currency, there's a certain amount of work that's required to complete the job, and that require, you know what I mean, and that pay has, you know what I mean, like people need to be getting paid. You know what I mean? And if you need to reduce the cost, then you need to reduce the workload or reduce the amount of people that are required to do the same job. So you pay people less. And so that's my research now, is like, hey, what are these guys doing to make the Seamoss cheap? Because if I can make the Seamoss cheap without having to pay the workers less, meaning they get more work done for the same amount of work, then I can effectively lower the price of Seamoss without having to it to affect their livelihoods, because they'll be making the same amount of money. What's happening now is people are pushing the price of Seamoss down, and because there's nothing done to sort of make the job easier, these people are being forced to do more work for less money.
Right. Gotcha.
And so that's an issue. But yeah, I see nothing really wrong with that Seamoss. It's a pretty good Seamoss, and you know, yeah.
I've tried it. I mean, we like you said, we all know that in Asia, over there they've been having, and that's what they use it every day for, say seaweeds and everything, just to eat. It's a seasoning.
Yeah.
It's just, and that's another reason why it may be so. It's just to them, it's nothing. It's
No.
not that big. Like to them, it's like okay. And so the people are now turning it into this thing. The value of it is not. It's not cheap. It's just less expensive than what we're accustomed to. But because they do it, this is like rice. I mean, it's not rice, but I mean, it's like everything. They put it in their soup, they water, and they use it to put in what we use for a lot of people don't know about agar, you know that that natural gelatin.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the natural gelatin is coming from the spinosum.
Yeah.
Because that's what they get.
Yeah, it's all in the Philippines. Like I was
Right.
talking to my friend the other day, or like my brother's wife, who's Filipino, and she's like, "Yeah, we make ice cream out of this and stuff." She's like, "We don't use the gelatin that you guys use. That's all made with pig fat and whatever."
Pig,
This is
cow, whatever.
yeah. And so one of the things I always find funny is when I read on these social media contexts where these guys are turning around and saying, "Oh, if it wasn't for Dr. Sabi, you would know nothing about Seamoss and blah, blah." And it's like, no, no, no. You would know nothing about Seamoss because your life is only limited to what Dr. Sabi and these guys are saying. But I know that the Seamoss it's been around for centuries. And in fact, I want to do a show. I'm compiling a bunch of videos that I want to play to people to really open their eyes to understand how huge this market is. There are countries that are producing megatons of this stuff. And so a lot of the stuff that they are saying is pool grown, it's not pool grown. They've just found a way to make the same product cheaper. Just like I'm saying, by creating less work for the people that are doing the job. And so they're getting paid for the same amount of money, but they're producing more product. And so then that can affords them to sell it for less.
Mm.
Now, if we can copy or mimic some of the stuff that they're doing, then eventually we can do that in countries like St. Lucia and Grenada and stuff like that. And then these guys can make more money for doing less work.
Right.
And like I said, now what's happening is they're getting paid less for doing more work.
Right. Right. Okay.
Alexio's so right. Alexio's in the group and he's saying people can't understand mass scaling. They have no idea. Yeah. And that's scaling is key. You know what I mean? Because if you really want to grow this business and get to this like level, you know what I mean? Like up their status, then you have to understand how to, I guess, make things work. Are you there, Nita?
I'm still here. I had to mute for a second.
Oh, you're on mute for a second. Yeah. Let me see if I can get Alexio. I know it's late, Alexio. Maybe I can get him to come in and talk for a few minutes. You know what I mean? But
Okay.
you know who Alexio is, right? This is the guy.
See? That's why I went on mute. Give me a second.
He's the guy from the Transformation Factory and who was on Shark Tank. And
Right. I remember.
Okay, so just in case, like some people don't know his name.
Right.
But yeah, so
that'd be great, but if not, hey, that'd be wonderful. At this hour,
I think this is the only time he probably has free time. The guy must be. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, bro? Sorry, every time the lights, I'm always in the dark like a vampire.
I know what that's like.
What's up, bro?
I'm good. We're just sitting here talking about all things like scaling, manifesting. I started the show. You got to go back and watch the show later. I started talking a lot about hating and used you as some of the examples of how some of these guys are like,
you said hating?
Yeah, hating on other people and
that's the topic of the hour right now. Is hating. I literally, bro, I can't make up some of the stuff I've experienced in the last week. I can't, bro. I've had people use my name in their Google ads just to steal traffic because people are searching our name because of Shark Tank, as well as people like blast my prices because they're cheaper. Although they have a team of 1 and I have a team of 50.
and that was one of the things that I mentioned to them is like, and not only that, but you have a customer service where they can respond within 10 minutes. Do you know what I mean? Or like super fast. And like you said, that's expensive. And, you know, if you have a problem, you know what I mean? They know that you can get you guys and then you're going to come and work on a solution. With a lot of these other people, they're not. And one of the things, I haven't said them, but in my mind, when they say, because a couple people have said the same thing to me. They're like, oh my God, he's selling 8 ounces for blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay. And look, you're selling, like, I didn't say this, but in my mind, I'm like, look, you're selling 16 ounces. And where are you?
Yeah.
What is that?
Well, here's the thing. You know, just to speak on that, part of my shipping is in the price, you know, because we ship a perishable. So that means that it has to get to you in 1 to 2 days. So you either have an overnight shipment or you have a 2-day FedEx Express that goes on a plane that has -0 degree temperatures because it's a special plane that deals with perishables and medicine. That's cheap. If you want fermented Seamoss on your doorstep and you want a science project in a box, I can ship that to you ground, you know? But if you actually want it to be digestible, doesn't make you sick, and it's still cold when you get it in the summertime coming from South Florida, we don't own the planes that FedEx flies. We have to pay whatever they tell us to pay, which, by the way, is $16. If you want 2-day shipping right now, FedEx went up $4 per package on their price a month ago. $4.
Wow.
I don't want to run a 501c. That's a nonprofit, you know? So, and you know what I charge my customers for shipping, Julien? I charge them $9.99. It costs me $16.
Yeah.
And then if they spend a certain amount of money, guess what?
Shipping
Their
free.
shipping is free. This has to get paid for, you know? Otherwise, we go out of business. So it's like you have people that are selling Seamoss that's raw, or Seamoss with like lion's mane, or Seamoss that's mixed with ingredients that doesn't cause the product to ferment. You rarely see people ship pineapple, strawberry banana. The sweeter a Seamoss gel, the quicker mold grows.
True.
The quicker it ferments. The more it has to get to them in 1 day or 2.
And
that's very expensive. So while Papito Seamoss is over here talking about his Seamoss being $6 cheaper, he's selling raw, and I'm selling tropical flavors, you know? It's no comparison. But I'm a scientist. I literally worked for NASA before I started my Seamoss company. You have people that's making Seamoss in their kitchen and hoping people don't get sick. I don't have the luxury of doing that.
No, not at this
scale. My brand is big enough that if I do that, I get myself in trouble. So I'm going to, you know, again, I'm going to make sure it gets to you safely, and that costs money.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
Well, that's the one thing I noticed when you said that. Is like you're putting it on refrigerated. I don't think anybody in the market is really doing that. Like they're lining the boxes, they're putting the freezer and all that kind of stuff, and they're doing everything else. But no one is making sure that it gets on a dedicated refrigerated plane. Do you know what I mean?
No,
so that yeah, and that's a big deal. You know what I mean?
It's a big deal, man. And FedEx wouldn't even give us that offer until we had numbers to back up why we should have a special plane like that.
Yeah.
You know, our numbers has demanded that level of respect and service. You know, before we were doing the numbers we were doing, it was like, hey, figure it out. Pack enough ice packs to make sure that it lasts. And pray for the best. You know? Pray for the best.
Yeah,
know?
let's not.
Now, you know, you spend over $1 million in shipping in 6 months. They call you by your first and last name. They give you a separate number for a premium customer service. You know,
That's awesome.
money talks, you know?
Can I borrow that number?
You can, man. You know what I don't understand is that people in our niche, especially in our community, creating these fake competition like marketing schemes when it's like we're all fighting for the same thing, which is growth of the overall market. The overall market that we benefit from the most as Caribbean folk and minority folk, you know? It's like we're not the competition here. The competition is the Johnson & Johnsons,
right?
Big giant companies. It's not you and I who's literally scraping for just something, you know? And it's like, you're not my competitor because I want you to win too. I don't have a scarcity mindset. So, you know, when I see people in my community like using clips from Shark Tank to say like, oh, you know, I'm $5 cheaper, but you have no science behind it. You have no 24-hour customer service. You have none of the logistics I'm dealing with. You have none of the marketing that I have. You don't have a team that's as big as mine to make sure that this volume is successful. You're dealing with maybe 100 orders a week when I'm dealing with 1,000 orders a day. It's not comparable.
Yep.
You know, and until they get to that level, if they're ever blessed to get to that level, they'll realize that you cannot deliver this safely to people at this volume and charge that amount of money. You just can't.
But this is what I wanted to interrupt you to say. It's like you could never get to that level with that kind of mindset.
Right.
Amen, brother.
Like you just and that's why I wanted to do this show. The part of the topic was to say like these haters. It's like you're hurting yourself. Do you know what I mean? Like you're creating this mindset. Like you having this scarcity mindset is causing you to make decisions from a scarcity mind.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah.
It is a scarcity mindset, and I don't understand it. I can't relate to it. I want nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
You know, because like at the end of the day, man, I want to, you know, business analyst has predicted by 2025 that the Seamoss industry will be worth 97 billion.
Ooh.
97.
That means
Wow.
if you own 1% of the market share, you would be almost $1 billion company. Just having percent of the market share. My goal is to grow the industry as much as I can as a business owner. Because I know why, Julien, Pierre, I know most of the people that occupy this space look like you and I. Because they're from the Caribbean. Which means if this becomes a $100 billion company, people in our community is going to benefit in massive ways.
Yeah.
I'm not your enemy. You know who the enemy is? When this becomes a $100 billion business and Dasani decides to start adding Seamoss to their water, okay? Or Revlon decides to start adding Seamoss to their body butters. When the industry gets that big, that giant billion-dollar giants decide to play ball, that's going to be the final boss. It's not going to be Alexio or Julien or anybody else in our niche. It's going to be those big guys. You're fighting the wrong person, and I'm not impressed.
I've been saying that for 2 years. Like one of my biggest fears is that the industry is going to get to a point, and we're not going to be strong enough that a company like you say could come into, say, the St. Lucian government and be like, hey, listen, here's some money. Why don't you lease us that big spot there? And yeah, we're going to build a mega farm, and yeah, we're going to employ all your people. And all those guys that used to be farmers and independent and control their own life, yeah, they're working for us now. And they're going to get paid what we think they should get paid, not what they could have made them. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And I don't want that to
I
happen.
spoke to you off camera about starting our own farms in different places that, you know, we'll probably keep off the camera. But that's exactly why that's such a big project for me, because I know it's going to happen, Julien. It's not a matter of when. I mean, if, it's a matter of when. You know, Seamoss is going to get to a point where big companies are going to be able to buy such a big portion of Seamoss that it drives the cost per pound up for everybody. And it might get to a point where small businesses can't even just do Seamoss in their kitchen anymore and serve their community because the cost per pound is so exorbitant. you know, and to not get caught up in that, because although I'm doing very well in my Seamoss business, I'm not doing nearly as well as a multi-billion-dollar company that can buy up all the Seamoss and shut me out. But you can't shut me out if I'm growing my own Seamoss, because I'm not selling it. That's why that's the next level for me, and that's the next project, because I know it's going to get there. Jeff Bezos just invested $100 million into seaweed cultivation because it's predicted by 2050 that Seamoss will be cultivated more than potatoes.
Wow, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, search it up. Jeff Bezos just invested $100 million in seaweed cultivation. That's kelp, that's Seamoss, that's pretty much everything in the seaweed community. But I'm really a nerd, so I spend a lot of time researching and reading. I'm a scientist as a trade, you know, so it's cute that everybody's doing Seamoss, but like I go deeper. You know, and the world is catching on, they're evolving, and they're stepping into our arena. And they're going to own it if we're not fighting the final boss and we're fighting each other instead. Like, why don't you get that?
I agree. We're all caught up on minerals on a rock and stuff like that.
Oh my gosh, don't get me started. No, please don't get me started.
No, but
everybody has bro science.
Yeah. Well, I'm just glad that there's people like you out there that have this mindset, that are preaching this stuff, that are trying to, I guess, encourage other people to see it this way, so that because that's the only way in some ways that we can change people. Do you know what I mean? Is like, we can't change their minds. We could show them what we're doing, and they have to change their minds for themselves. But by, I guess, like leading by example or showing an example that it can be done, creates that confidence that it's possible.
Absolutely. You know, I'm just glad to play my role in any capacity, you know. With Shark Tank and everything like that, it was a great experience, and you know, honestly, it just felt good to be able to represent our community in a truthful light, and in a very organic light, without having to like use any tactics, you know, that can hurt the community instead of building it. You know, you'll notice on my episode, I didn't say it had 92 minerals. I said it had 90% of the essential minerals the human body needs, because that's up for debate. If the human body is even made up of 102 minerals. We know Seamoss is made up of 62 minerals, you know? Is there even 192 minerals, you know? So all of this is up for debate. You know, and I wanted to be as accurate as possible. I wanted to grow the industry. I wanted to represent our industry and our community without spreading fallacies or unknowns, whether it's true or not. Until we know it's scientifically backed, I couldn't accurately say that. And a big part is because if you watch Shark Tank, you know that you're under scrutiny, and they'll challenge everything that you say. So if you say it has 92 minerals, can you prove it? Here's the thing: we couldn't prove that, because when we send it to labs, it confirms that it has 60 to 65 minerals. You know, so I'm not gonna go there and lie just to get a sale. You know, you know. So all of these things are very important. You know, and I just think it's so sad when there's people in our community that tries to like be very scarcity in mindset and be competitive. It's like, okay, you may have gotten an extra 2 sales that day because of your slander. But the damage you did is so much bigger than those 2 sales.
And you look corny doing it. And this is something I said earlier in the show, is like, you didn't have to go on Shark Tank. You didn't have to go and like show the world what you're doing. Do you know what I mean? You could have done this deal in private. You could have kept everybody in the dark what's happening and slowly build your stuff, have the money, whatever, you know what I mean? And you could have kept this to yourself and not build the industry. But I don't know if I think I messaged you earlier where I went into your Seamoss transformation group, dude, and I was astonished by the amount of people that were in there trying Seamoss for the first time. Do you know what I mean? And one of the things I always used to joke about is that I'm like, I used to tell people, listen, this market's huge. Not even the white people are involved. Okay. I go, wait till the white people get involved. Then it's over. The market's going to blow up. And the majority of the people I saw commenting and saying, I'm trying Seamoss for the first time, this is amazing, were mostly white people. Do you know what I mean? And so I thank you for that. I thank you for going out and helping to boost up the industry. I'm dead serious, like, because you know what I mean. It is creating awareness on an unprecedented level, and I think in the next year or two, Seamoss is really going to become more like, almost, I don't want to say like a household name, but more people are going to be utilizing and aware of it.
Oh, bro, you can say it. It's definitely going to be, it's becoming a household name. You have memes and Instagram stories with Kim Kardashian saying that she uses Seamoss when she wants to lose weight.
Yeah.
That's like the biggest beauty influencer on the planet right now. Whether we like it or not, that's facts.
Mm-hmm.
People lie, numbers don't. Kim Kardashian has the beauty industry on lock right now. Her and Rihanna, you know? That's just facts, you know? She's using Seamoss in her smoothies when she wants to lose weight and tighten her body up. Mm-hmm. This is public knowledge. This is captured on video. Seamoss is becoming the next shea butter, the next butter, the next green tea, the next ashwagandha.
Mm-hmm.
This is facts. Instead of fighting each other in this community, we should be expanding the market, so when it becomes a $100 billion market, our little 0.3% means that we're worth $400 million. Like, do you not want that reality more than you want an extra 5 gels sold because you want to attack someone in your community? Come on, man. It's so low vibration.
It is.
Do you not get that we're on code here?
Yeah. And if your goal is to sell more Seamoss, that time that you spent cutting that person down, you could have spent it on building your business. You said it yourself, Alexa. You're in competition with yourself, and everybody needs to be in competition with themselves. Do you know what I mean? And not with each other. You know what I mean? Look at the numbers you're doing. You know, look at how you can improve your numbers, and you will get to where you want to go.
We just did $1 million in sales in 3 days.
Dang.
Come on, how can you not say that and not do a dance with it? I'm dancing for you. It's like,
you're doing a shake. I'm like, ow.
In our niche,
mm-hmm.
That proves that it's becoming global, mainstream. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
It's huge. And you know what? I'm happy that you did this so that other people can see, but it's a little disappointing that it took this to happen for other people to believe that it's possible. Like, we should have been doing more to kind of like push our own selves to do you know, like, if everybody was thinking more like you and just going for it, you know what I mean, we would accomplish more, I believe, at least.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I'm here for the long run. I'm here for the purpose. I do believe that everyone that's occupying this niche is going to see an increase in sales. I just want to be a part of that in any capacity, whether it's small or big. I just want to help our community and not hurt it, you know? Mm-hmm. And that was my main goal. And I think we were very successful in that. You know, as I told you in confidence, you know, there's a couple companies that actually used our name in Google ads because they knew that people were searching our brand because of Shark Tank. So you have brands that are not even affiliated with us using our name in their ads just so they can get SEO traction. Mm-hmm. You know, it says a lot though. Even though that was lame, I'm not gonna lie.
It is corny.
The fact that people are even doing that says that it was that impactful. Mm-hmm. And that there's so much noise going on that you wanted to jump on the wave in any way that you could. Mm-hmm. Long story short, good or bad on how annoying that may be, it just says that the market grew overnight and that everybody in that niche can benefit. Mm-hmm. And if I could do that in any capacity, we won.
Yep.
You know, the people that are playing the scarcity game, they're going to fizzle out. It's the people that's going to double down on their marketing, their packaging, their logistics, their flavors, their science on food signs to make sure people aren't getting sick and all these other things. The people that are going to obsess about the calculus behind the scenes of the Seamoss business, they're the ones that's going to survive the big giant companies that's going to step into our niche because it's just too valuable not to. The ones that are playing the low vibrational game, they're going to fizzle out. They're going to always be a good brand. And that's just the reality. You just want to make enough money to pay your rent, that's cool. You want to make enough money to be a multi-million-dollar business, you're going to have to develop real skills. That's just the facts.
Yep, that is true. I agree with you 1,000%. And that's something that people need to come to the conclusion is like, hey, am I in this to be in this, or am I in this to just make some extra cash? And either way is fine, but know where you're at and where you want to be. You know what I mean? And if you want to be, where you're making this a career or a lifestyle, then commit to it. You know what I mean? There's a guy I met who, finally quit his job and is now doing Seamoss full time. That's
beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And to see his story where he's like, yo, today marks 2 years ago when I decided to take the risk and quit my job and go all in. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I thought it was a beautiful story. And like, to me, seeing those stories creates more people to believe that can be possible, because I know I speak to a lot of people and they're like, oh, there's no way I could ever get to the point of, living off this or creating an income. And it's like, well, why not?
Yeah, that's not true. When I started this business, I was giving away Seamoss for free, just like my pitch said on the show. That wasn't a lie. I was giving it away for free. My mom had an eviction notice on her house, and I never thought for a moment, like, hey, I could sell Seamoss and save our house, I was like giving it away for free, and then it blew up into this big success where I was like, yo, mom, come home, stop looking for an apartment, I'm going to save our house. That's literally a true story, So I just say that to really validate what you just said, is that, yeah, it can be that. It could be that company that allows you to take care of your family, to make sure your kids are good, or have an educational plan, or some kind of an investment state, or something, at least 6 figures a year. I think it's like so easy. 6 figures is $287 a day. Like literally, that's like you selling 10 jars of Seamoss a day.
Yep.
It's so doable.
Yep.
You could be a 6-figure earner selling 10 jars a day.
And that's what I think a lot of people don't realize, is that all they need to do is send 10 jars a day. You know what I mean? And then their mind can't wrap around, because they're in that scarcity mode where it's like, you know what I mean? Like, instead of thinking, okay, I want to do 10 things, what would it take, or what do I need to do to sell this much?
Stop hating. That's the first step.
For sure.
It's the first step. But literally, 10 sales a day is marketing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what the biggest revelation was for me. When I started my company, I started on Etsy.com. And I only created an account on Etsy because I was getting so many local orders. I didn't want to write down everyone's address in a composition book like I was doing. And I was like, hey, if I create a website, people can submit their own credit card information. They can submit their own address. All I have to do is print the label. It'll make my life so much easier. What I didn't anticipate was the reviews, and that the number of sales I was getting was going to tip the algorithms to being at the top of the search engine when people search Seamoss. That part I didn't predict. And that literally started like a huge explosion in my business. And I attracted a company in Atlanta that wanted to white label my product. They said, hey, your reviews are amazing. People love your Seamoss. We're not even going to try and make it ourselves. Can we just buy it from you? You put our label on your jar. And I said, yeah. Back then I was, they doubled my sales in like a week. And then shortly after, while I was selling like maybe 100 to 150 jars a week, they were selling 800 jars a week. And their price was twice the amount of mine. But it was my product that they were selling. So instead of hating in that moment, I said, wow, We're selling the same formula, the same product, even the same design, because at the time they didn't even have labels. It was just like a thank you sticker. So I said, their marketing is just better than mine. And instead of hating, I literally took my profits and I started signing up to marketing courses.
Mm-hmm.
See, you rob yourself of the ability to get better when you hate. When I saw that, I didn't hate on them and say, hey, they're selling my product for twice the amount and they're outselling me 10x. All I said was, I went to school for engineering, not marketing. Let me step up my game in marketing. And as soon as I made that decision, I became the #1 Seamoss shell supplier in the world, in America. I don't know about the world, but in America at least.
Mm-hmm.
And we ended up on Shark Tank because I decided to be better instead of hating, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That just is what it is.
Yep.
So it's like, do you want to make an extra 3 sales because you're making videos comparing my prices to yours and your small niche? Or are you going to take that same energy and like double down on marketing and actually become a juggernaut? You have that decision.
I'm doubling down on the marketing and coming a juggernaut.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because you know what? It's longevity.
Yeah.
You're not going to just get an extra 3 sales and pay your light bill. You're going to get an extra 3 million sales and change the world.
And I'll be so much happier.
So much happier. And there's so much space for all of us.
There is. That's the one thing that's crazy. And I always remind people is like, before I started talking about Seamoss transformation, did you really know about them? And most people say no, or not that they've seen your name and stuff, but it's like, did you know that they were selling this much? That was the question I said. Did do you know that they were selling that much Seamoss? And all of them say no way. And I said, that's how you know the market is massive, because they can do so much sales and it's almost like a drop in the ocean to the point where it doesn't affect your business. Do you know what I mean? You did $1 million in sales in 3 days. No one has seen no one's calling and complaining about their Seamoss sales dropping.
We should not be in competition with each other. This is so much bigger than all of us. Every single person in this chat room that has a Seamoss business, this is so much bigger than all of us. We know where shea butter comes from. That comes from a nut that grows in Africa. Is the #1 shea butter supplier in the world black owned? Unfortunately, no, it's not, Julien Peter. It's not.
Wow.
It's these big companies. It's these Jergens. It's these Doves. It's Johnson & Johnson. It's all these bigger brands that literally are not even from the African diaspora, you know? But they're the #1 shea butter suppliers in the world. Why? Because something started trending. They decided to jump on board with their resources and shut us all out. I don't want that to happen in the Seamoss community. So instead of fighting each other, we should be building together to make sure that whoever is the #1 in this niche looks like us. Because it comes from our background. It should be us. But we're losing focus. We're losing focus fighting each other instead of like preparing for really a war. Because it's only a matter of time. It's not a matter of if these big companies come into Seamoss realm. It's only a matter of time. And especially with the exposure we just got on ABC, which is owned by Disney, and it's going viral right now. It's only a matter of time. And I already know this. I've had companies reach out to me that literally name drop celebrities that's like co-owners of companies that's using Seamoss as a main ingredient from European backgrounds. You know? They're like, hey, can you supply us? And I'm like, holy crap, so-and-so is stepping into this realm? This is getting serious.
Yeah.
You know? We can talk about that off camera.
Yeah.
There's some actors, like literally like famous actors that have a lot of money that's stepping into this realm right now as we speak.
Wow.
Just waiting to blow up. You know?
Yeah, and you're right.
That's the reality, man.
And if we don't get our shit together, it's going to be someone else that's going to be like, what's the word I'm saying? Putting us to work for them. You know?
Yes.
Well, so, yeah, Rio, you wanted to ask a question?
Hey, Alexio, I know you might not want to touch on it too much, but when it comes to farming, and I feel as though you do want to cultivate in the Bahamas, which is beautiful. Do you have an idea like the islands you want to do? And I have a reason why I'm asking this question, and it's just looking out in a way, but like the islands you might want to cultivate.
I'm sorry, who am I talking to?
So we're on the Clubhouse, and this is the guy Rio. Yeah. So just so you know, Alexio, I have Instagram going, I have Clubhouse going, I have Facebook and YouTube, and so I have all these devices in front.
Nice.
Yeah. So you will hear sometimes people talking in the background, and you won't see his face. And so to give you a little bit of context, earlier in the show, I kind of talked about how one of the things that you're trying to do for the community the Seamoss is to develop these Seamoss farms to create, for your country,
Yes.
right? That's what you wanted to do to create the jobs. And so he was asking like, oh, could you do that to other communities or other countries? And I was saying like,
I'm gonna have to at this point.
I'm
sorry.
I'm saying it's a good.
To your point, Julien, although I want to do that in my country, as we talked about off camera, sometimes politics and things of that nature make things a little more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm the kind of person that doesn't take the first no or the fifth no. If I can't do it where I want to, I'll just move it somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sorry. What was the question? I want to.
No, I'm saying you can't, but you can't. You can. I'm trying to say.
What do you mean?
You can't. I understand that the politics are getting away. I get it. I get what Parliament. I get it I know how they are, but it's not about that. You can do it if you do with your people, and that's what it is, man. I'm telling you, you can do it. It's people who want to do it. There's divers out there, bro. Just how they be pacing all day. They have that art to pace. If you could pace freaking jumping all day, you can do it just like in that. I'm telling you, you can do it.
Hey, what's your name?
Rio.
Okay, you're absolutely right. I'll tell you where it gets sticky is when you step into mass production. So yeah, if you're in a country like Jamaica, Bahamas, St. Lucia, or whatever, and you just have a little area that has Seamoss cultivation, and you're getting a few pounds or a few 100 pounds or whatever, you'll be under the radar and you're okay. But legally, most what they call I forgot the term for it, but once you get to the ocean, once you get to like the actual shore, most countries have a jurisdiction. Anything that grows on the beach. So, for example, let's say you're a multimillionaire and you buy a beachfront property in the Bahamas or St. Lucia or Jamaica, where you literally own a house that's on the beach. You still don't own what you grow in the water. You don't own the beach. You own the land that your house is on, but once you move from the sand to the beginning of the water, that's governmental property. Anything you grow there is taxable. It's a VAT charge. It's literally red taping. So if you're talking about like, hey, you know what? I'm on this side of the island. No one knows I exist. I'll just grow a cute little sample. You're good. But when you talk about scaling to levels that I'm at, or anybody else is at my level, you're talking about needing 30,000 to 50,000 pounds of Seamoss. It's such a big operation that you can't even keep that under the radar.
No.
So when you talk about the Bahamas, for example, for me to grow that much Seamoss just for myself, and my goal is to grow enough for my company and other companies. So you're talking tens of thousands of pounds per month. I can't do that under the radar. Now the government's going to know something is up, and I need to have legal jurisdiction to do that. That's when things get difficult. See, when you get to big levels, you become a target. Now radars are on you, spotlights are on you, and you can't move that way without having your multi-million-dollar business in jeopardy of being shut down or sued.
Yep.
That's just the reality. If you're doing something cute, you might get away with it. But at this level, it's impossible. And that's just the reality.
At scale, I understand. At scale, I get that. I was talking to Julien about this earlier. About it's not even. The thing about it is bringing the water to you. So my idea on that was they have factories. A guy on here, he said he's seen a factory, and as we know from the science, it is the water. So if you can get the water to come to the factory and build a tank that is properly maintained. Go ahead.
Sorry to cut you off, Rio, but you're getting too complicated. One, right?
No, it's not complicated. I'm not thinking deep on it.
No, let me finish. Let me finish though. One, you're doing too complicated. Two, if your customers were to find out that you were growing the Seamoss in a pond, that you pulled the water again, no bueno. That is the equivalent of pool grown Seamoss.
It is.
If it's from the ocean, if it's moving from the ocean, it's just
no. The water keeps moving. The water gotta keep moving. You're gonna make the water move. You in a tank. No.
Yeah.
And we live in a world where we have people in Seamoss companies that says, oh, if it's not wildcrafted and grows on rocks, it doesn't have all its minerals. These are people that have bro science. They have no scientific background. They haven't hired anybody with a PhD to actually test their Seamoss for the accurate count of minerals and how much milligrams of each mineral is in their Seamoss. They're just regurgitating what Dr. Sabi said with no scientific background. This is just the reality, So what you're saying is right. If we can grow this plant in a freaking test tube and it has the same minerals, it should be okay. But the minute you actually let your customers know that you grew this in a test tube or an incubator or a controlled environment, because of all the growth science people, they don't want it. So I hear what you're saying because I'm a scientist, and numbers lie. Numbers don't lie, but people do. So I feel you, and I agree with you. It's just not marketable.
Yeah,
that's just facts, man. It's not marketable.
But there is going to be ways around, and they're going to work on it. And just to answer earlier, that area that you're talking about, Alexio, that's the Queen's Chain. That's what they call it. The Queen's Chain. And so it's basically a land the space that the government owns. I think it goes maybe 60 meters out from the beach or something like that. And so anything between those lines,
crown land.
Yes, it's crown land, and you can't. And so you have to.
Stuff, bro. That's why I love you, Julien. You're really we can nerd out together.
Well, I had a meeting with some government officials to discuss that because we were talking about investing, and that was one of the things that they said is very difficult to sort of work out is to get a lease or rights to use that Queen's Chain. And at any time, the government can come in and just, we don't want your lease anymore. We canceled your lease. Because they did that to a group in St. Lucia called the Caba. They're building a golf resort. And so there was some issue with they got the lease, the beach, the Queen's Chain, they got a lease for that. And then the new government came in and they didn't like the deal that the old government made. So they went and canceled the lease. And basically they had to do all this finagling and deal making and giving people money in order to basically get the project back on track. You know what I mean? And so you have to be mindful when it comes to that Queen's Chain. But at the same time, what's happening now is almost all the Seamoss farmers and everything, they're operating in that area. And the government is kind of just sort of turning a blind eye. And I think part of it is because they know that if they were to start regulating that area and doing all that stuff, that the locals would snap and there would be a revolt. You know what I mean? They'd probably storm the parliament or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, I reached out to my country to start this project, and so far, the highest person in the country is all for it, which is the person that runs the country, But at the end of the day, I vetted other people in other countries outside that would also allow this, just in case that it became too political or people decide to get greedy. And so either way, I just feel like it's going to happen. I want it to happen in my country. It'll open up jobs. It'll also open up a whole new market for my country.
Yeah.
Kind of like how St. Lucia did for Seamoss. There's no reason why the Bahamas should not be a part of that conversation when they have the cleanest and the clearest waters in the Caribbean. It's embarrassing that they're not growing Seamoss. It is.
Yeah.
And I actually said that to dignitaries. I said, I'm embarrassed. And they had to agree with me. They had to agree that they were embarrassed too.
Yeah.
Because when I go to the Bahamas and I say, like, why is Seamoss sold out? They're like, we're waiting on a shipment because we're importing it.
Yeah.
Like, you weren't embarrassed to tell me that?
Yeah.
Like, what?
Like,
why are we importing Seamoss in the Bahamas?
Yeah.
That's so embarrassing.
Yeah.
But, that's the reality. So we're working through that right now as we speak, with governmental officials and stuff like that. But, to the person on your clubhouse that's asking these questions, I just want you to realize, at this level, it's just a little different. When you need as much weight as we need, and then you want to actually be able to sell weight outside of what you need, it's like that can't be under the radar. It's such a big operation at that point that anybody that's doing any Coast Guard work, any military work, any governmental work is going to catch on right away. And they're going to know you have the licenses, you have the permission, you have the jurisdiction. If you're doing like 100 pounds and you're just worrying about yourself, that's different. But at this level, it's so obvious that you have to get their permission, you have to get them on board. And that's just the reality, because we don't own this land. It belongs to an entire country. So I hear what you're saying, because I'm very much the same way. I'm like, hey, do what you need to do and ask for forgiveness later. But at this level, it's like you can't play that game. That's just a reality.
It's too much
I'm
money.
the king of playing that game. But you can't do it at this level.
No, that's true.
I have almost 300,000 customers right now.
Wow.
The Bahamas is made up of 300,000 people as their population. I have as many customers as there are people in my country. I can't fake this. I can't put this under the radar. I can't grow Seamoss at night with a flashlight. It's like, I need everybody to be on code and know I'm doing this, and it's okay.
Yeah, we're like,
but I also respect your opinion, and I understand why you came from that perspective. But it's just different when you're doing mass numbers.
So, hey, there's a couple comments here for you. One is from G. Allen. He said, Alex, I want to congratulate you, man. Keep pushing, King. I also want to thank you for paving the way for us. And then
appreciate that.
D's Ecom Money, or Dad's Ecom Money, says, congrats again, Alexio. Quick question. Will you ever think of producing for other brands?
Okay, so I'll answer that question. So I actually, as I said earlier, I did that in the beginning. I had a company reach out to me that said, hey, I love your product. Can we resell it? The reason we stepped away from that is because especially now, we're at a point where we're 12,000 orders back ordered right now because of Shark Tank. 12,000. We're in a 3,000 square foot facility. We're looking to move into a space that's like much bigger, but like we can't even handle our own orders. And then Amazon reached out to us. They're like, everybody is searching for your brand on our website and you don't exist over here. What can we do to expedite this process so that you're on Amazon?
That's the word, eh? Expedite the process. We want your fucking money, Alexio.
I have to double my team within the next 2 weeks.
Wow.
Like, everybody wants to be a CEO until there's days like this. I promise you.
Well, this is so funny that you say that, because as you say it, I'm like, fuck, I don't want to be this guy. Because I don't know how I would think.
I haven't slept in a week.
12,000 orders, bro.
Like, I'm getting maybe 2 hours a day of sleep,
Yeah.
But the reality is, we can't even handle our own orders right now, much less take somebody else's orders. But in a perfect world, to answer your question, we would be in a much bigger facility. like 12,000 square feet or more, and I would be able to have a whole fulfillment team that literally just focuses on white labeling our product for other brands. Like that whole team is like, okay, from 8 to 10, we're doing XYZ Seamoss company. From 10 to 12, we're doing the next company. You know, right now we don't have the capacity, the team, the space to do any of that because we're behind in orders just for our own brand. You know, so I want to do that. I think it would be beautiful. We're just not there yet.
Well, CGI Green says good problems to have. And then G Allen is like, I would love to collaborate, laugh aloud, get these drinks and these people. Yeah.
Yeah, that's real.
Yeah. Are you thinking about getting beyond the gels and introducing other products?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The Transformation Factory is actually not a Seamoss business. Seamoss is just the first launch. You know, the goal is to have products that help people transform in general. So that's pretty much all holistic items, you know. Seamoss is just the first one. It's the jab. It's not the right hook, you know.
Yeah.
The uppercut.
Yeah, I
you
totally
know.
get
So,
it.
but everything in time, Seamoss just took off so fast that it didn't allow us the capacity to do anything else. But it's definitely not the vision, you know. So we plan on expanding, but as we can. Right now, our biggest problem is space. We're in a 3,000 square foot facility, and we're at capacity. People walk into our space, and they're like, man, I could barely walk in here.
Yeah,
you know?
you need more
So
warehouse
we're
space.
literally in the process right now of moving to another facility that's like 4 times the size of where we are right now.
Wow.
And that would just give us the opportunity and the options to grow, add more products, and also take clients. So that's where we are right now.
Taking clients, meaning like doing the white labeling and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, white label, wholesale, you know, all of that stuff. But, you know, we can't extend our service to other brands if we can't even fulfill our own customers right now.
That is true.
But, you know, there's a such thing as growing so fast that you put yourself out of business.
Yes.
And, you know, we don't want to be those people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So D's Econ Money says, okay, would you guide a company who wants to put the things in place to facilitate their brand? I'll answer this for you, Alexio. He doesn't have
What did he
to.
say?
He said, would you guide a company who wants to put the things in place to facilitate their brand? And I don't think you have the time to do it, even if you wanted to do it.
Yeah, that, and it's like, I'm not saying the person that asked that is this example, but a lot of time people say that and they have no idea. You know, they have no idea of the volume that we have to deal with, and they think they can handle it. It's really like calculus. It's so much more complex than you can ever imagine. But when you talk about materials, especially in COVID, you know, you have congested ships that's literally stuck on the water, and they can't even offload their ships. Sometimes we don't have the materials we need because it's stuck in the middle of the ocean because of customs and clearance and logistics and all these things. So when I hear that, hey, you have all the customs connections, you have all the logistic connections, you have deals and companies from other countries, and like, even though all this stuff is happening, you can bypass it all. So when I hear somebody say, hey, I can come in and I can do all this for you, it's like, can you? We have 4,000 orders every week. You know, can you supply enough mason jars, metallics, peanuts, everything to make sure that we're not sitting on the sea for a couple of weeks? Which means you have to be able to bypass the FDA, you have to be able to bypass customs and all of that and get a speed track to the front of the line. Why would they do that for you unless you were lining their pockets and you had that much business? It's way harder than people think. I'm open. I promise you I'm open. But when people realize the magnitude, it's just like, hey, it's just not possible. And we have to wait in line like everybody else. If you can bypass that line, let's work together. And I'm very open, especially if you're from my community, because I'm so pro us.
Yeah, for sure.
You know?
Well, Curly B says, I'd love to see two kings having an intellectual conversation on how to better themselves as well as our community without leaving anyone out, highlighting the fact there's always room on the table. Yeah.
Curly B is a solid one. Yeah. She's been a major supporter. Thank you. Shout out to Curly B.
Yes. Salute.
Yeah. But I would say anybody that's trying to partner with us or work with us, just know that we're at a mass production level, and things just change. That's not to brag or anything. I promise you, I'm not that guy. But that's our reality. We're dealing with a show that just exposed us to 7 million people in one night. We're literally like, we have to mass produce everything we do at this point. And it just gets way more difficult at that level. We're literally, like, seriously, some of the biggest companies that supply us are literally saying, hey, can you give us 4 weeks to get our team together so we can fulfill your order? Yeah. This is a reality, Julien. Like, wow. We have metallic companies. We have a company that supplies us with elderberry. Yeah. That literally said, hey, we don't have enough people on our team to fulfill the order you just placed. Yes. And they're one of the biggest elderberry companies in the world. And they're asking us for an additional 3 weeks to get our order together for what is equivalent to a one month supply of elderberry for us. They need additional people to get a 1 month supply ready for us. So, Alexio, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but I have a lot of farmland in St. Lucia. If you want, we can maybe talk about growing our own elderberry teas, and I'll help you. Lock up that supply, no problem. Everybody wants to be a CEO and tell us problems like this. I promise. I know. It reminds me of my pastor in church. Right, he gave this preaching, and he was like saying, like, everybody wants to be like pastor, and he's like, I'm telling you, you don't want to be like. And I've watched this guy work, and it's like, dude gets up at like 7 a.m, and he's working till like 10 at night, and 90% of it is him just dealing with people's problems. You know what I mean? Like, everybody in the church calls him to solve their drama and stuff. Like, that's work, bro. You know what I mean? And so I always said, I never want to be like you. I never wanted, like, that's just too much responsibility. It's a gift and a curse, man, It's a gift and a curse. Yeah. You know what? I look at it as an opportunity to grow as a first generational CEO. I was raised by a single mom. I didn't have any examples of what to do. And I'm literally the person that's going to change everything in our generation, in our family tree, everything. Unfortunately, there's nobody I can go back to, like, hey, grandfather, father, or whatever. Like, what do I do in this situation? It's literally me versus me, or it's me versus somebody that's a stranger that just happens to be better off than I am. Yeah. It's so rare, though. Most of the time, I'm figuring this stuff out on my own. And that's the reality. And it's tough. The good thing is I don't have an ego, so it's like I can humble myself enough to say, hey, I didn't know this. Thank you for the information. I'm going to absorb that, and I'm going to move accordingly. But there's not many people that can give me that advice. No. Because I'm at the level that they're aspiring to be at, and they don't even know how they would handle it if they were at this level. And I'm at this level, and I'm asking questions, and you're giving me solutions that's not really solutions. And it's just the reality. It's people mean well, and I love that they want to offer their advice, but at the same time, like a mentor told me, if somebody isn't at the level you want to be at or greater, you really can't listen to them. No. It's not that you don't want to, it's just that they don't have the skill or the know-how because they haven't done it yet. Yeah. They're just talking. Reality. It's not shade. It's not negative. It's not anything like that. It's not a scarcity mindset. It's not insecure. It's not any of those things. It's just the reality. You don't know because you haven't had to do it yet. Hey, Asa, I saw you unmute your mic. Did you want to ask a question?
Oh yeah, I'm just tuning in. So forgive me if you've already gone over.
No problem.
This. But yeah, my name's Asa, and I have a company called Nature's Club, and our first product is Seamoth products. And I was actually inspired as I'm hearing more about your story with you helping to heal your own self, and that being a part of the story of the Transformation Factory, because I'm in that situation where I'm working on weight loss and gonna make that a part of my content for my company. My question is, for someone like myself that's just starting out, I've been selling Seamoss for maybe over a year, just locally. I'm now doing vendor, like pop-ups and vendor things like that. What advice would you have for someone just wanting to scale to the next step as far like baby steps? I'm trying not to think too far ahead, but just to maybe where I could make maybe, I don't know, $5,000 a month or something like that, where, you know, I can actually have a profit and live off of that and then work on the next step after that. If that makes sense.
So just to recap, the question is basically, how do you merge from where you are to increase more scales? Like, how do you scale your business so that you increase the sales to a point where you can live off it?
Yeah, just to like get to the next step. So I'm already left my job and stuff, and I have another way to make money, but I'd like to get to the point where I'm just solely working on Seamoss and then working on Nature's Club, because the idea is similar, where eventually I want to have other natural products and stuff, but I'm starting off with Seamoss.
Mm-hmm. Well, did you want to answer it, Alexia, or you want me to answer it? I can.
Yeah, it was really choppy for me.
Oh.
If you can just tell me what the question was, I'll answer.
So the question is like, she's in a business now where she's, you know, at a certain level, and she wants to get to a level where it's almost like a part-time business now. She has other jobs, but she wants this to be sort of like her main source of income and be able to live off it. And so she's kind of like, how do I get it to where I'm making maybe $5,000 a month profit?
What I would tell her without knowing the full operations of her business is marketing. You know, you have to leverage TikTok ads, Facebook ads, Instagram, WhatsApp, YouTube, Google. You know, nobody knows you exist. You know, what I always tell people is like, you have 5 customers that's very satisfied with your product. 1 million people will be satisfied with your product, but they have to know you exist. You know, you have to market, and this is a tip that I found out for myself. When there was another company that was selling my product for twice the amount of money, and they were outselling me 10 times, I knew that it wasn't my product, because it's the same product. I knew it wasn't my packaging, because it's the same packaging. The only thing that was different was our marketing, you know, and I just started becoming a student to marketing. So what I would say is, hey, if you're having a problem pushing your product, that means that your marketing skills could use some beefing up,
mm-hmm.
You know, and this is literally like, this is literally what I told myself. I went to school for engineering. I could build a robot for NASA that's on Mars right now as we speak. It's called the Curiosity Rover. You know, but what I couldn't do was market it. You know, it's just something I didn't study. You know, so I told myself I needed to get into marketing, and I started obsessing about it. So what I would say is, if you're having a problem making $5,000 a month in Seamoss, it's because your marketing needs work, and like your product may be phenomenal, but you just don't know how to broadcast that to millennials and Generation Z, and even baby boomers, you know, or Generation X, which is like my parents' generation, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to know, there's something in marketing called personas. Personas mean that you know how to market to every personality. You have people who want to save the world. You have people that don't care about people, they just want to care about themselves. There's people that just want to have fun, and then there's people like me and Julien that obsess about the scientific data. You have to know how to market to every single person. Meaning that, does your ad speak to the the Alexios and Julians who's going to look for the fine print? Do you know how to market to the person that doesn't care about the fine print? They just want to have fun. Do you know how to market to the sharks that just want results? Do you know how to market to the Mother Teresa's that want to save the world? You have to know how to market to every single person. And if you're having a problem selling product, it's because you haven't mastered how to market to every single personality. I would say obsess about that. It's not your product, it's not you, it's not your formula. It's the fact that you haven't figured out how to make people understand and know that you exist. And that's it.
Mm-hmm. Like, I'll show you an example of why, like, it's the marketing. Look at my label. Okay, Alexa, you want to see what I use? You want to see what I use?
I don't have an answer for that.
Sorry, Alexa. This is what I use to make my labels.
We're so the same person, bro.
So if I can sell as much Seamoss as I do using those labels, you know what I mean? Like it's you're right. It's not the labels. It's the marketing. And CGI Green says you need to create an avatar for your buyers. You know.
Yo, where are you seeing this, Julien? This is another app.
No, so I can see the comments and you can't see the comments for some reason. But
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't see those.
I think it's the way Instagram is. They only show me the comments. I know when I record this and I try to do the replay, for some reason they don't show the comments on it. You know what I mean? That's why I always reread it, so because I know people can't see it. The Des Econ Money says my problem is similar to yours, bro. It's being able to keep up with the demands to manufacture and ship back the orders, and ship the back orders. And then Curly B says a genius at its finest for sure. When are we going to be able to sign up for courses with you at Alexio?
Hey, it's in the works. Curly B. There's too much going on.
Yeah, I gotta wait for things to slow down.
Projects in the works. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I need like 3 teams at this point.
I almost feel like you need like a security guard to just like, you know what I mean?
I do have a security guard.
Guard your time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's so much I want to do. I have crazy ideas. I can't say it because it's not copywritten yet, and nobody in this chat has signed an NDA, so I can't talk about it. But I will say that there's crazy things that's coming out in my brand.
Awesome.
And I'm really excited about it.
I'm just excited to know that you're excited. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Yeah. And I love your energy, bro. I want to give you your flowers, man. You're really smart. You approach everything from a scientific point. You don't have a scarcity mindset. You're not competitive. Like, you check every box. And that's why I'm even on this life.
Oh, thank you.
So, cheers to you, bro.
Cheers. And don't worry, I'll make sure I put a little extra on the paycheck for you to say that about me.
Yeah, he didn't pay me to say that.
Thank you. That really touches my heart. I really appreciate it. You know what I mean?
Julian's the real deal. He is.
Yeah, I always that was one of the things that I like when I set out this business. I said I'm just going to be myself and keep it real as much as I possibly can. You know what I mean? Because I know people can only act for so long before the shit starts showing.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Facts.
And so I didn't want to be one of those guys where someone is like, "Hey, did you see Julien doing this?" And you know what I mean? Did you know he does that? Did I ever tell you the story? I never told you this. Did you ever hear the story about how I got into a big fight with Dr. Sabi's son on Instagram?
Yo, you gotta tell me this story. No, you have not told me this.
Buddy, it is the funniest story, I swear, and this is all true. Okay, so I'm new into Seamoss now. We just started the business like maybe a couple months. We started shipping on our first order. Now there was this one girl that I had been talking to for like a while, And she was like, are you sure the Seamoss is real? And I'm like, yes, it's real. I swear to God, it's real. Now, I don't know anything about Dr. Staby. Like, I know a little bit about the alkaline thing, but I didn't know anything about his sons or anything like that. Right? So I had no idea what was going on. I just knew he was this healer that was around. He's not around anymore. So this girl calls me up and is like, you lied to me. And I'm like, what? Lied? No, I didn't lie. And she's like, yeah, you sold me fake Seamoss and And I'm like, hell no. Bro, I'm like, you wanted me to show you where this, like, I pull it right out of the water and you'll see it. It's real, right? She's like, I'm like, who said this? And then she's like, this guy said this. And she gave me the link, right? So me being the guy I am, yo, what's up, bro? You talking shit about Seamoss? Like, where are you getting this from? Blah, blah, blah. And so he starts saying, oh, you don't know me. I'll destroy your business. I'll do this with your business. Like making all these kind of threats, right? So I'm like, what? Like, you know what I mean? So we get into this big battle, right? And then he's like, why don't we take it on the live stream? And I was like, yeah, let's do it. You want to go live? Let's go live. Now, I just come out from hanging out with my friends. So I had a couple beers, right? And I had food, eating. So I go on the live stream. I shit you not, bro. With a fucking beer in my hand like this. And I'm eating chicken. The whole Instagram blows up, boo. Comments. How can we trust this guy? Look, he's drinking beer. He's eating. Just flipping out on me, right? And I'm just like, what? And that's when I was kind of like, who is this guy that I'm talking to? And so as I'm talking to him, I'm researching and I'm finding like, oh shit, this is Dr. Sabi's son, blah, blah, blah. But yes, but listen to this though. As we start talking, right, he starts trying to goat me into like, oh, what are these minerals and this and this and that. But at the time, I had done my science and my research, right? And so that's why no one could talk to me, right? And so I start battling him back, right? And I'm like, what about this? What about that? And I said, well, so what species are you selling? And he, like, I started asking questions where he couldn't answer it, right? And then it was at a certain point, this is when I knew I won the argument, right? It was at a certain point, he says to me, you know what? You're in it just for the money. You're not a healer. You only care about selling people garbage and this and that. So at this time, I'm researching this guy. I'm already on his website. And I look on his website and I see that he only sells 2-ounce packages. So you can't get 4 ounce, you can't get 8 ounce, you can't get a pound. You can only get 2 ounces. And he's selling the 2 ounces at $17 for 2 ounces. Yes. So if you want a pound, you have to pay like $120. So I turn to him and I'm like, you are the charlatan, not me. I go, you're the one who's faking people and lying. Right? And he's like, well, what are you talking about? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, so why is it that you know what I mean? If you're all about this healing stuff, why are you selling this Seamoss only 2 ounces? Why are you ripping your customers off? Why don't you offer them an extra opportunity, this and this and that, right? And I go on. And I'm like, you're selling this for $20, $120 a pound. I said, I guarantee you're probably paying less than $5 US for that. I said, don't make me go down to Honduras and go, you know what I mean, go talk to your people, find out how much because I go, I'll spread it all over the internet. And I go, you're just all about the money. And then he turned around and this is when I knew I won the thing. He called me a boti boy.
Oh.
And so in the middle of talking, he's like, boti boy. And I was like, what?
What?
I said, and I go to the camera and I go, what did you just say? What did you just call me? And I go, did you just call me what I think you called me? And he didn't say anything. He was all quiet, right? And I started laughing. And I was like, I go, bro, thank you. I won. I go, you lost. And you go, I don't even have to say anything. And I'm like, the fact that you can't. This is.
In a debate, there's something called a red herring. A red herring is a red fish, by the way.
Yeah.
But the way it's used in the debate, a red herring is a distraction. It's something you throw out in a debate when you're losing. You don't have any facts. You don't have anything to back anything up. But you throw something out to the audience that will distract them fact that you can't compete or you can't argue what's being talked about.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like it's a completely left field topic, a completely left field something to distract the audience. It's called a red herring.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he did. By calling you a Batiman or whatever, it was like, hey, I have nothing to argue. Let me just throw something that's very far-fetched and completely off topic to confuse the people that are watching. It's literally called a red herring.
That's I think Trump does that a lot,
you
probably.
know you're winning a debate.
Well, that's the thing. I won, and that's what I told him. I said, like, bro, it's over. I don't need to say anything else. I go, you conceded right there, and then you know what I mean. He got mad, and then he ended up canceling he deleted the video, and then he blocked me. And
Of course he deleted.
yeah, and you know what's crazy, bro? Out of like, I'm not a mean-spirited guy, right? I'm not a guy, but something about this guy, it's like the whole universe comes in me and is like, troll that guy, go after that. That guy is the worst for the industry. Do you know what I mean? And if there's like, as how do I say it? He's the only person I shit on, and I'll shit on him at every chance I get. And I'll always go on his page, and if I see an ad or whatever, I'll like, you know what I mean? I'll do that stuff because I just don't like him. Huh? Oh, okay. That's okay.
What's the name of his company? Yeah.
What's the name of his company?
Yeah, what's the name of Oh, you can text it to me if you don't want to give him like coverage.
Oh, the Dr. Sebi's son, it's called, I think, One Bolingo or something like that.
Spell Bolingo.
It's called Bolingo?
Spell it.
Huh?
Spell it.
Bolingo. It's BELI. I don't know. Hang on. Lingo. Maybe it's 2 L's. Dr. Sebi.
Share your screen.
Oh, Bolingo. BOLINGO. And it's called Bolingo Balance.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But this is a guy who sits there and is like changing his name every 3 months or so. Every time I see him, he's got a new handle on him. You know what I mean? And he's always shitting on St. Lucian Seamoss. You know?
Well, yeah.
That's why I hate him.
I never heard of that brand.
No one has.
My team does competitive research, you know, so we pretty much know of anybody that deals with Seamoth that's like worth talking about. I'll let you read between the lines there.
well, I say this is the thing. I think part of the reason why he's shitting on the Seamoss is because he, like, imagine you're Dr. Sebi's son and you want to be the center of Seamoss and sell all the Seamoss, but then you see everybody over there partying with St. Lucia Seamoss and be like, yeah. And you're just like, come on, guys, why does no one want to come over to my side? And I think that's where, you know, and that's part of that scarcity mindset. Do you know what I mean?
You know, definitely scarcity mindset. You know what it is too? First off, let's just address the elephant in the room. Dr. Sebi had a lot of kids.
Yes.
You know, I think he had his last kid at 87 years old, which is commendable. It just shows how healthy he was, how fertile he was, how everything he was at that age. You know, so I said it to say, man, it's just like, not just because that's your dad doesn't mean you have the same ideologies, the same merits, the same smarts, the same research. It just means that you came from someone amazing, you know, and, you know, there could be some people that just want to ride a wave, like we see every day. It's like, hey, my dad was like really big on talking about this. Let me jump on this wave so I can make money, although I don't know anything about it. Not saying that's him, but I'm just saying that that's a very high possibility, you know? So, hey, it is what it is, man.
Yes. Yeah, and I don't know. To me, if it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't like trashing other people's products to sell his product, I would probably ignore him and leave him alone.
Right.
Would never do that. Talk about Seamoss, talk about the benefits, talk about how it can benefit your customer that you're serving. Why would you even talk about it? Coca-Cola doesn't get sales because it bashes Pepsi.
Absolutely.
It gets sales because their marketing is better than Pepsi. That's how you fight. You fight by having a better product and a better marketing.
Exactly.
You do not gain sales because you say, oh, Pepsi's sweeter. Or, Pepsi hired Beyonce to do a commercial because they're trash. They're just paying for faces at this point. You never heard Coca-Cola say this. You never hear Chick-fil-A trash McDonald's and say, we have a better chicken sandwich than McDonald's. They just made sure that their service was so exceptional that the word of mouth went around that Chick-fil-A is where you go when you want superior service and superior quality food and a fast food. They don't go bashing other companies to gain a sale because they understand that scarcity mindset is not going to be long term. I don't understand. I really don't understand why people do this. I don't. I'll never be able to relate because I'm trying to be better than I was yesterday. I don't have time to focus on your company. I'm trying to beat who I was yesterday. If you focus on that, you'll always win. You'll carve out a lane, a niche, and a percentage in your niche for yourself. Because you're doing something that's true to you. You're putting a lot of quality into it. Here's the thing. You can't compete with me. Here's why you can't compete with me. I genuinely want people to be better. I want people to become the best versions of themselves. If you're not genuine about making people evolve into the best versions of themselves, or actually helping mankind and humans in general, even plants, and animals. If you're not interested in making sure that living mammals, living creatures are getting the best version of themselves, you can't compete with me. If that's not a genuine thought and a genuine thing that you want in your business, you will never be able to compete with me. Because it's not about the money for me. Service to many leads to greatness. The more people you serve and the more people you help, naturally you'll become successful. So if you're thinking about your pockets and not mankind, you will never be able to compete with me. That's just facts. Save yourself the stress and find somebody else to compete with. Because I was stressed out.
Yeah.
My mom had an eviction notice on her door and I was given Seamoss a big free during that time. You can't beat them if your head's not right. You can't. Stop. It's embarrassing.
Facts. That's true.
Actual fact.
Because they will never get to that level to think that they would ever, give the Seamoss away for free, which is what led you to that success.
They never, because it's a scarcity mindset. They're thinking about themselves and what they can do with the money. They always say if you can do something for free and still be happy, that's how you know it's your passion.
Exactly.
That's genuine for me. If that's not your goal, don't ever in your life try to compete.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I agree with that. Nice. So does anybody else have any other questions or anything you want to talk? This is rare, you know what I mean, to get you late at night. This was unplanned, unscripted. I wanted everybody to know he came in just to check us out, you know what I mean, to see what people were saying. And I feel like those that come into these kind of live streams and seek it out, it's because they're serious about their game and want to learn. You know what I mean?
It's 3:45 in the morning, man.
Yo, okay, so he on our time, East Coast time.
What'd you say, Nita?
I said he's on our time, East Coast time. Wow.
Yeah, he's in Florida. You're in Florida right now, right?
Yeah, I'm in Florida.
Tell him I appreciate him. I am so. Just being in your community, Julien.
Yes.
Has changed a lot of things, and
thank you.
It has changed, and it's just so much. It's just so much, and I'm almost in tears right now, to be honest. Because a lot of us who got into this industry wanted to help people. We still want to help people. And a lot of us give stuff away for free. You understand? That's why I understood what he said he was doing and giving free. That's how I started Seamoss. I know about Seamoss for over 20 years. When people see me, they think, what you mean 20 years? But that's been a part of what I've been doing for a very long time. And so it just picked up. And this this situation that the whole world is going through, and now people are paying attention. They want to be healthy. They want to fight what's going on. And Seamoss has been it. And now I understand, and like the CB, whatever, he has exposed those of us in the States that didn't know more about it. It's not the do all, end all. It's not. But a lot of people have started to learn more about it just by, learning about it. A lot of people didn't know. And so he's not the founder of it. He just put it in a place where people are able to see and learn. And so that, siblings, children, or whatever have jumped on, and because honestly, I'm trying to be nice about it, but like homeboy said, he has a lot of children, and they're fighting about whose product is best. You seen that?
No, I did not see that, but
it's they all got different websites. The daughter, the cousin, the sister, and they keep saying Dr. C. It's like, okay, but you have to be able to know how to read between the lines and just make your own decisions. He did bring some things to the forefront to some people who never even thought about looking at natural health and wellness. Some has been in this game for a very long time, but we shouldn't fight each other. We shouldn't fight each other. I love what Alexio said. He said we're not competition because these companies, and he named Johnson & Johnson. I said Palmer's, all these companies. Oh, it's good that he brought it out. But let me tell you something. Because he brought it out, they're coming out. And they're gonna put this wonderful product in their products. And a lot of the stuff they put in is not gonna help us. But like our guy, that's not here, who got the weight loss, the fat gel. I'm assuming and I'm hoping that all his ingredients are organic and natural. But this is amazing. And just like you said, he said all this. I said, just like, even CBD didn't jump off as big, but it got big. Shea butter is amazing. And look, this right here is amazing and is available. And I listen, I don't know who hear this. I don't know who's available to this. Just pay attention. Stop fighting, because this is in our culture. This is the first, not maybe the very first time, but one of the first times that we can deliver to our people the opportunity, not just for this healing, and we can actually create products and business with each other. And when this thing grows to that level, if you're in here, I don't care if you're at a third of a third of a third of a 30%. You'll finally be able to leave something to your family. You have legacies. You know what I'm saying? I mean, maybe I'm going too far with this right now, but I'm saying I'm not on Mr. Alexio level, but I know what he's talking about. We, as a culture, can finally be at the first front of stop fighting. Your business, my business, we sell the same product, but we don't sell the same product, but we're part of the same. Listen, stop. Stop. Because Johnson & Johnson is coming.
Yep.
Palmer's is coming. What? I can't even think of all these other companies right now. They are coming. I saw, like I told you, Julien, I was surprised. I'm in Aldi's, and Aldi's is new in my area. And I saw a Seamoss candle. I said, what?
Oh, yeah, you were saying that, a Seamoss candle.
A Seamoss candle.
That's mind blowing.
Like, what is the candle for with the Seamoth?
See, and that's where you're talking about people, dealing with just trying to get money.
Well,
Okay.
You know what it too? It's like those companies that trademark. Did you see that they trademarked Juneteenth?
Oh, that hurt my heart.
I think it was Vaseline or some company trademarked Juneteenth because it was on the package and it had a TM on it, and everybody started freaking out. And it would think it was Vaseline or something. And they had to rescind it or something.
Not impressed.
Yeah.
There's no way. There's no way I'll get away with that.
Yes.
Look at this. Scale with Josh. God is good. Sending love from Romania. And then, oh, by the way,
I can't see any of these comments.
here, I'll read them so you'll see. So Nita, G. Allen said he's crying with you, and then he said we all can eat.
Exactly.
And then and then another lady said love this. I love this interaction. Bless up. And then Scale with Josh is like God is good. Sending love from Romania. And then G. Allen said again, man, I love her. She keeps me grounded. I can't wait to meet her next month.
Oh, stop.
Yeah.
Listen, I mean, I listen. Oh, I got so much to say. My mind is full. My heart is heavy.
Hold on. I just want to add in just before you were talking is that it was Walmart that used it on their ice cream for June. Yeah.
They use what? What do you mean? I'm confused.
That's what.
Not impressed. Not impressed, Mr. Pierre. Not impressed.
Yes, I know.
Walmart use what on the ice cream? I don't get what you said.
So the Walmart has their own brand. I think it's Equality or Quality or some kind of like their company label. And so they trademarked Juneteenth and put it on as an ice cream flavor.
Wow.
I heard about this.
Mm-hmm.
I heard about the backlash too. How could the U.S. government even allow someone to trademark Juneteenth? There's certain phrases and words and combinations that you can't trademark because they're too common. Mm-hmm. Juneteenth belongs to everybody.
But what if you don't even know what Juneteenth means and what it's about, and someone says, "Oh, this is the new flavor we're developing."
Right.
Yeah. I didn't really know what Juneteenth was until I started seeing it on social media and stuff. Mind you, I'm from Canada, so yeah,
that's very American.
Yeah, I'm very un-American.
Right, and guess what? A lot of people don't know what that is. So when you go to these trademark companies, they don't know what it is. They think it's just they don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's beyond a flavor. It's more.
What kind of flavor would you describe Juneteenth as? Chocolate?
Oh my God. I'm so glad I'm off the camera because if you can see my face right now, I look like you'll make me an emoji or something because I'm on my face.
Dark chocolate.
Dark chocolate. That's the flavor of Juneteenth is dark chocolate.
Man. I'm hurt. I'm crying for real. I'm laughing, but you're right.
They have it as red velvet? I didn't know that. That's crazy.
What happened, red velvet?
Curly B said.
You're logging off. Red velvet, come on.
Red velvet as a flavor? But guess what? Let me tell you this. Let me say this real quick. And I keep saying I'm finished. I've been finished 3 hours ago.
Alexia, she's been trying to leave for like the last 2-3. This is the effect that this show has. You want to leave, and you're done, and then it's like, well, even now, we were supposed to end it at 1:45.
I was done at 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock now.
The lady that's speaking, is she on Instagram or is this like Clubhouse?
She's on Facebook.
I'm on Facebook, and I'm not on the Instagram group or whatever, but I'm out there.
She should be on this live with us, man.
Nina, do you want to come on Instagram? Come on Instagram and join us.
Let me see if I can listen. You're killing me. Okay, wait. Let me see if I can do it. No, Instagram is under my. You're pushing me out. My Instagram is under my business that's been hiding.
I'm turning my camera off. Like I'm turning it off.
No, listen. Okay, give me a second.
You joined because I just put G Allen on it. So G Allen and Nita are
Why you
friends.
can't put him in the this thing?
Man, I'm glad I'm on the side. I'm ecstatic.
I told him to come back. Did I tell you to come back?
I'm so glad you have paved the way for us. A lot of people just don't know how much you have done for us. Like, it's a blessing. Like, it's.
Oh, hold on.
Okay, I'm trying to come in here now. I really don't. You know what, Alexia, you ain't right about that. Okay.
People just don't know it. And I'm just like ecstatic. Like, I'm so happy because I know where I'm going to go because of the road that you paved for me, man. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you.
What's the Instagram thing?
Saying that, man. Thank you.
Yeah. That's Nita over there, man. I just met Nita like off the Junior's Facebook group, and like I've been trying to bring positive energy to the group. I'm trying to boost people up, get them to do different things. I'm telling them, be creative with your craft. You don't have to just stick to making Seamoss gels. You can make drinks. You can do this. You can do that. There's so many different things that you can do with this stuff.
Absolutely.
Mm. One of the sad things that had happened when G Allen first joined the group, and he was really helpful and trying to start information, is like people kind of like jumped on him. I think wasn't it the color or the Seamoss that you were pouring, but no one bothered to ask him what it was.
They didn't know what I was doing.
You're breaking up.
His signal was not.
G, we can't even hear you.
Hey, I'm trying to get in here. I'm gonna check it.
We missed a lot of what you said because you broke up a little bit, but it does suck.
Yeah, I was telling those people, I was like, how can you tell someone else what they're doing when you don't? I mean, that's their craft. That's what they do. You can't tell someone else, okay, you don't know what you're doing when you don't know what they're doing. You know?
That's facts right there.
How do I get in? Because it's not gonna say Nita. My company is the Better Body Connection. So how do I get in?
What? Okay, I'll send you a request. Are you there on there now?
I'm sending it to you.
I don't see it.
I don't know how to send it, but that's me.
Okay. Let me try send.
I see. I'm here. Oh my gosh. I didn't expect none of this to go down, damn it.
The Better Body Connection?
That's me.
Okay. Yeah, I see her. I see her.
Oh, okay. So now I will send you an invoice. So this is G Allen. He was another guy that was talking. Okay, you're gonna have to turn your Facebook off.
Okay, give me a second. Oh my gosh, I didn't want to do this. What about? Okay, wait a minute. Which one I'm doing?
Did I do it? Yes.
No, I didn't do it.
Turn your computer off. Oh, there we go. And you know what I should have done? I should have just kicked you off. I don't know why I'm telling you to get off. I could have threw you off. Anyways. Somebody's embarrassed.
You're supposed to be here.
She's got the NASA sounds going off.
I'm just rolling with it. But oh my goodness, I appreciate being here. Listen, Alexia, I appreciate you. Listen, It's so much I gotta say, but I'm gonna not say. But you have helped so many that are hating, and I don't focus on hating like that. I know I don't know your level of. I understand when I hear that you want to just help. Somebody that I worked with, and I still work with, and I can work with them or not. It don't matter. That was talking about what's going on. I said, listen, when God made what they created, which was all of this, people chose to do whatever, and they had their own vision. Okay? Right. So just because this stuff is supposed to be alkaline, right? Which we know it is. Everybody's not gonna take the alkaline path. We want the products and people because we know the benefit. We are already in a world that deals with things that they want things sweeter, flavorful because it's too late. We've already been exposed to this stuff. Right. They don't like texture, they don't like this. So the point of the matter is get this important and now what we call in American area superfood. So when you say superfood, it's off the chain. Right. Into the people. This is not a ploy. Get it in them. So if I have to make it a juice, thanks to G. Allen has created an amazing formula to come up with all the juices, whatever. If I gotta make it a gel, which gel is the original, just get it into a gummy. Just get it in. We need it. And the reason why people got crazy and got so excited because when we got this, not just our culture, not just in a certain area, we had a situation that affected the entire world. Exactly. The world. And I have people have said to me, I didn't do anything different but took your gel. My cousin, my brother, my grandson, my child, everybody got messed up. And all I did was take your gel. And I was giving it away at that point. Yeah. They said, this thing you got here is something. And I wasn't in it for the money. Everybody in my mind, until probably about another 6 months, it was in this originally to help the people. Right. Eventually it's going to become something that people are doing just for the money. Yeah. Listen, I'm on another level of this thing now. Yeah, I want to make my money. I want to buy my houses. I want to invest in my crop. I want to do other things. But that's not why I started. And I know that's not why you started. Like you said, your grandma, my mother passed in the process of me learning this. And I only wish I had this thing.
Sorry for your loss.
Right. I wish I had this. Oh. I don't talk about we talked about this. It's okay, sis. Go ahead. I don't want to go there. I want to go there. Please let me not. But yeah.
Yes.
It's all right. It's okay. I thank you for taking it to the level where it needs to be. I thank you for giving me glory. I thank you for sharing your story. And I thank you for keep saying, let's stop fighting. Yes, yes. It's not about your product. Listen, the people need the product. Right. If we gotta give it to them in a gel with pineapples, cranberries, spinach, whatever you gotta do. And if because they can't take the taste of it, change the taste. They can't change the texture, change the texture. Right. We are in a crisis as a world, okay? Yes. And I love it comes from us first. That's yes. We're not expecting this stuff to come from. I know we're in this group and we all look the same. You don't even know. I love that it comes from us. So we shouldn't be fighting each other. What are we fighting for? Like you said, Johnson Johnson is on the way. All those other companies, I can't think of their names right now because I don't do that kind of stuff. Like you said, they did it with Sheba. They did it with, and they did it with CBD. I said it to Cole. And it's not, CBD still got room. Listen, I'm ready to make some CBD Seamoss stuff. Listen, you gonna do what you do, and I don't care.
Yeah.
The fight. If you don't see this or not know, you got to get over this fight. It's not. We got to get prepared and ready to fight those that's coming.
Yeah, not us, but the other people.
And like I said to him, I said, I saw a CB. I was confused. I said, a Seamoss candle? What? Seamoss is in a candle. Other product, I can't remember. I took the picture. I lost it. I can't find it. Mm-hmm. But I can get it too. Because if you really learn this magnificent plant or
algae,
whatever, you understand algae, whatever, it's still inhaling it. Like once you're a scientist, and I'm not, but I did major in science growing up. But if you deal with certain things, how you accept it on a level can help you too. Mm-hmm. Nobody thought about burning it.
Listen, sorry, I want to interrupt you. The amount of if I had $1 for every single person that would call me up and ask me if I could smoke that Seamoss, I wouldn't have to sell Seamoss.
Oh, can I tell y'all this though? Listen, I have a German Shepherd. She was pregnant. During my German Shepherd's entire pregnancy, I gave her Seamoss water. She put out some of the most beautiful puppies. She had 7 puppies. She had all boys though. And I'm looking at this like, okay, she had 7 boys. Damn. And 7 is a very significant number. It's 7 and 4. 7 is the days of completion. Then you have 8, which is, new beginnings. I was like, she had 7 boys. I was giving her this Seamoss water. I said, I'm real spiritual. So I look into things like this. You know what I'm saying? I said, this is going somewhere. So I got my wheels are turning. Just like I came out with my drinks, I was like, people were not taking these gels. So I was like, I'm going to turn them into drinks. I started getting into these people. I started making applesauce. I'm making Seamoss applesauce for these kids. They're eating it up. I'm telling you, I have some ideas that I know that are going places. I know. And the only thing I hate is this, like the people are fighting. But it's enough out here for us all to eat. And just like all that fighting and carrying on, it doesn't make any sense. We have to stick together. United we stand, divided we fall.
Yeah.
And people just don't realize that.
But you remember I told you when you called me that day, and can I share that conversation and like a little bit of what happened? Or because honestly, bro, when you called me, that really like crushed me because I could tell on the phone, I could hear your emotion through the phone. Do you know what I mean? And how upset you were at the fact and how you just couldn't understand why these people are doing this to you. Like, what did you do to, deserve that? And then it hurt me because, or it touched me because it's like, you didn't do anything. You were just trying to help people and stuff like that. But I think I told you is you just got to ignore those people. Don't even listen to them. They don't exist. Zero acknowledgement.
And just like Alexio said, that's the red herring right there. Yeah. There's something to throw me off. There's something to throw me off.
Do you know what I do to help me deal with those people? I troll them back. And I'm not saying you do that, but I straight up, I troll them back.
Julien's about the nonsense. He's like, I'm about this game.
Don't fuck with me. Bro, I live for that in the comments. When they start going off, I'm just like, one guy, or maybe it was you, G. Allen, you were just kind of like, he was going off. And I warned him, I said, bro, like, once I get started, it's hard for me to stop. So, you know what I mean? At a certain point, I said to him, you have to ignore me.
He can tell you that I had to pull him back a couple of times. And I said, listen, when you go, let me tell you something. I have business with quite a few people in the group, right? And I saw the ones that was doing the arguing and the pointing out people bad points. And I have business with those people. And their business now has been great. But I never put it in the post. I never put it into the front.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I hit them in the back, and they still don't do better. I still don't put that. I said, listen, stop it. Because you had an assignment. Right. I need you to stop for a reason. I know you want to defend yourself, but I need you to stop. Right. Because your vision and your assignment is bigger. Mm-hmm. And you're going to make other people who are looking fall back. And too many people need you. Don't listen to them. And I'm not a turn the cheek person. You know what I'm saying? I do believe, I don't even want to go there. But anyway, I told him, I said, stop. Don't do it. Don't do another one. Because their stuff is being exposed. And I buy from them. And I didn't even tell him anything. Other than I work with them. And our business is not the best, but it's okay because I want to work with them. And they have amazing products. But they're about to screw their own business. But I need you not to screw yours up. Please stop. Right. Did I not say that to you?
You did say that to me, and I took heed. Like, and now I see exactly what you were saying because it's a lot of stuff that's starting to be exposed now, and I'm looking like, oh, okay.
I said, give it time. Don't do it. We don't need to do it. And I hate. I mean, we're letting out garbage, but we're letting out garbage in our family. That's what I said. You let out your garbage only with your family, but it should be in the back. Right now, this is a big ass thing. Excuse me for cursing. Excuse me.
It's okay.
And let's go ahead and come here for this. He came to give us some stuff. But I don't like you called me to come out here. But okay.
I told you, I love the energy. I love all the energy. I just love this energy. Like, this is a driving force for me, and I'm gonna tell you, man. Look, you gave me an extra push, just like I'm trying to give everybody else an extra push. Like that's in these groups and stuff. I'm letting you know up hand. You are giving me that push. You gave me that push. Like you got me going. It was like a refreshing breath. It's like air, like new air, new land. It's like I see what you're doing, and it's like I'm trying to push to get to where you are, and I'm trying to bring other people along. Like you gave me that power, man. For real, it's the energy for me.
That's awesome.
And it's awesome, and it's amazing because I told him I thought he was in the group longer than what he was. I just saw him. I needed it. I felt it, and I just jumped on him. Now, everything he do, I'm not going to do exactly. I'll make my own spin. He says that, make your own spin to it. And we've been connected ever since. I probably was in the group longer than he was and didn't know it. Until I started seeing certain things he's saying. I'm like, well, damn, you just got here. Like, okay. But I'm not a person that's stuck in stuff because I got things going on. And I'm glad I joined this group. It's amazing. And first of all, it comes from you. I appreciate you for creating this group. Because like you said, there's other groups that you can't join unless you're a member to this, that. You can't advertise this, that, all that stuff. And you made it a open forum.
Do you know what? Do you know why I created that group?
No. Well, I kind of, but not really.
Okay, I want to hear why you think I created the group, and I'll tell you one of the reasons.
You say something before about how you've been in multiple groups, and when you was talking about the 92 minerals and all that stuff.
That was it.
People booing you out, and then also the fact that and I don't want to do all this, but I know.
No, that was pretty much it.
You want people to be free to say you can sell your stuff. I'm not saying only the people who are in the group can sell.
No.
And all that stuff too.
Yeah. No, I got it.
So this gave room for other people to come and they create their own groups. And that's what made it get so big because you could come here and I was telling G and he was going to make the group. I said, I promise you it's okay to you're doing people on a different level. You have a right to create a whole other group. So, okay. He was like, I just want to talk to him first. I was like, it's gonna be okay.
Well, that's why I laugh, because he reached out to me and says, "Hey, do you mind if I do?" And I was like, "Yeah, of course, bro." Like that's why I created the group.
I said right away. I said he knows that his intentions was when people come here, they're gonna meet other relationships and spread out.
Mm-hmm.
But we had to do it. Let me tell you something. No matter what I said, no matter what other people said, no matter what nobody else said, he said, I just need to hear from him. He was adamant, like, I don't want him to think I'm crossing his, I'm stepping on his toes. I said, you're not, but I couldn't say nothing else. And he got in there, and you, not even a second after he said that, you said, what?
But I'll tell you,
it's a respect thing.
But I'll tell you this though: if whether you ask my permission or not, if you go out about it with ill intentions, I will see it. I will figure it out. You won't be able to hide it, and I will know. You know what I mean? And to me, I might not say anything, but I'll just be like, "That guy's a piece of shit." And I'll have this book with all the people that I list as pieces of shit, and you'll just write your name on there, and that's it. Let you go. You know.
We talked about this earlier about people who say they got good intentions and think they having good intentions. And they really, really think they have good intentions. They really, 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 really do.
Mm-hmm.
And then they do some offlandish stuff because they get caught up in their emotion and they don't even know why it's happening. They just do it. They're just doing because they get caught up in the stuff. I never forget. I'm gonna try to keep names and everything out. I never forget when things changed a certain bit. And I thought he was already in the group when a member put out there saying, "No, I made X amount of dollars. I can't remember, $2, $3, $4, $5,000. Let's say I'm gonna just go. This was a $5,000 day. It could be less or more, right?"
Yep.
I was excited. I was like, "Oh, I like that," because some of us have not been moving in that space. Some of us been giving it away. You know what I'm saying? Or some of us been, so I was like, today I'm gonna do bigger. I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna do this. I was like, yes. Oh, what? You can do that like this? Because I've already had my own health and wellness company, and Seamoss has been an advocate. And the people probably got added on because this what we all going through in the world. And I make it, and I've been taking it for years. I've been doing it for years. And I saw somebody say something like, "Oh, you talking about this, but what about the sellers?" So I messaged him. I said, "What do you mean? What about the sellers? Are you thinking about the divers? Are you a diver or not?" But I know they wasn't. I said, "So the same way you're talking about the sellers, are you thinking about the divers? Because I know your money is different." And they just went on a tangent on their own thing, and I said, "Listen," that's when I came about the thing about the lemon tree and the lemon and all that stuff. Lemon was grown. Did anybody think that's gonna make lemonade? I'm quite sure the person, whoever did it outside God, thought we was just gonna have lemons because we need it for vitamin C or whatever. And somebody made lemon juice and lemonade, and we're making crazy money from around the world. So I said, get out of your space. And I said a couple of things when I saw they was going. I just didn't say nothing else, but I paid attention. So when I saw them start having riffraff with that person, I said, stop. This stuff is gonna come. They don't know. They don't know what they don't know. They don't know what they don't know. You can't help them. They'll figure it out in time. You're not here for this. This thing is bigger than that. We're all in the same business. You cannot serve my customer. And I cannot serve your customer. For one, our demographics. I don't give a damn if we are in different countries. We got the internet. Some people don't get on this. On the internet. So don't say that's wrong. Listen. Focus on your people. If you're here to help your people, some people want the true alkaline light. And if that's you, focus on it.
Yeah.
Don't tell other people, oh, that's not alkaline. Stop give added benefits. A strawberry comes with something. A kiwi comes with something. These things come with things. Their snowflake is like, come on. Stop the fight. I thought we were together.
Yeah.
We finally got something that we can do. They gotta come to us first. Hello. Somebody, they gotta come to us first. In a minute, they ain't gonna have to come to us first.
Right.
They got to come to us first. And listen, Alexia on my line.
Yep. Alexia just wrote in the comments. He said, "Fired up."
They got to go first. So why are we fighting with somebody?
Mm-hmm.
Like he said, we fighting with the wrong company, baby. Your company. I'm not fighting with you. I'm glad you went on out there. When I saw them on the and I liked when I saw the Sharks debate a little bit. When somebody said, and this is something else, oh, blah, price for this? And I saw the lady say, but it's only a tablespoon or two a day. See, they did their own fight. Somebody had to make them think about it. Yeah, it might be this small bottle that you're talking about. Sounds like a lot, but look what you're getting.
Right. But you know what got me though? You know what got me when Alexio said, I like your first initial offer. My man was like, oh no, that's you. We're not gonna stop right there. That's the initial. I know it's gonna be something else.
It gotta be something else.
He was setting it up.
Kevin's head. I knew for a fact he was gonna give an offer. And I like, and you know, when he shut everybody down, it's because he got frustrated in my eyes. Now it don't mean it's true. But when he was like, okay, you said that, he said exactly. Then he heard Mr. Wonderful. When Barbara said, he said, I heard enough. And it was to push you to the level, but at the same time, it wasn't just to push. It was like, yo, y'all not gonna play my man like this.
Right.
That's what I saw. When he said, okay, I heard enough. I held out long enough. It wasn't like in other situations where they was like, you know what, y'all play. He's like, no, y'all not gonna play my man like this. So I'm coming with an offer. And that's it. They need to jump on the now and be out. I loved it. Kevin, your deal was the best deal. I don't know about the numbers wise, but the team, I think you got the best team. Did their thing.
Yeah, the pitch was very smooth.
So proud of you. So proud.
You did it, man. Thank you. You did it. And I appreciate you being here tonight. This is a humble time. I mean, you big time, man.
You want to know something that made me literally fall?
And that's the important thing.
That's important. You bring up a big point. You know, one of the things that I'm going to get a little emotional. I'm just warning you, Alexio. But one of the things that made me fall in love with him instantly, and I want you to know from the moment you called me, like it was the connection, was he calls me and he is just so humble and simple about it. And it was asking me for help to help him scale his business. And I'll never forget, I started asking him questions. I'm like, okay, so let's see where you start. And he's like, oh yeah, I got a team of 45 people and 10 are, and I'm like 10 are customer service, and I'm like, hold on a second. I'm like, what? I'm like, how? What? I'm like, are you serious? And then he's like, yeah. And I'm like, well, how much is your sales? And he's like, 500,000. And I'm like, a year? No, a month. A month. And I was floored. I was floored that he would take the time to follow my link, to ask my opinion, to think about what I thought. And that really touched me. And I was like, I love this guy. This guy is cool. And then we talked and we connected and just, you know what I mean? And I remember I said, whatever you want to do, dude, we'll do it for free. Just let's get it done. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. And
Julien's special, man. Julien's very special.
So are you, Alexio. Seriously.
Yeah. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much, man.
Julien is the man. He's full of information. Like he's very helpful.
He's the calculus of Seamoss.
Yeah,
Stop it.
Listen, I would have never thought I'd be doing this. Okay, because that's not my thing to be in the front. And like I got the link. I'm like, how the heck? I couldn't figure it out because I just got off a Zoom. I was doing something I was doing. I was like, I'm on live. Like, what the heck? I was like, no. And next thing you know, I was like, you know what? Forget it. Everything happens because it's supposed to. And so I'm just gonna let it go. And it's like, and then here he go after I done disappeared. Mr. Alessio said, come back up here. I'm like, oh gosh.
So Curly B said Alexio 2.0 is a king for sure. It's always love. And then Khaled, by the way, Khaled, the guy, like the person you were talking about, he's actually in the group and he knows you're talking about him. And he said the group's going to really jump all over him if it's 500,000. I'm not sure what he means exactly. And then Asa,
why is that?
I don't know, maybe try to flip your screen or something like that because there should be a way for you to see it.
Let me flip my screen.
Do you have your comments off? I think there's a way that you can turn your comments on and off. I'm not sure.
Really? I don't know.
Hey, I'm gonna exit and join back. I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to go back downstairs and give me another can of coconut water.
So it's turn off requests. Turn off. No, I have commenting on. Yeah, see, that's commenting off. And then this is turn on commenting.
Maybe it was on his end too. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Can you see the comments?
Yeah, I can see the comments.
Okay.
I just started seeing it. I couldn't see them before.
You can see it now?
Okay, I can see it now.
Yeah, I didn't see it before.
48 people joined. My last screen just showed 7.
Huh?
Yeah, it's seven that's on now, but all together, like about the
Yeah.
No, I can.
I have a question. So I'm pescatarian right now. So before you became vegan, were you pescatarian?
You talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I went cold turkey. I saw a documentary called Hidden Colors that talked about the attack on melanin through food. And I said, I'm taking the red pill like Neo, and I'm getting out of the matrix. I literally went cold turkey vegan at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you what stopped me. It's this show. It's called. Have you ever seen What the Health?
I love that. I love that documentary.
Never seen it. What the hell? Where's that at? Where's the hell? Wait a minute. Let me look that right.
What was it on? It's some type of documentary. Like, but it explains to you.
It's on
so many things.
Playing from iPhone.
And they were saying that their water was so contaminated and like eating meat and stuff is just crazy. Real reason why I stopped eating meat, I was staying in Georgia. I'm in South Carolina now. I went to a McDonald's, and this is like when the quarter pounders came out, and it was like all beef, they're thicker, this, that, and the other. So I went to McDonald's and wanted a quarter pounder. Got the quarter pounder. I took a bite into it. The top patty was done, and the bottom patty was raw. When I tell you, I almost died. Like, I was like, that was it for me. Like, y'all just served me some raw meat. I couldn't no more. I couldn't do it no more. It was just horrible. Horrible. Like, and then eating, like, pork and just, like, I just read so many things. Like, reading stuff will make you change your mind about a lot of stuff. Mm-hmm. And that's a problem, too, that we have in our culture. People don't like to read. They don't like to read.
Yeah.
It's sad.
And the reading is where you get your power from, the knowledge.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like the only difference that I have between those other people is that I spent time reading the books. If everybody read the same books, they would have the same sort of, you know what I mean? I don't want to say power, but you know what I mean? The same knowledge. You would be able, like there's nothing super special about me. I don't believe, at least. Like, well, yeah. Actually there is, but I keep that to myself. I low key am in love with myself. Real true facts. Like if I walk by a mirror, I like go.
Putting in my refrigerator in my
Oh man.
Listen, it takes a lot. Sometimes loving yourself is not easy.
No.
And so to hear you say you're in love with yourself, that's wonderful because sometimes we don't know how to love ourselves.
Oh, I love myself.
Right.
Like I get butterflies when I look in the
A lot
mirror.
of people don't know how to love themselves.
Yeah. So, what's it called? Nature's Club says, I think the problem is being mindful. When we are mindful, we make conscious decisions or better decisions for ourselves. Yes. Mindful and also like being in the present. You know what I mean? Where you're acting like almost in the now and not in a reactive state. You know? That's something I always try to be mindful of is like, am I running in a cycle or a routine, or am I being present and aware of what is really going on so I can pick things up and see things? Because I find that there's messages and information that are always being presented for me, but most people are so caught up in the world that they don't see that spiritualness that's happening all around us.
Right. Because I'm telling you, there are some real spiritual things going on right now, and a lot of people are not woke. You have to realize everything that's going on around you. You have to realize the blessings that are put upon you. You got to realize what is brought to you. You have to take all this stuff in. You have to capitalize on your blessings, because if you don't capitalize on your blessings, you're going to lose out. A lot of people don't realize this.
Yeah, and then let me tell you something. You know me, I take the other road. Because a person can't see it, you just can't beat them up.
Right.
Because they could be sitting right there on something and don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean that they're dumb, they're stupid, they're low. Because I'm very funny. I'm really funny about calling people names and saying, "Oh, you stupid! You didn't see that? What's in your eyes are for you to see. It doesn't mean, because to you it's basic. To them it's rocket science. Right. And that's no matter what it is. Mm-hmm. Look at this. This was basic to him. And he just sprayed it and made it go and keep going. It was basic. To some degree, Mr. Science Man.
Mr. NASA engineer.
And a lot of this Seamoss stuff for us is basic, but not on business level. Okay?
Yeah, and that's why I tell them, I said, when I give you this information, you put your own spin on it. You like, and also this, what else did I tell them? I said, with every good company, you need to have something that's signature. You need to have, like, if you're making some kind of product, something for people to consume or something, you need to have something that's signature, like a signature drink, a signature food, something that stands out. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it's good for you to have that.
True.
I would say what's bigger than even having a signature is just the overall experience you can offer your customer. You know, because you could have something that you think is different or nobody else is doing, but how are you executing it? Does it actually benefit anybody? And do they have the support? You know, one of the things that helped us to grow so fast was how people felt on the product, how they felt at the product. You know, it's like you might spend $30 or $40 on an item, but did you just get an item and then the journey ended? Or, you know, with us, you spend $30, $40 and the journey just began. We give you many resources, so many tools, so many things, you know, even after your purchase. Right. You know? So it is important, I agree with you, to differentiate yourself from what everybody else is doing. But at the end of the day, what does your customer get? You know, think so. We're customers too. You may sell a product, but you're still a consumer. You buy from friends. Like, what do you look for when you pay for something? You know, what makes you feel like you got, and what makes you feel like, wow, that was a great deal. Mm-hmm. And just focusing in that space on all those experiences that you personally felt that made you feel seen, heard, or you felt you got your money's worth. And just do that in your own unique way.
Right.
that's definitely I would say to tap into that.
Yeah.
So when you first started out, how was it hard for you? I mean,
well, I was.
He's breaking up.
People to this business because I was giving us. I just wanted to help my friends that were dealing with COVID, or my friends that were nurses that were dealing with COVID patients. You know? So for me, it wasn't about I started. It was really about solving a problem, which was we were in a crisis. People were dying or thought they were going to die. And I just wanted to make sure that whatever I was doing to support my family, I can do for my friends and family and their friends as well. So it started really organically, you know?
Right.
It literally was not supposed to be a business, and it wasn't about money. It turned into, I started getting so many orders, and I'm like, man, I can't be shipping 50 orders a week for free and charging me $6 per shipment.
Right.
I'm going broke over here.
Right.
Right. You gotta buy the product to sell the product, to give it away. Like,
right.
I had to admit too. Like,
not just postage, but the mason jars, the labels, the Seamoss, the hours and hours and hours of cleaning, the blending, the light bill. My neighbors were literally filming me through their curtains. Hey, they were. This is a true story. I had a neighbor that was filming me through his curtains and submitted it to my county. It was like, oh, they're running a business in their house, you know? Hey, wow. This is a true story.
That's a hater right there.
I got a letter from my county that was like, you have 10 days to start running business. Else we're going to shut your whole business down. But the grace of God, we found a commercial property within 7 days. They gave us 10 days to stop. We found a commercial property on the 7th day.
Wow.
During COVID.
They go to number 7 again.
God is good.
They go to number 7 again.
Exactly.
I told you that number is significant. It's very significant.
It's 7 and 4. 4 and 7. But go ahead.
That number is very significant, you know? But yeah, this is a true story. I was doing this out of my home for free, and our volume got so big, and I had to move to commercial property. I had to stop buying mason jars from Walmart and Target and actually find a real vendor that could stuff and all. You know, and God's amazing, you know?
Right.
I have to say that, you know? This is never be a business. I got bullied into a business.
But like, basically the same thing happened with me. I've worked in pharma before. I've worked in 3 different pharmaceutical companies. And like, from me working in the pharmaceutical companies, I would see all the stuff that was going into these medicines. Like, as a matter of fact, I even worked at a pharmaceutical company for pets. I was seeing what's going into that medicine. I'm looking like, oh, okay. So the last pharmaceutical company I was working for is called Defron Pharmaceutical. I was working there, and one night I had this bad headache, and like a week before, my doctor had told me that I was pre-diabetic. I'm sitting there at work, like my head is hurt. I was like, okay, does this have something to do with the pre-diabetes? So I went home. I went home. Well, I went to the hospital, and the doctor at the hospital said, your blood pressure is extremely high. I'm gonna put you on these pills, and I'm looking like, I don't like to take pills. I'm not the type of person that like to take pills. Mm-hmm. So I started doing research, and I was like, what's a natural remedy for pre-diabetes and high blood pressure? The first thing that popped up was the Seamoss. So at my job, upstairs, they had a pharmacy upstairs. They were actually selling Seamoss in the pharmacy upstairs. Wow. As a matter of fact, the Seamoss that they're selling is one of the guys. He's actually in the group as well, in Julien's group. His Seamoss is down here in South Carolina. They're selling it in the pharmacy here in South Carolina upstairs. So I started with that. Yeah, I started with that. So
is it a gel?
It was just Seamoss. I had to turn it into a gel myself. So I had to find out how to turn it into gel. I was doing all this experimental stuff. Like when I first started making it was so nasty, I was like,
I don't know about this. But, I kept on taking it. Because, I had faith, and I was like, okay, this is going to work. So I kept on playing with it. Probably about a month later or whatever. I went back to the doctor. They did my blood work. And my doctor said, what are you doing? I said, I'm taking Seamoss gel. She's like, what is that? So I introduced it to my doctor. And I told her I was making. She said, are you selling this? I said, no. She said, you should be. You know what I'm saying? Like, you should be. She said, because your numbers right now, she said, the numbers that I'm looking at, she said, they have changed so much within a month's time. So this is when I started selling it. And this is when I was like, okay, I can't take this down like this. I was like, I had to find a way to get into these people. So that's when I started making the drinks. And lo and behold, here I am now. I'm here for the people. And this is I'm here to help these people. I want to help them establish something. I just made this group on Facebook. It's a foundation group. I'm helping you build your foundation to get where you want to be, to get where you need to be by making these drinks and stuff. I'm trying to help people, And I'm passionate about everything I do. Everything I do, I'm passionate about.
Awesome.
That's beautiful, man. It's like you started this with pure intentions, I love that, man. I love that because I've had similar reactions from doctors as well. Like, what are you doing? It's like I'm eating God's lettuce. Leave me alone. But no, it's true though. It's facts. Because I used to have braces, and I remember they used to irritate my gums. That whenever I would go for a teeth cleaning, my gums would bleed. And I remember I switched over to a neem toothpaste. Neem is a natural plant,
I use neem. I use neem in some of my products.
Yeah. So I switched to a neem toothpaste, and my gums got so solid. They were like, yo, what are you doing there? Did you start using that prescription toothpaste we advised you to get? And I'm like, no, I'm using neem. They're like, what's neem? And it's like, hey, stop playing with me. God got all the solutions.
Right. And that's what I tell the people. I said, everything that we need to be healed is right here on earth. God has given it to us. It's here already.
And you and him, whatever, but it's that every doggone medicine has an herb in it. That's why they tell you to stop using certain things. Why do you think they tell you to stop taking high blood pressure? I would try not to say these things, but I know this is public and private at the same time. But don't take high blood pressure medication and eat grapefruit.
Right.
Grapefruit. I'm telling you, I told somebody who told me, they said that my person, I said, girl, go and get you a grapefruit right now and eat the whole thing today. I don't like grapefruit. I said, then die. That was my word to her. It was rough. She laughed later. She said, girl, you see how my pressure was all the way down? I said, exactly. It's certain things, when they tell you to avoid certain things that are natural, it's because whatever in their chemical has it. So they don't want you to go too far down or whatever in another. That's why my school, I could be wrong. And then prove it to me, damn it. That's how I feel.
Hey, I just want to give a heads up. I'd love to have this go all night long and into the next day, but we're doing a hard cutoff around 5:05. Okay, just okay, kids. It's 4:45.
I'm actually about to go ahead and get on off here now because I have to actually get up early in the morning to help my father change the brakes on his car. I'm doing my humanitarian duties while I'm helping him change his brakes on his vehicle.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. But it's been real, y'all. I really enjoyed this. It's been a pleasure. It's very much been a pleasure. And I've taken some screenshots just to let you know because I'm going to post. I am.
Damn, so cool. And thank you. I appreciate. I had my phone on block and was listening and going back and forth and I'm glad that I kept it open and I appreciate everybody here. Because it's made a difference in my business in a way, and I don't think we're going to see the last.
No,
I just don't think so. But I don't know if I'm building your levels, and Alexio, I appreciate you. I mean, you have done some things. You have done some things for us that people have not got it yet, but even if they don't get it, it doesn't matter. You know you've done it.
Yes.
Julien is on another level as well. You know, like everybody is up on a whole nother level here. And I don't see myself on any level other than the fact that I see, you know, I just see, and I want to give value and I want to give my homage. I want to say thank you. I don't have no roses, but I'm passing each one of you guys a rose right now.
I accept it.
You don't know what you have done. Thank you. Go ahead, Jim. You don't know what you have done for me and my business. You don't have a clue what you have done for me.
Awesome.
And I wish Kobe was here because he's a great. I don't care what nobody says. He's great.
He's the man. He's the man.
Kobe's cool.
This is big, and I agree with you. Get in now. And so many people get so nervous. Oh, it's just about the money. No, nobody initially at this point in the game get in it just to make money. It will be that at some point because everybody started this to help people. Everybody, you know, everybody. Me, I just wish my mom was here. You got into it because your grandma and you was giving away product. I don't really know Julien's story.
I got in it for the money.
We all did it initially because we wanted to help the people.
Right.
That's it. And we still want to help the people. I gotta feed my damn family and eat too. Okay? I can't keep giving stuff away because everything, like you said, the metals, the cop, all this other stuff that's involved. You're on a different level, sir. I'm not even on level. So when you make all those deals with these people, then I'm gonna benefit from them. The metals and all that stuff, I'm gonna get there. But thank you, and I appreciate you, and thank you for coming on. And I'll probably never see you again. I don't know what Julien might do because it seems like I'm doing stuff I didn't expect to, but I thank you. I appreciate you. You have done an amazing job. You represented like, and I love.
And that means a lot. Thank you so much.
Yes. The way Kevin came in a way that a lot of people don't look at because I see things different. Oh, Kevin had your back.
He did.
Okay? Even though at one point he was fighting, he was like, yo, but this deal is going down. I don't care who do what. And when Mark came, he looked at him and said, you want to get in or not? Mark didn't know what to do because Mark don't do health products too much, to be honest.
Kevin.
He feel like that's fish oil. You know, the snake oil thing. He said it all the time. But he also want to help wellness too. Kevin was like, yo, what you want to do? What you want to do? Barbara, you laugh. You're trying to bully this man. We ain't bullying this man. We giving this man a deal. And it was great.
Beautiful.
I'm so happy. I'm so proud of you. I congratulate you and I thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And then I'm coming over to I thank you too, Julien.
Oh, thank you.
For having this platform. You're giving her this space. Some people in this place, they don't even know where they at. They so busy fighting, they don't even know what they got doing.
Mm-hmm.
And
they just don't realize the goodness. Yes.
I appreciate you because I'm telling you, I was doing things because of my heart and my passion, but I was spinning my wheels.
Mm-hmm.
I did what I wanted. And then I met G. And then I'm quite sure that a certain part of his business was spinning wheels too, but when you come here, twist it together. If your eyes are looking.
Mm-hmm. Well, I am so happy, and it means a lot to me to hear that, you know, this group, because like I said, it was never really my intention for this group to grow as big. It was more just a space where I could run my mouth without having to be worried about getting kicked out. Real talk, you know what I mean? And I was frustrated, and I know what it's like starting a business. Like, I've started a few businesses. I've been working for myself for a while, and I know how lonely. And I was going to say this to you earlier, Alexio. Like, it must be so lonely to be in that position where you want, like, you're at this level and you have no one to really turn to for advice or for someone to even just listen and sound off. You know what I mean? I remember growing up as a kid, like I've always wanted to be in business for myself. And I would come up with these crazy business ideas and stuff. And I would go tell them to my mom. And my mom would be like, yeah, that's nice. Oh, that's great. You know what I mean? Like I'm like in I remember in grade 5, I went to my school and pitched that I wanted to start a bake sale. I wanted to bake my own food and go at recess and sell cookies and stuff. And that's how I was going to earn my money. You know what I mean? Like that was what? Grade 5. Grade 5.
About 10 years old. About 10 years old.
Yeah, and I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it because they went to me and they were like, "Oh, that's such a great idea, Julien. But I'm sorry, but we can't let that happen." And I'm like, "What do you mean? Why not?" "Well, it just wouldn't be fair to all the other students. Like, how would it look if you were the only one selling these stuff?" And I go, "Okay, fair enough, whatever." And I left. And then 2 weeks later, they came and put a note on and said, "Hey, would people like to, parents, would you like to bake stuff at home and bring it to school so we can sell it at a bake sale?" Bro, I was so pissed. Like, I hated school. I was so mad. I was like,
this is why God didn't make me a father yet. Because if you did that to my kid, I have to burn your school down. No.
bro, I was so distraught.
No way, bro. I was so sorry you went through that. That was trash. That was trash.
But
that was trash.
See, some of us, it's just inside of us. I got some similar stories. We're not gonna do that right now. Even my own child from the Boys and Girls Club, she was selling nail. I ain't going there, but either way, it is what it is. Some of us, it's just in us. It just is. And, but at the end of the day, you want to sell your cakes and whatever it was. You want to give them something they liked.
Yeah. Oh no. The phone was charging and it heated up. Oh. Yeah. Oh, I think it died.
God dang it, dude.
Well, it didn't die, but it's like
so you didn't get to save it?
maybe not. And then they're all probably wondering like what happened.
Well, if they still in there, you might still get to save it. Don't jump back on. Sure.
Yeah. What I'm gonna probably do, I'm gonna close the whatchamacallit. I'm gonna close the clubhouse for a second and get back on the thing until my phone gets off.
Go. Hey, Victoria, he's gonna open it back up. You want to jump back in?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so then I'm on the Facebook Live and the thing at the same time. Let's see if I can invite anybody else. I can invite them back.
So you can't say you didn't save it then?
No, well, it's on my other phone. And,
okay. Well, that's good. You still might can save it then, because you know how like your screen will be up, and then you still might have an option to save it. So
here it is. Oh, I think I can save it.
Phone.
Oh, you're right. I can save it. Yes, it's saved.
Boy, you got that.
But now other people don't know that I'm. Oh wait, they're coming back. They're coming back here now.
Dang, you cut off so early. You didn't know. You said 5:05.
That's right. 5 minutes. 5 minutes to the hour. Hang on. My phone overheated. There we go. Got too hot in here. What's going on now? There we go. Let me see. if we might not get everybody back just because. Oh, here he is. Alexio's back, and I'm trying to find the other people's names to add them in. Oh, there was G. Allen. That's or no. Hey, so you know what happened? My phone, it got so hot, my phone overheated.
Yeah, how'd your phone overheat, bro? Was it like plugged in?
Yeah, I have it charged on this charging base. And I guess the base heated the phone. But you had to see it, like where everybody's talking, and then all of a sudden it cut. And I was like, what happened? And I was like, no.
That's funny.
But that was
hey, what a great group, bro. Hey, I have an idea, man.
Okay.
I have an idea that I want to run by you.
Okay.
And I think you can do a really good job. But I want to do like a convention that's on our niche, and I only want like smart people like yourself.
Okay. Let's do it.
But I think it'll be big.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that have been wanting to do it and have been talking about doing it, but yeah, man, I'm all for it. Let's do it. I definitely know we can make it happen.
Yeah, I have all the leverage in the world. Why wouldn't people?
I love that you're so honest about that. There's no hiding it. It's true. We're gonna pimp you out, Alexio. We're gonna slap some lipstick on you and put a Beyonce wig on you.
Oh, bro, relax, bro. I have a hat that a staff member of mine bought me, and it says "humble with a side of Kanye." That's really, but I'm really humble. But if you push me, it'll come out.
Yes. But you need.
It's something I really want, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's the industry is booming, and I feel like we need to educate people. And I think you just have leverage when you have brands that are like doing really big numbers, because people will be like, "Yo, why should I listen to you? This is why you should listen to me. Stop playing with me."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is all the information, and it will bring way more awareness. You know what I mean?
It will,
for sure.
We'll definitely talk off cam. I'm really grateful to know you, man. I think you're brilliant. I think you're a secret weapon, and people don't know you exist, and you gotta change that. People need to know you exist, man.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate those kind words. You know what I mean? It means a lot to me. And I wish I had known you were going to say it, because I would have recorded it and played it to my family. And next time they try to talk shit about me, I'll be like, you know what? Someone loves me. Someone sees my value. Okay, guys?
Damn right somebody sees you. Not just any regular schmegular.
Yeah, I'm not just some Uber driver.
You could always get that sound drop from me, man. I'll repeat that every time I talk to you.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. That is awesome.
Hey, it's 5 a.m. here, bro. I'm usually waking up at this time. So I'm completely dead right now.
You and me both. And you know what? I did say there was a hard cutoff. And since those guys didn't come back to the room, I really don't feel so bad ending the show now.
All right, bro.
So thank you so much for coming here and gracing us with your presence and helping, inspire a lot of these guys to do more. I hope a lot of people watch this video and take all the gems and information that we dropped in here, because there was a lot of good information. And I appreciate you bearing that and, sharing that, because you don't have to. You could keep all these secrets to yourself.
Hey, that's the scarcity mindset, bro.
I know.
I'm trying to be $1 billion company. If I can't do that while sharing this information, then I'll never make it.
Facts.
So, hey, I appreciate you, man. We'll catch up soon.
Okay, take care, man.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, see you. Bye. Wow, that was Alexio. Amazing guy. You know what I mean? Great personality, great humble person. And, I really appreciate him taking the time to, like I've said many times, taking the time to even come and speak to us. You know what I mean? Because he's got a business to run, and here he is up at 7 a.m. But see, sometimes that's the level of dedication you need to give in order to put your business into the direction of where it needs to go. You can't just sit there and say, oh, I'm too tired or this and that, or, put this off, or procrastination. You got to push yourself to fit it in there. And with that, I'm going to let it go because I need to go get some rest, because it is like him 5 a.m. and I will probably need to get back here by like 8 o'clock. So I'm going to probably get 3 hours of sleep, and then I'm going to be back here so I can ship everybody's shipment. So because I was supposed to actually do shipping tonight, and I did the live stream instead, so I need to make up for that. All right, and thank you, Curly B, for being a part of the conversation and sharing your thoughts and stuff about Alexio and just about the Seamoss in general. And I look forward to seeing you guys again soon. I do this live stream every Sunday and Wednesday, and so you'll never know what's going to happen, or who's going to show up and what we're going to talk about. So even if you're not able to catch it live, make sure you follow up and check us out on the replays. All right, and so with that, I say good night, and you guys have a lovely day, and don't forget to take your Seamoss. Take care. Bye.
You was muted for about that whole time talking to Alexia, but it's fine.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, I was muted. I should have opened it back to the because I think what happened when they came in the room and I started talking, that's when I guess it started thing.
Exactly, because of the voice, probably it's allow to whatever voice thing. And I think it's just probably like one like operating system for that.
Yeah. No, I think it's something with the thing that it will cut it out once the audio is